Yes, sir. What up, y'all? Time for another brain drain because it's time for Auburn football. Hey, guys, I hope it's been a great week for you guys. It's been a semi-good week for me. At least the weather's been amazing, and I have an opportunity to be here on the air with my favorite people once again this weekend. Auburn Tigers taking on the Mississippi State Bulldogs from inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. We got a kickoff coming in, 7 or 8 minutes, something like that. Word on the streets is that they're not going to have their quarterback. He's been out a little bit. And they're not going to have their star tailback either. While the Auburn Tigers don't have to deal with that problem because they don't necessarily have a starting quarterback. That was funny, wasn't it? No, you have to laugh. We have to find happiness and misery sometimes. They are going to go with Thorne today, is the word on the street, and we'll just kind of see how that goes. I'm just going to suspend my disbelief, and we're just gonna go with it, man. We're just going to go, man. I mean, I don't know what she's doing back there. We never know what she's doing back there. When it comes to quarterback decision-making at Auburn. But, it is what it is. I've been watching the Texas A&M South Carolina game and really, really, really hoping that South Carolina could pull that out. They were leading early, but I don't think they're going to get it. And also, Gus was gussing. Had a close game at West Virginia, and then the last time I checked, he was down 20. It went from 7 to 20 in a hurry, as it often happens with Gus. We had some Super Chats popping in. Stu Pup let us off today. He's super chatted us every single show we've had, and he's been part of the show every single time. He's a good bunk too. Here's $2 from Section 1 of Jordan-Hare Stadium. # Wardam Drain. Love you, Stu Pup. Appreciate you, my G. One of our channel legends. Also, Casa DP is a channel legend, no doubt. Says need a W today for many reasons. Mental health would be one for all of us. Selfishly, I'd like to know we're knocking on bowl eligibility with a big week coming up. An Eagles concert, we got to talk about that at some point. MMJ out of Louisville, by the way, and Breeders' Cup this weekend, and Vanderbilt coming up. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Patrick D., who's one of our absolute legends here on the channel, he's paid to essentially block out. I'm trying to think of the right verbiage here. He has bought out a bar for the Vanderbilt game, so he can have a shindig, and obviously bunks are welcome there. Information is on the bunker. We'll be talking about it more during the week, but if you guys are going up that way, as someone who has been to several of Why Not AU's events, you need to go. And he's a DJ, and you're thinking to yourself, really? But he's good, like actually knows what he's doing, and he has equipment, and he deserves adulation for his DJing skills. I swear to you, he's good. Cleveland Brown says, stay hydrated, drainers, and as always, Ward Eagle Cleveland. Appreciate you, bro. You're here like every week for us, too. And I got a big old cup of chili beverage. Water right there. And we're going to definitely stay hydrated. No doubt about it. We've got a bunch of other... War Eagle 19 seemed a little down earlier. He was worried. Going to have another loss today, but we're just going to see. I think it's going to be a great day. Josh C. in the house. What up? Midro. What up? Not salty. Glad to have you here. Diego, what up, brother? The 6, Chance the Yapper sucks. Long live JD. Do we got no problem with Chance the Yapper? Chase Parham over at Rebel Grove. We like him. He's good folks. Crocky Poo jumping in with a super chat. Wait a minute. Why does my TV have this dumb game on? Oh, I'm on the wrong channel. Okay, I got you. It's going to be on SEC Network. All of a sudden, I saw Louisville and Duke, and I was like, oh, God, this is a nightmare. Crocky Poo jumps in, says, Ward Eagle JGT, let's go. Crocky Poo, one of our great bunks, always posting great stuff, football content, basketball content. He's got a real passion for Auburn. He's got a real passion for storytelling through statistics. And I think he's got a passion for the bunker. He hasn't actually told me that, but I believe that to be true. Neil J. in the house. He's our favorite Welshman who lives in Scotland. And he says, a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous. He's a fan of... the Big Lebowski, obviously. And we're glad to have you here. Keithner's in the house. What are you sipping on today, he asks. I'm going to be sipping on this Bardstown single barrel. So to me, this is basically Origin single barrel. This is not an expensive bottle. I think we bought this. We bought this at Beach Liquors down at the in Sandestin when we were down there 3 weeks ago. I think this is $70 or $80, which is kind of expensive, actually. But, some of these Bardstowns can go $120, $130, or even higher than that. This is a very good bottle of bourbon. I'm very happy to have it. I have another one tucked away when this one runs out, and so we're not going to be completely without our Origin series. Matthew M. in the house. What up, my man? Hey, still appreciative of everything that you did for my daughter and our family, and we're still enjoying it. Raven in the house. Word. E-Hall says Gus was Gus in his outstanding commentary. I didn't even have to see what happened. I knew it was going to happen. They were going to go on the road, and they were going to play competitively for a while, and then when it was time to lock down, they were going to shit the bed, and it looks like that's exactly what they did. It happens sometimes. Happens a lot. War Eagle 0008, absolute channel legend and bunker legend as well. Wartime Eagle family at a hunting camp, so can't chat all day. Wait. That sucks. We love having you in the chat. But let's get this W. Thanks for the show, JG. Hey, I hope you have a good time out there, bro. That sounds like fun. We've been talking about not necessarily hunting, but getting together and shooting some guns in a bunker. Like, doing some gun fellowship, I guess you could say. And I don't own a gun. I've been consulting with Archie, who knows a lot about weapons, handguns specifically, about getting myself something. I ran a rifle range many years ago, but I just haven't really gotten into it lately. But I would love to do that with some of the folks in the bunker who know a lot more than me. New Gus Who Dis being one of them, Southern Gent being one of them. And that sounds like fun. D Lucky in the house as well, absolute legend. Grindworks in the house, man. We've got a lot of pillars of our society in here. I'm going to go ahead and move over to our in-game because SEC Network's about to go to it here as well. And I'm going to go ahead and change these Ashford headings. I'm going to go ahead and change those to Thorn because that's the way it's looking here to start. I do want to mention before we get going in this game, because we'll be talking about a lot of football stuff, and hopefully it's going to be very positive today. Auburn does have 2 basketball recruits on campus today. Caleb is a top 5 player for the next class. And Cody is, top 20 player for the current class. So some very big names on campus checking out this game from a basketball perspective. And again, it's sometimes you forget Derek freaking Mason. Wow. This got to be a new thing for him. I wonder if he'll be good. I'm not going to hear a single word he says today because I only listen to you guys and myself. But I'll be interested to see how this goes when I do the rewatch tomorrow. That ought to be fun. I feel like a stranger. My man. What up, brother? Another one of our pillars. We should just call y'all pillars instead of legends. It's kind of more unique, I guess. Word up. Everybody say. LFG, much love, Drainer, Swoogans, and the Tates, especially Mama Tate. She really, if you guys are into if you're cool with praying for my mom or adding her to your prayer list, I would certainly appreciate it. She's had a really bumpy couple weeks. She was transferred to the ER on Friday, so yesterday. And we went up to visit her, and it didn't go real well because she's just not doing super good. But I don't – yeah. Anyway, thanks, guys, for the prayers, and she's still with us. Also, a weird little thing that happened to me this week. My dad is about 20 miles from where the shooting in Lewiston, Maine went down this week, and he was locked down and a little bit nervous just because he lives out in the woods by himself, essentially. But he just locked the doors and hoped for the best, and that situation came to a conclusion late last night, I guess. An absolute tragedy, but it was really close to where my dad is at, so I was kind of worried. And he's not a good answerer of phones, so I didn't hear from him until this morning. I was like, bro, tell me you're good. Thank you, Cassidy Pieces. Prayers up for Mama Tate, Auburn Dad, for life as well. Thanks, guys. Chaz, what up, man? Yo, JG, been MIA. I did notice you were here maybe, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Anyway, we love having you here. A bunch of life changes living in Pensacola now. Oh, that's a fun town. I hope you're having a good time, bro. My experiences in Pensacola have been really, really good, so I hope they've been good for you too. Peyton Thorne looks like he's going to be getting the nod this week. I personally think I would have gone with Robbie, but they have their reasons, and I'll be interested to see if they can engineer some ways. Taylor, by the way, is an Auburn graduate, so she's getting to cover her school, her beloved school. If they can find some way to extract a little more potential or a little bit more production out of Peyton Thorne, I swear to you, he's got it in there. The thing that trips me out about him is that he's good in practice, and every single week they're like, he's performing, he's doing what we want to do. And then he gets to these games, and it's not translating. And hopefully today, maybe today's going to be the day that they find a way to translate it well. Whale Driver in the house. No message offered, no message needed. We love Whale Driver. Thank you, sir, for the super chat here to get us started on this kickoff. Let's see. Chip says, "Can they just roll with Thorne all the way and see what shakes out?" Yeah, I mean, they can. I think that we've kind of got an idea of how that would go, right? It would be mostly bad and with sprinkled in with some decent plays. But we'll see what happens. Thanks, Canoeman. Appreciate you supporting my mom on that one for sure. She's out in Prattville. Marty, what's up? Says, hi, guys. I don't recognize Marty. You might be a first-timer. Who knows? If you are, welcome. If you're not, welcome. All right, let's see what they can do with Peyton Thorne. The thing about Peyton is, at least the way it's been this season, they don't ask him to throw the ball down the field. I think that he's only thrown like 30 or 35 passes so far this year beyond 10 yards, and he's completed something like 32 or 33% of them. It's not going to matter if they're going to get 12 yards on first down like that right there. Cassidy P jumping in, not convinced Robbie operates RPO well enough. Too many misreads last game to trust he won't pull and run at the wrong time. He is a little random with that, but also you have the problem with Peyton Thorne being very hesitant and not throwing to open receivers when they're open has been part of the problem. But I agree with you in a general sense, sir, as usual. Josh C. in the house, War Eagle JG sipping Elijah Craig barrel proof ABC pick. That sounds good. Elijah Craig barrel proofs are strong, though. That is not a beginner's bourbon, in my opinion. That is a intermediate to potentially advanced because you got to be ready for that proof. What is it, 125-ish? And it will hit you in the face if you're not ready for it. So, Josh C., I trust you. That you're making the right decision there. It is tasty if you can take it. We haven't seen the 13 personnel package yet, but that's not a big deal. Oh, we got a broken tackle to Sir Caleb Burton. The transfer from Ohio State and another first down, a passing first down there. Chip says, major suckage likely. I like it. I got to write that down. Major suckage likely. Throw the ball. I only missed it by 7 yards, guy. It's not that bad. All right, major suckage likely. Sir Chip. We got a great quote there to start things off with. Auburn was shocked to see a completion. We were too. Let's see. Uvid says, if we don't win this against a backup quarterback and a running back, then I'm done for the year, moving on to basketball. The good news is that basketball starts pretty damn soon, so you wouldn't have to wait very long. Hunter with a decent little run there. And he's still fighting for it. That's good. Now, see, Auburn is so much better when it's 2nd and 3 or 2nd and 2. Keep them on schedule, and you can keep them moving. Keep the chains moving. You got to think of this Auburn offense in the state that it's in like a wishbone team. They don't run wishbone, but it moves very deliberately in smaller chunks of yardage. 4 yards, 6 yards, 5 yards, 7 yards. The way that Oklahoma used to run, wishbone. They just kind of matriculate down the field over and over again. The problem with that is you can't get behind because then you can't catch up quickly. And Auburn's got its first illegal procedure penalty of the game. It happens. Not a mouse. What up, bro? Good to have you here. Also, number 19, the legend himself. He says that throw was in the general vicinity of a receiver. That's improvement. You know what I say to that?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
We'll just kind of see which one it is. Ryan D in the house. What up, bro? Great to have you here. As part of our chat on this beautiful Saturday, I figured we'd have some people that weren't on the show today because it's got them on that one. Got a free play coming up. Might as well air it out. Only missed it by like 2 yards on that one. Hey, that's better. Number 19. He missed the first one by 7 and missed that one by 2. But it's not really going to matter. It's all good. It's a beautiful, for those of you who are not in our vicinity, it's a beautiful day outside here in central Alabama. It's probably, 80 degrees, 78 degrees, sunny. I think it's going to be the last one like this for a while. Well, no, tomorrow's going to be like this. Monday, we're going to get a big drop in temperature. And then Halloween on Tuesday is going to be chilly too. So that's good, though. You want Halloween to be a little cold. For those of you who just jumped on, I'm drinking the Bardstown Single Barrel. This is basically the Origin Single Barrel. And we like Bardstown products a lot. A whole lot. They're bringing a lot of dudes. Hey, guys, that was a slant to Jay Fair for a first down on 3rd and 4. This is amazing. We need to give them like a sound effect for that right there. Let's just give them a triangle. We got to have a first down like sound. John D says hook stop running. Maybe we know why he doesn't play that much now. They've been running 2-by-1 sets for the most part here. I was thinking they would do more 13 because it worked well for them last week. Nice patient after the catch from Jay Fair right there. Getting up, again, staying on schedule. It's going to be 2nd and 3, I think. Uvid says slants have worked all year. We just don't run them. I think that Peyton is not comfortable throwing them. I don't think Robbie's particularly comfortable throwing them, but I agree that they need to get more comfortable. It's a good way to attack the defense. They're going to try to go out wide. That's got to be interference. Holy shit. What a play right there, man.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right, so Shane Hooks catches a underthrown pass, but may have been done on purpose because it was placed right where it needed to be, and then essentially just dragged a dude into the end zone. Like the first time we've seen Shane Hooks actually make a real play this year. The transfer from Jackson State, who did not follow Dion to Colorado, instead came to ply his trade inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. So a nice moment for him there, and a nice moment for the Auburn Tigers to take that first drive and get it all the way down the field. What was that, an 8-play drive? Let's take a gander here at the statistical markers. Oh, I love this Pensacola ad because that girl's just running, and she looks like she knows what she's doing. And she had decent ball security, too. That's what I like to see. That was a 8-play, 75 yards, and 322. So that's got to be really, really nice down there on the sideline to be like, hey, guys, this is going to work. Peyton Thorne was 4 of 5 for 53 on that bad boy. Got that updated. And let's see. Jarquez was 3 carries for 22 on that drive. I feel a lot better this week. I was feeling under the weather last week, honestly. I feel 100% today, and I'm happy for it. And 1 of 1 on 3rd down on that drive. That's right. They had the 3rd and 4. They threw the slant to Jay Fair and converted that. So that's nice, too. They probably average about 4 3rd down conversions per game, so they're already there. Already making their way. We're making our way. Let's see. Chip. Let me make sure I didn't miss. No, I didn't. Chip had another super chat coming through. He said, we didn't even give away a Swoogan last week, maybe 2 this week. I'm definitely open for that. No doubt, Swoogan glasses are some of the hottest things going. Actually, the Louvre had contacted me. I sent them to Chip about putting one in their rare collection, and I thought that was pretty cool. Cats DP jumping in again, saying, good sign that Thorne is seeing Jay Fair early. We kind of talked about how Jay is probably the most consistent receiver they've got, and they don't necessarily go to him a lot, but there you go. They went to him on that drive, and it paid dividends for sure. Everybody fired up. Justin O in the chat today. Justin, of course, officially named best bartender in Montgomery on Monday in a competition between some amazing bartenders, both here and from Auburn. The bartenders from Vintage over in Auburn, I thought, did a particularly good job, in addition to Justin and his co-conspirator. Chris, number 19, thought that was a face mask on the catch. I did think I saw something there. AU88 says, ever notice Thorne looks like Daniel Cobb? He kind of does, doesn't he? Because Daniel had the the long hair in the back and kind of had that look on his face like he wasn't quite sure what was going on all the time, which Peyton is really good at as well. That's a good one, AU88. Good eye. Snobburn says, you look great, Jay. Thank you. Uh-huh. I got to use a new word on my wife yesterday. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was amazing. I love it when I get to use a new wife on her. Prating. I use the word prating. It means to just babble and gabble about silly shit. So why are you prating about that? She's like, what? Poppy Clan in the house. He says, in the house, Jay. I like what I see. Can we keep it up? Boy, that'd be good. That would be terrific. Also hope for good things for the Browns this weekend. Your Browns. My Raiders play on Monday night this week, which sucks, man. I don't get to watch my team tomorrow, and then I have to wait until like 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock, whatever, on Monday. It sucks. Justin says, glad you felt good to come out Monday. Yeah, Monday was like the first day I started feeling decent, and me and Courtney got to see Justin cook up some badass cocktails. Diego says, good-looking tie, JG. Yeah, usually I wear just the white, but every now and then I change it up, you know. You got to do that sometime. Quan's his best bartender in the city. I didn't know that you knew him, bro. I hope you do. Justin O is, people are asking where he tends bar. He tends bar at the Cigar Bar downtown, right near the fountain. I believe he would be just south of the fountain. Okay, their quarterback is going to go deep, and he has got a receiver pretty damn open out there, especially considering DJ was in coverage. He doesn't usually leave guys open too much, so I'd like to see this passing concept. Tough catch. Yeah, he got 2 feet in. Nice play. Got to give him credit. Jeff C., what's up, man? He says, what's up, JG? It's been a minute. It sure has. I was thinking about you the other day, man. Hope you guys are doing good. You and your outstanding wife, who's quite a singer, by the way. Now, that's more like the passing I was expecting out of this guy. Seriously, I hope you're doing good, Jeff. Out there making it happen. 23 Court Cigar Bar. There's the official name of it right there. And Jay Robertson says, got some Ole Miss fans rooting for Auburn today. Yes, Ole Miss, of course, never going to be pulling for Mississippi State. Unless there's some special reason. But, yeah, we appreciate the good vibes, sir. And I can't speak for everybody here, for the entire populace, but I pull for Ole Miss when they're not playing Auburn. I like Ole Miss. I like the people I've met over there. I like the coach, obviously. I think the powder blue uniforms are absolutely amazing. Guys, we got to have a little bit more toughness at the point of attack there. Oh, God. Oh, is that Roy? Who is that? Tell me that's not Roy Parker. It is Roy Parker. I hope he's all right. Roy is an absolute sideline legend at Auburn. He's been doing like sideline passes and stuff, just kind of keeping an eye on folks out there for years. Incredible guy, too. Oh, hold on, Roy. He's going to be all right. Let's see. Snobburn says, tell your wife that she is pulchritudinous. I don't know. I better look that one up, bro. Prating was the actual word I used, though. Prating. And I also wanted to use misdemeanor yesterday, but not as like an actual criminal thing, just to say someone was straying into misdemeanor. Didn't have a chance to really do that, though. Runner 24 says, the non-all-white dress shirt is definitely a step up, JG. Wow, all right, cool. I didn't think that that would be a big deal. I thought people would actually think I was... Yeah. Somebody said I was way behind today. Am I really? Damn. I hate to hear that. I'll do the best I can, though. I'll hit live on my remote. Maybe I did something wrong here. No? All right, so I've got a 2nd and 7. They were going to do a wide pitch, and Jalen McLeod and Keontae got out there and really cut that thing off. So they're going to be 3rd and longish here, 7-6, something in that range. They need to wipe that end zone camera's got some smudges on it. They're going to have to wipe that camera clean, or that lens clean. Missy Elliott. I don't know. I don't know that song. Or that particular lyric, whatever. 3rd and 7. Let's see if Auburn can dial up a little press here. Keontae. I think he's going to be short, though. Yeah, they're going to mark him a yard short. I probably would have marked that a little bit closer to the. There you go. He ended up putting it in the right place. All right, so that was a nice stop from Keontae, honestly. They're gonna have to go for this, right? 4th and half a yard. Josh C says Scott is a hitter. He sure is, man. He is an enthusiastic football player. He's also a good football player. And as an added bonus, he's a real plus in the locker room. He's just charismatic and calm, and he's just a good leader. He's a good guy to talk to. They're just going to do a quarterback run there. A little bit of power action on that with the tailback coming around. They ended up getting the 1.5 yards they needed, or the half a yard, and they added another yard on top of that. So they're going to have a first down inside the red zone on the 15 is what I'm looking at here. Robert M. says, how do you pass up points here? They felt pretty good about having a running quarterback and just getting some power going on that. The 6 says, Keontae, any chance he stays next year? Absolutely. I think in fact, I would probably lean towards saying he would stay. I'm not sure he's going to be enough of a professional guy yet, but I could be wrong. Boy, Jalen got a nice jump on that play, but he got pushed down pretty easily. It's part of the problem with Jalen McLeod is he's very quick, but he's also just not very strong. He's short, and he just loses too many positional leverage battles. Whale Driver says 3 defensive linemen on 4th and 1. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, they got the yardage pretty easily too, didn't they? A little bit disappointing. All right, as Josh C. mentioned, Keys is out there, number 6. The middle linebacker actually just forced that run inside, did his job very nicely, funneled it inside, and Eugene made a stop on that. I do think that Keys, the way he played against Ole Miss last week, is a step up from Larry Nixon Jr., which shouldn't surprise anybody. Keys was supposed to be the starter, so you rotate with, there's Philip Montgomery and also Ron Roberts right there. Now it's just Ron Roberts. Now you go with Eugene and Keys, and that's a nice little, it's a nice collaboration, we'll call it. Third and 5. Auburn was in kind of an odd looking set there with Keontae almost inverted with Zion. Didn't really understand what was going on there. Oh, Nick A gives us some good numbers here. I guess Kansas is ahead of Oklahoma right now. That would make me happy. Oklahoma, of course, undefeated, but just barely hanging on. Seems like a lot of games they're hanging, just barely beating people. But, I mean, give them credit. A lot better than Auburn's been this year. All right, so Mississippi State kicks a field goal. I don't even give them sounds for their field goals. Screw them. Maybe I should, though. Maybe I could sit Chris Hansen on them. Yeah, Chris Hansen shows up at the football complex at Mississippi State and says,
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Let's see. Poppy Clan says, Jay, have any insight on what it was like for Mason to be back at Auburn for the game call and production meetings with the staff? No, I don't. I was surprised to see him on there, so I don't know much about that at all, actually. I never really got to know him very much when he was at Auburn. Hell, he wasn't here very long. And he kind of left in a hurry. We'll put it that way. They went 0 for 2 on third down on that drive, but they were 1 for 1 on fourth. But we do count third down conversions, and they're 0 for 2 right now. So that's the situation. Right now, through one possession each, Auburn has 75 yards. They have 65 yards. Average yards per completion is 13.3 for Auburn. That probably won't hold. And 18.5 for Mississippi State. I want to say that throw to Hooks was the first completion for Peyton Thorne over 10 yards, 10 air yards in a month. Or maybe 3 weeks. I don't know. I love when Josh C. just says, did Oklahoma shit the bed? I hope somebody says yes. Please say yes. Somebody answer him in the affirmative. Anonymous, I don't even know what you're asking about, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. Chip says, one look at how Mr. Potato, ran the program, and Mason found the door in a hurry. We need to the Roadrunner sound. He goes, meep, meep. Wizard D says, blitz package with Scott and Eugene Asante would be very beneficial. They were doing that earlier. Yeah, and they had Keys blitzing a little bit too. So, there you go. Cassidy P with yet another super chat. This guy, from a number of super chats perspective, has got to be leading the universe. Ready for Thorne to ooze machismo on this drive. Of course, Cassidy P has always felt like he looks a lot like, no, not he, but Peyton Thorne looks a lot like Razor Ramon. So, and he is handsome. We just would like to see maybe some better play. I'm just talking out loud. I mean, whatever. Spicy P with the perfect statement. He says, perfect time to bench Thorne. When things are going well, that's when they start flipping the script a little bit. I don't know. Okay, so number 19 says there's still at least 10 minutes left in that game. The Kansas-Oklahoma game, there was a weather delay, which doesn't surprise me. As someone who went to high school in Oklahoma, watched a lot of OU games back in the day, there were a lot of weather problems. And this is in the 80s, so changed a little bit, I think. Back in those days, they would beat the ever-loving shit out of Kansas every year. I felt so bad for Kansas. Like, they'd lose to Oklahoma like 66-0, 75-0. Back in those days, Missouri was in that league, and so they would do that. Good golly, Miss Molly, it was so bad. I'm gonna type in, take a look at some of these scores from the 80s. Yeah, let's see. Okay, 85, Oklahoma won 48-6. In 86, they won 64-3. In 87, Peyton Thorne with another quick pass, right on target and on time too, to Cam Brown. 87, it was 71-10. 88, it was 63-14. 1989 was 45-6. That's not that bad. 90 was 31-17. 91 was 41-3. All Oklahoma wins. I'm telling you guys. And they have to televise this shit every week. Can you imagine, dude? Even if you're an OU fan, you're just done at some point. Moving on. Anonymous says Thorne is Ralph Macchio after they swept the leg. Hey, man, he got the last laugh on that quarterback draw right there. Let's see. Cassidy Pieces Damari time. Excited to see him back today. I did not see him yet, but he was supposed to be on the verge of being available. I guess you may have seen him. Neil deGrasse, what up, bro? I didn't know what was. They need to wipe this lens or something, man. This end zone lens. Here we go with frustration again. Peyton late getting the call in. Going with the doubles, but he's going to be in motion here. Rivaldo is. All right, that play just came straight out of Gus Malzahn's playbook. I bet it's a good staple play. It's a good. It kind of has a split zone action with the quick screen. They got 6-7 yards on it, so. Number 6 fullback / H-back prospect in the draft. Interesting. I don't know where that would put him, though, in the draft. Being the number 6 H-back is not necessarily super high. I don't know. I'll tell you something about this this Bardstown single barrel I'm drinking. It is so sweet on the front end. Holy cow. It's just like a Mike and Ike on the front end. And like a usual Bardstown product, it has a very solid, it's got some heft to it all the way through, so I like that. Spicy Pieces, where the hell has this been? Peyton Thorne going deep. Oh, shit, he hit VAR. He hit VAR.
The more you fuck around,
oh, my God.
the more you're going to find out.
Damn. I know we were just talking about how that was Peyton Thorne's, the touchdown to Hooks may have been his longest pass in a month through the air. And then he throws one even longer than that to Malcolm Johnson Jr. for a touchdown. I don't know, what was that, 45 yards? That was at least 30 yards through the air. I'm telling you, he's bringing it today. 14-3. Good guys. I mean, and he had him. Oh, I'm sorry. I said Malcolm. It's Javaris or VAR. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. The two guys that Freeze had singled out about a month ago as the only two guys he felt really comfortable with was VAR, who was hurt, and then Fair. And now those guys are getting plenty. Sorry about this. Sorry about misidentifying him as Malcolm Johnson Jr. I thought it was 16. War Eagle 0008 just says, what the hell is going on? Justin wants to know, where in the heck has this been? And Solo Tigre says, according to Andy, I'm glad you're able to double team that because Andy's here's a good source of information. Says longest pass play of the year. Outstanding. Toomer's Corner, our parlay expert, also wonders what in the world is going on. And perfectly timed Spicy Piece is Robbie time. They will not do that. Runner 24 thinks this may be the wrong channel. Are we sure this is the Auburn Tigers? Feel like a stranger says, we can pass now? We can pass now. Cleveland Brown have been asking for that all game. Who's going to clean that end zone camera? Yes, please, somebody. In the south end zone, please. Get that camera. All right, let's get some of these numbers updated. I'm kind of excited, man. Kind of excited to put up some decent numbers. Peyton Thorne, you guys are going to shit yourself. 8 of 9 for 120. First quarter, guys. 8 of 9 for 120. And 2 TDs. 2 TDs. Yes. Jarquez still at 3 for 22. Peyton had the one run for 8 yards. We'll give him that. I think he'll run a little bit before this day's over. A little bit more than that, I should say. I haven't seen Cobb in there. I always put Cobb's name on there because I'm kind of like, I'm trying to wish that into existence. The Auburn Tigers are currently 1 of 1 on third down, so they never even really faced that situation on that last drive. So 14-3, this is good. That play, by the way, was 5 plays, 75 yards. The touchdown was 45 yards. Wow, that was crazy right there. I would go ahead and say amazeballs, honestly. Cassidy P jumps in again. Oozing machismo. Yes, you had predicted prior to that drive, or hoping that Peyton would continue, and he did. Wow. That's good stuff right there. Looking good. I love that some of you guys are calling for Robbie already. I mean, jokingly. I get it. That was as good as 2 field goals. You're right. You're right. Statistically speaking, that was as good as 2. DP says we are in the multiverse. TJ says, I will forever remember this day. This game, we had a scoring drive passing the ball. 2 back-to-back. Back-to-back scoring drives with touchdown passes. Unbelievable. Never thought you'd see the day. A. Robinson says stats update. I got him updated, bro. I'm just a little bit behind. That's all. I'm working my way through here. Josh C says, JG, do they legalize the forward pass now? Got him. Also, the 6 gives us some very good some data here that Florida is leading the Bulldogs 7-3. That would be amazing if they were able to pull that one off, huh? Kicked it out of bounds. Anthony also wants to know where this has been. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you. Jeff C., the aforementioned. Jeff C., a fan of Van Halen. And it goes deeper than just a shirt, by the way. I was listening to Sinner's Swing earlier today on my bike ride. One of my favorites. Get out and push. Love some Van Halen now. Boy, I'll tell you, that pass was right where it needed to be, wasn't it? Nicely done, man. I mean, I know he was open, but still. Snobberton says, hey, Jay, let Henri know that I need those voodoo wings by halftime. Absolutely. Make him work. Put him to work. Blake says, had to come see you, Jay. What in the world is happening? We're trying to figure it out too, bro. We're just kind of enjoying this for what it is and taking in the splendor that is an Auburn passing game that works. Auburn's going to need to tighten up a little bit on the run game, or run defense, I should say, but there's plenty of time for that. Steve R. is already getting excited. He says, Thorne greater than Cam. That's good. I love that. I love that we can all joke about this and have fun together. Jeff C., by the way, on his super chat says, so glad to reconnect. Can't stay long, dealing with a ton of family issues. Man, prayers up, bro. I hope you're doing good. Better days all around soon. Love you guys. See you at the Iron Ball War Eagle. I love the phrase see you at the Iron Bowl because if they keep playing like this, I'd actually be excited about that. Jeff C., I hope you're doing good, though, brother. Big Van Halen fan. Not many people are bigger Van Halen fans than me, but I think he is. Mega jumps in. Guys, sometimes it takes 7 games to work out the kinks. We come in War Down Eagle. Oh, my God. Jay Robertson is very happy to see this going on. He says, GA drove down the field. Georgia drove down the field, and Florida held them at the goal line to a field goal. These are things that I don't get to watch, but I sure do enjoy hearing you describe that. Jay Robertson also says Rebels pulling for the Gators today. I think everybody's pulling for the Gators today. CJ jumps in. Number 20, as you might know him on the bunker. Hey, I thought he was going to miss the tackle, Cam Riley, but he didn't actually. He wrapped him up and got him down. So good. Keldrick and Cam on that play together. CJ says, bit late. Catch me up, JG. Wow, this is going to be a tough one to catch you up on, brother. Peyton Thorne actually looks good. He's completed 2 touchdown passes. His second one was a 45-yard bomb to VAR, and it was beautiful. Literally just put it right here. And they've been making sense. They've been running fairly well. They've been passing very well. Peyton doesn't look freaked out. This is just kind of the way that we had all hoped that Peyton would look all year. Josh C. says, JG, if we have 3 touchdown drives in a row, it is shot time. I'll tell you what, it's shot time right now just to have 2. I have failed you guys, and I will make it up to you. Runner 24 says, see you at the Iron Bowl. See you in Nashville next week, baby. I was actually talking with the administrative assistant about if Why Not AU is going to have like a pregame party up there. Like, I really want to go to that because I feel like him and you got Gus, who is like his homie, his consigliere. When those guys are out partying, like I feel like I need to be there. I was at their Penn State tailgate, which is off the chain. I've been to 2 of their Auburn, Alabama basketball parties, and they've both been off the chain. One of them even more so than the other one. The guys know how to put on a party. Poppy Clan says, Jay, the Raiders need to beat those Detroit Lions on MNF. God, I would love it. The problem is the Lions got absolutely steamrolled last week by the Ravens. That might have been a wake-up call for them. And you know how we play on the road. Well, you may not know, but we're pretty bad. We're pretty bad. AU Taxman says, MSU is Hughes' Super Bowl. That's got to be. I felt like that gunner, number 4, was way offside, but they're not going to call it. That's well done, though. That was a good team effort to keep that ball out of the end zone, and Auburn's going to take over on like the half-yard line. Joel Osteen with the punt. Jeff C. says, Gus says, Auburn's looking solid. They look pretty solid to me. I don't know if you heard, Jeff, but Gus Gust today, big time. Kept the game close at West Virginia until late, and then it just all fell apart. I mean, we all pull for Gus. I mean, I think we all should. But we can simultaneously pull for him and also know what to expect. You know what I mean? Josh C. says he's in Birmingham, going to drive up Friday. You're getting ready for a party. Wizard D says he's going as well. I hope you guys go to the shindig, man. I'm telling you, he knows how to party, and his people know how to party. You know, he's always got his like I get there, fraternity brothers from the days. Has those guys know how to party? They're fun as hell. UVids, I don't know. It just says bye Neil Brown. Yeah, it was Neil Brown that did it. Poppy Clan says Mason is surprisingly decent at this commentating. I'm interested. We got Robbie in there now. First down. We were joking about it's time to put Robbie in, right? Hey, if it really is a change of pace, that's fine. I mean, he needs to get some touches. Yeah, there's Razor Ramon's back out there. Let's see if it doesn't mess up his rhythm or whatever. C-Red13 says, "Ah, hell. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, bro. You're thinking, what? We're finally getting a lot of mileage out of this offense, and now you're going to switch." But I was cool with that one right there. That wasn't a big deal. It's kind of a specialized situation. Cassidy P says, as a Lions fan, I respectfully refrain from disparaging Las Vegas. You can gently disparage them all you want. In fact, you could probably angrily disparage them because I do that myself. We have an absolute ignoramus head coach. It just absolutely just boggles my mind how bad he is. All right, that's going to be the end of the quarter. And what a quarter it was for the Auburn Tigers, man. Wow. That is probably best case scenario. I mean, they could be up 100, but realistically speaking, that Wizard D says, why did we change quarterbacks when Thorne was rolling? I think it was either 2nd and 4. It was 2nd and 4, and it was just a situation that was begging for like a quarterback power or something like that. And so they went with Ashford just to kind of pinch hit right there, and he got 6 yards on the first down. So I can understand why you're sitting there thinking, JG, why change quarterbacks at all? But I thought the situation demanded, or it didn't demand it, but it made sense. Just for one. Runner 24 says, need the details for sure. This is for the event up in Nashville next weekend. It'll be better than hitting a random bar. Yeah, he talked about it on the board. It's kind of tough for me to pull it up right now. I can give it a shot, though. We're on a halftime break, or a quarter break anyway. I'm just doing a quick search here. Trying to see where they're going to be. All right, he's got a thread. It's called Nash Vegas AU Tailgate. It says, and I'm just reading what Why Not AU posted on the bunker. He said, we rented out one of my old school favorites near the Vandy campus. It's called The Corner Bar. It's an old school place with some great folks who run it. We have the bar from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Yours truly, DJ For the Cause, with capital AU, will be on the ones and twos. And you got Gus, who's one of his conciliaries, will be in the building hyping it up. Stop by before the game. It's a 15-minute walk to the stadium. Hope to see you guys there. DM me for more details. And he includes a map, a Google map link to the corner bar at Elliston Place. So that's where it's going to be. Those of you who are in Nashville or have partied at Vanderbilt, and I hope there was a girl involved if you did that, know where the corner bar is. Darkside wants to know what I'm sipping on. Thank you for asking. I am sipping on this Bardstown Origin Series single barrel. We picked up this one at Beach Liquors in Destin/Sandestin. A great place to pick up bourbon, by the way. And it's tasty. It's very, very sweet on the front end. Like, this might be some of the sweetest bourbon I've ever had on the front end. But it's good, man. I pretty much stand behind anything Bardstown Bourbon Company makes. I think Cassidy P would agree with me on that. Also, AU Taxman would probably agree with me on that. Let's see, Neil J and I were talking during the week about the over-under being 41, and I thought for sure with these two teams, under would be the play, but we're already almost halfway there. I guess we're technically halfway there. So we'll see. I hope you didn't put a lot of money on that, big boy. Jay Battle says, I wish I had more Woodford Reserve, this time watering it down with tears of joy. Well said. I like the sound of that. Jay Battle, attaboy. Kanuman says the corner bar is great. Kanuman is someone who's familiar with the Nashville scene, so I'm glad to hear that. That's a good endorsement and one that matters to me. So we were thinking about going, me and Courtney were thinking about going next week, and I know that would mean no show, or, yeah, it would probably mean no show. Don't fall out that window, bro. That would scare the hell out of me. Just being up that high and knowing there's nothing there. It's pretty cool to be up in the clock tower, though. It's badass. All right, Auburn's still growing. We're starting the second quarter here. They're at the -16 with a dose of confidence after having scored on their first two possessions. Oh, Jarquez has broken out. Nice run. That's probably, 35 yards on a play that they need to wipe this lens from the end zone again. So he's a had lad at about 2 yards, and then number 44 just whiffs, man. Jarquez says, word, I'll be seeing you. So they're out to, midfield now? Wow, what a big-time play right there. Josh says, WTF, Hunter? They're at -48 now, so big-time move right there. What's that, 30 yards? They give the ball to Hunter again after a long run, and he gets them another 8-ish. Plum Jam is good. Says, don't forget, fellas, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, which you are. But we're playing Mississippi State. Dude, Auburn's lost 4 in a row in league play. Like, it ain't like they're world beaters right now. So, bring it. Stack it. Oh, my gosh. Guys, did you see? Wait, what? They call an OPI or DPI on that? That might be against Hooks. I was about to commend that throw and that catch, which is something I don't do very often, nor do you. And then they called OPI on Hooks. Let's see if this is a legit play. It was a hell of a throw. You get to see it on that replay. It was obviously on the separation. He did have the hand extended, which is usually a telltale sign when they're looking for OPI. But not a lot of effect, really. Whatever. CJ says he gets a shout down on the rub down for that one. Robert M says Collier's article has made all the difference. Love it, man. That column went over really, really well. But T is out in the open field on a screen. And he's getting 10, so now they're at plus 48, making up some of the ground from that OPI. And this is going to be a manageable third down now after being in a big hole there. Damon, I don't know if you're I don't know what you're doing. Is that a real tweet or something? Yeah, Steve R was not a fan of the PI call. It was definitely not not exactly going to. They're not going to call the police for that one. No. And I'm not talking about Sting and Andy Summers. All right, so 3rd and 6. He's going to get an underneath throw to Damari that's going to give him about 2, maybe 3. So it's going to be 4th and 3, but they're at maybe plus 45, so you're kind of in no man's land. They're going to go ahead and punt it, I guess. I was thinking they might go for that. He's like, "What?" He's like, "Why did you check that down, bro?" Guys, do we think they ought to go for that one right there? Yeah, Cleveland Browns with me on that one. I mean, that's a great kick and good coverage. They're going to start Mississippi State about the 2. And Simp is there to put that ball down. And the flying Aussie with another fine kick right there. Perfectly judged the distance on that. Chip says punt. Yeah, not a mouse. I'm sorry. I did not mean to leave Stuart Copeland out of there. Sting, Andy Summers, Stuart Copeland, of course. It's always got to be those 3 guys. We're talking about the police. Not maybe so much when they were recording Synchronicity in Montserrat because they recorded all that stuff separately because they hated each other so badly. But be that as it may, I've been listening to Man in a Suitcase a lot lately. That's been in my regular rotation. Another key for my collection. That's a band I've been listening to a lot more lately. The Police, man. I mean, everybody listened to them a bunch when Synchronicity came out, and then they just disappeared, and they were kind of gone. I had to listen to that stupid stuff that Sting kept singing in the 90s and 2000s. But A Dream of Rain, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, dude, get back to making some rock and roll, bro. Although, it's got to be something like Ghost in the Machine just bugs me. It can't be that. Ed D giving us some updates from the Magic City Classic. Bama State 7, Alabama A&M, early 2nd. Love it. Been to Magic City twice. My friend Josh Moon, who used to go, we covered the SWAC together a little bit for years, and he wrote something the other day about going to the Magic City Classic and how great it is, and that he finds it so silly that white people he talks to are always like, I can't go to that, or I wouldn't feel comfortable. As someone who covered the SWAC full-time for a little while and then went periodically to events, that's not been my experience at all, going to SWAC or the stuff from Tuskegee's conference. The people are just great, always. I've been to 2 Magic Cities, and they're amazing. In fact, I wish I could go to some. I'm just usually, I'm so into Auburn that I end up doing that. But if you guys ever have a chance to go to that, that is an absolute party zone for everybody. CJ says Blink-182 is a good band. I don't know where that came from, but I would agree. Warrigal19 says, JG, the stream is like a play behind. I can't fix that, brother. I'm live on my TV, and it takes some time for me to go from Brain Drain headquarters up to the great pie in the sky and then back down to you. It's just part of it. Let's see. Chip says, Message in a Box was the Complete Works box set. It's a very clever name. I've not heard of that, but that's a very clever name. Man in a Suitcase. Such a great little short song. Synchronicity 2. Amazing. Neil deGrasse says, I know plenty of white people that enjoy the classic. Yeah, well, I was just saying with Josh Moon's page, a lot of people were saying, I wouldn't go to that. 'Cause I think there was a shooting there a couple years ago. Dude, there's a shooting like everywhere in America these days. Can't rule that out. If you're scared of that, you just can't go out of your house anymore. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Mental health is a problem. Mental health is a problem, and anger management's a problem. We got to work on that too. We got to start caring about other people more, one way or another. Outlandish Demore, man, that's not where I was thinking you were going to go with that, Not Salty. Darkside says JG is swag. I was one time, 98, 99, 2000. Oh, nice run by their quarterback to get the first down on a scramble. 2nd and 11, and he made that happen. Good stuff. He's more of a runner, though. And he showed it right there. Scrantonicity 2, greater than synchronicity 2. Good offense reference there. Well done. This is something my daughter just sent. This is hilarious, man. Nick Cannon is hilarious. Dude, let's see if you guys like this. Hold on. Let me get this play over with. Man, Auburn's defense is flying around. They're definitely hitting people. Look at this, dude. I love this this outfit. That is amazing right there. I don't know who these people are, but that's an amazing couple's costume right there. I love it. Peter Pumpkin Eater. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Let's see. Fresh Boy says, I got you, Jay. You straight. Appreciate you, man. I actually had a really good experience covering the SWAC. I got to go to Grambling, although Doug was a coach and not Eddie, but I did get to meet Eddie, or Coach Robinson. Told me to call him Eddie, so that's what I did. Doug Williams was, I think, in his first year when I was there, and then got to go to Alcorn, and went to the Classic down in Mobile with Jackson State. I never got to go to Itta Bena. Never got to go to Texas Southern. And I haven't been to Pine Bluff either. Yeah. It was fun, though. Stauburn, I don't know what you're doing, bro, but I appreciate that. Kansas sold? What does that mean? I need to get an update on that Kansas-Oklahoma game. Let's see what we got going here. 33-32 is what I'm looking at right here. Oklahoma has the ball. Dang, Kansas is going to spit the bid, aren't they? Dadgummit. Oklahoma keeps winning these games. They're like that year that Ohio State won the Natty with Maurice Claret, where all these games were close. And they just found a way to get it done. I mean, it's good stuff. All right, so they're going to have to punt. And Auburn's defense does the job from a ones and zeros perspective. So Auburn will be taking over probably, assuming it's just a regular deal here, around the 40. Keontae gets a few hidden yards, as Tubb used to talk about. No, I'm sorry. I said Keontae. Coy Moore. Gets a few hidden yards there and gets them up closer to midfield. Not Salty says, smash that like button, peeps. Thank you, Salty. We've only got 2,400 likes right now. We need more than that. And Steve R., I think some other people had mentioned that Clemson is having a tough day with NC State right now. Something's gone on with Clemson, man. They just haven't been the same lately, have they? You thought maybe last year was just kind of a one-hit wonder, but, man, they're kind of shitty again. CJ, thank you for the reminder to hydrate. That's what ballers do. Hydrate. I drank a lot of bourbon last night, which I felt like was a reward for a particularly shitty week for me, and stayed very hydrated all night long, and sure enough, woke up great. Woke up quick at about noon. Just thought that it had to be on YouTube soon. Hey, y'all know that one. I know y'all know that one. Fresh Boy says we need to get those recruits Clemson's got. Come this way, young man. That failed wideout from Alabama's lost his mojo. The Clemson game is over. I don't know, man. I don't hate Clemson, though. Whatever. I will say that Dabo seems pretty cool from a reporter's perspective. Some coaches kind of understand our job and some don't. Harsin did not. Gus didn't in the beginning, and then he started to, and then he left. Tubb always did. Gene did not. Not that it matters. Obviously, BP understands our job really, really well, and it's really nice working with him because he just gets it. Snauburn says, like the Tuberville Golden Flake commercial. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Come to Butthead. Come to Auburn. Clemson is depressed about being on the WB. Fresh Boy says, easy. I was thinking NWA, but yeah, same thing. Let's see. Cassidy P jumped in again. He's been amazing today. Glad we rediscovered our punt return game. Yeah, it helps, man. Batiste been good. I mean, you're talking about punt return specifically, yeah. No, don't let Georgia score. Don't let Georgia score. Oh, they let Georgia score. Womp, womp, womp. I was actually trying to watch on TV, on the Jabotron, the highlights for the Kansas-Oklahoma game, but whatever. Looks like our chat is locked up again. Let me reload that on the main page. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, though, you're not going to know what I'm talking about because it's all good. Ed D, I did not have you as someone who would know the NWA raps because the boys in the hood are always hard. You come tucking that trash, we'll pull your card. Oh, my God, is he going to do it again into triple coverage? No. That's just probably not a throw that they're going to be happy about right there. Wizard D says Gene shined during the whole Cam situation. He handled it great. I would completely agree with you on that. He did. Now, he had some great, Rich McGlynn was kind of running that behind the scenes, and, it was an absolute stroke of genius, the way that was handled, very carefully and very thoughtfully. It was just well done. They ought to write a book about how they handled that, seriously. Rich is such a stud, and there's people you were like, he can't keep throwing these deep passes and hitting them, right? Cassidy B says, throwing into triple coverage. We back, baby. Hey, that's a holding on them. Yeah, number 7. Oh, yeah. That's pretty obvious there. Caleb Burton says, yes, sir. Now, that's their best defender right there, Sean Preston. One of the best, if you believe in PFF grades, and I do, he's one of the highest-rated safeties in the country and one of the highest-rated defenders overall in the SEC, so that guy can play too. When you beat him, you feel like you've done something. Spicy Pieces, I like this Caleb Burton kid. He's going to be good. Yeah, he's from the state of Texas. Played his first season at Ohio State, but was hurt for most of it. And they were expecting some good things from him this year. That place has an amazing array of wideouts every single year, it seems like. Marvin Harrison Jr. right now is the stud on the block, but they always got one, it seems like. And he just decided to leave. I guess he felt like he was buried and ended up here, and it took him some time, I think, to get going. But he's thinking on that next level. That's what Hugh's looking for from these wide receivers. Boy, that was a lick right there, dude. I bet Peyton's feeling that in his chest. But he did get the first down. That's a tough run right there, guys. It's an absolutely tough-ass run. All right, Nick A., keep us updated, bro. He says Kansas is driving their midfield down 1 with 2 minutes to go. So keep us updated on that one. I did see that Connor Lew was in there, but I didn't know he had a hell of a week last week. Peyton, make a good decision. He made a good decision. Ball was a little high, and Caleb, I think, could have caught that, but he didn't. It would have been a first down. Philip Montgomery. Get a little shot there. Patrick P says, WTF is up with this camera. Yeah, it's a little spazzy today, isn't it? What's up, SR71 Blackbird? How you been? No doubt Peyton loves the game, willing to take that hit. Yeah, that was a lick, man. You know he felt that. All right, 2nd and 10. Okay, that's the same play they ran about 15 plays ago. That little H screen off the play action, and they got about the same amount of yardage, which was 6, I think. It works. Josh C. thought that throw to Caleb was a little high. Yeah, it wasn't quite where it needed to be. But I still think that's well, it is catchable, but I still think he should have pulled that one in. Auburn's going to try to do a flood concept here to the left side or throw to the backside, single coverage. I don't know why they're showing this level of trust in Shane Hooks, but they are, and it didn't work out very well on that one. So I couldn't tell if he just dropped it or I would call that a contested throw, but still catchable. Nick A says 1st and goal, Kansas. They had a 40-yard pass on 4th and 6. Joko's keeping an eye on it too. And Chip reminds us that a field goal does win it because Kansas is only down 1. Joko says Kansas is in for a touchdown. I don't have a sound for that. I do have a sound for that field goal right there, though. Got to find it, though. There we go. Oh, I got him. Chip now says, looks like Oklahoma let them score. So, that's the sitch. Oh, they still have 55 seconds left. Smart. Because if you're going to try to lean on, if Kansas got to lean on their defense, but now since they got the touchdown, a field goal is not going to be enough. This is going to have to be, this could be Dylan Gabriel's Heisman moment. Spicy Pieces, what channel is Kansas on? I thought it was one of the main networks here, but I'm in Montgomery. I mean, who knows? If I recall correctly, you're nowhere near me, so. Yeah, might be different where you're at. You know, it's on like ABC or I guess ABC for me or Fox. I don't know. Oh, let me get some of these numbers updated since we're on a commercial break. Thorne is now 11 of 14 for 139. And he has rushed twice for 14 yards. Jarquez is at 7 for 69. That's a little bit of a step up for him. And their third down situation is 1 for 3. They're 0 for 4. Wow. They're hating that. All right, we're fully updated now. I still leave Cobb on there because I'm projecting. Spicy Pieces FS1. Wow, that for me that was the UCF game earlier. But hey, whatever works, man. That's all it takes. Oh, Justin C correctly notes that Fox is going to be Oregon and Utah. Yeah, that game kicked off concurrently with ours. So there we go. There we go. Okay, so was it on Fox earlier, Chris M, and then they switched it over to FS1? Hell, I don't know. It don't matter. All hydraulics. This is a really well put, and I felt the same thing, and I didn't know how to express it. Why is the SEC network so low energy? Every game is like an overcast day. It feels that way, doesn't it? It almost has like a Jefferson Pilot feel to it, you know? Oh, I love this view. Look how kick-ass that is. Oh, that's so badass. Oh, my God. That would be so awesome. Be able to fly in a helicopter over Jordan Hare like that. I don't think I'd be sitting on the back porch like that dude is. I know he's used to it and stuff. But I couldn't do that. No way. No way. All right, Russell said it was on Fox. They moved it to FS1. Perfect. Thanks, bro. Makes sense to me. If I was Fox, I'd definitely want to have Bo Nix versus Utah. Fresh Boy is shocked. We got over 100 yards passing. Guys, what? Kuhlman says it is basically a JP broadcast. It kind of is. Damon says I missed JP games. They were great. They were kind of fun. I always feel like it was kind of like let your hair down. Dude, this girl's hat right here that says it's in that cursive like War Eagle with the old school like the Auburn logo I've got back here. Absolutely amazing. Why is my whatever. I think it's supposed to be. They moved Purdue, Nebraska to FS2. They need to go away. That needs to be on like FS8. No ragging on Purdue, though. They're not very good this year. Ugh. It feels like that Mississippi State quarterback, when he's throwing beyond about 10 or 15 yards, just absolutely a crapshoot. Like, you never know. All right, CJ's keeping us updated on, I guess this is on the Oklahoma-Kansas game, 2nd and 20 with 34 seconds left. Okay, it's SR71 Blackbird, whose opinion on this I trust, says those crew chiefs on the helicopters are strapped in with a monkey cord. Bro, you'd have to give me like 4 of those for me to feel safe. I just don't have the cojones to do that job. But I'm glad you let me know that he's not just chilling there, you know. You're probably thinking, what an idiot to think he's just sitting there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Those guys are so tough and brave. I just figured they'd stand out there and don't give a shit, you know. But they do. They're human beings at the end of the day. Just badass ones. Steve R says Thorne going to release a highlight video after the game. What? I feel like Mississippi State is not going to score 17 points today. In fact, I don't think Mississippi State's going to score 14 points today. Man, if I was a Mississippi State fan, I would be just despondent right now. 3rd and 2, and they're trying to run some slow-moving screenplay and Auburn is so fast at that second level. I just don't think that's going to work. And it didn't work because Auburn got pressure on the quarterback, and he just kind of let the P rip down his leg, and he just got panicky and just sailed it really bad. Honestly, he didn't have much of a choice there. He's in trouble. Let's see. Josh C. says UGA has now slapped Florida in the mouth with their junk. Okay, I'm getting the feeling. I think I have an idea what's going on now. I have never done that myself, but I feel like I can kind of tell what you're. Oh, wow, that bounced really close to Coy Moore. Jeez Louise. All right, Auburn's going to take over on the 13-ish, 14-ish, something like that. Chris M says FS8 the Ocho. Dude, it's Nebraska and Purdue, man. Like that belongs there, you know. Ah, man. Oh God. SR71 says Oklahoma made a big play. Chip says OU just threw up a Hail Mary and caught it the 20-ish. 17 seconds to go. And also we got Bama State up 10-7 on the Bulldogs of Alabama A&M in the Magic City Classic. So that's good stuff. Appreciate you, Ed. Looks like some eagle-eyed viewers believe Oklahoma may have committed OPI on this, though. I'd like to see it. Gibbs says they swallowed the flag for OU. We never saw that coming. Ever, 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 ever.
What?
Cassidy P says Nebraska-Purdue is akin to Antiques Roadshow. Same tenor, right? Oh, wow. Look what you got here. Oh, wow. Look at this. A power run for 3 yards on 1st and 10. That's really nice. All right, 1 play left. Spicy P. I really wish I could switch this. I can't. I'm relying on you guys. You guys are going to be my eyes and ears. I'm going to go ahead and check on Coach Hunter, whose Mustangs had a big win last night, and see if we can get him on the hone at halftime. And I also check in with Kozan. I think he's been with us every single show. So we'll check in with them and see what's up. Just kind of thinking ahead here. We still got a little time. Let's see. Wizard D says Bo's having another great game. Yeah, this could be a big day for him, man. If he leads them to a win and plays well, that would definitely put him. I mean, you could argue he's already firmly in the Heisman hunt, but that might put him over the top. Just because I think Caleb Williams is kind of lagging a little bit. His team stinks right now. You guys keep me updated on this Oklahoma situation. I'm a little bit anxious. Not anxious about the Auburn Tigers, though, right now. Steve R. says Thorne moved up to an F-250. Well said, well said. Diego, the first one to say down goes Oklahoma. Wow, lost to Kansas, dude. Yikes. I mean, Kansas is actually pretty good now, but you think they had national championship aspirations, which they may still be able to realize. but losing to Kansas is not great. Choklahoma. Chip gives them a Choklahoma. Nicely done, guys. Good updates. Thank you. Jack Johnson playing linebacker for Mississippi State after, Good People, the song from the SpongeBob movie. Peyton's out of the game again. They're going to go to Robbie on 2nd and 12. We'll see what he runs here. Not really his fault. It just kind of got a little clogged up over there on the outside. It's going to be 3rd and 10, I guess. Wizard D said bad read there. Yeah. For Thorne. Now they got Thorne back out there on 3rd and 11. Oh, goodness gracious. A little bit of a false start there on Dylan Wade. Of tackle. See, Not Salty says, if we throw for 300 and win, are we going to rush the field? God, I hope not. Yeah, Anonymous says, what is this now? Back to the old offense. It has kind of slid backward a little bit here. The last 2 drives have been kind of meh, and this has just been not good. I mean, the good news is that, at least to this point, Auburn's defense has pretty much got a chokehold on Mississippi State, but I don't know. This offense does not look good right now. And they're going to be punting. And they're going to be conceding probably pretty good field position, honestly. They're going to be around the 40. Probably. Keith Ortiz says, wasted series, man. Wasted, absolutely, man. That's a bad drive right there. I don't like it. I don't like switching quarterbacks. Even if he had a bad read on 1st down, he's been good today. Oh, that was an absolute wallop. Just didn't have a lot of hang time, but nonetheless, they're going to take over minus 49, I guess. So with 4 minutes to go, Mississippi State's going to have to feel like, this is an opportunity right here to make up some ground. I just don't know if their quarterback is capable of giving them the aerial support they need. Russell, well said. Georgia about to consummate its wedding night with the Gators in Jacksonville. Georgia's up 24-7 with 10 minutes left in the second. Consummate their wedding night. You all have great descriptors. I like it. Jesse just says, why? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. All right, Auburn's got 7 in the box. Well, no, 6 in the box, I guess. Oh, but Keontae is playing down anyway. But he overran it. Why did his teammate come and knock the hell out of the tailback about 2 seconds after the play was over? You trying to kill your teammate? Brandon says, why are we still switching? Cassidy P says, JGT, I'm kicking it up for second half. Help me out. Dealer's choice. Thank you, sir. Elijah Craig Barrel, Taylor Barrel, or Knob Creek SB. I think I would go Knob Creek, my guy. That's just a really good standby. And, wow, they got a lot of push on that run right there. Good golly. The whole right side of that line was 4 yards downfield. That makes it easy to get the first down in that situation. Yowzers. I think I would go Knob Creek, and I'd like for you to give us some updates on that as you drink that because it's delish. CJ, we're going to blame this on you, bro. Everything was fine until you showed up. I'm just teasing. It's not really Jonathan H. should start switching quarterbacks in the drive stall. That was around the time that they started stalling, but I have a hard time blaming Robbie for it. I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen in a game. I've seen situations where quarterbacks threw the ball when the wide receiver wasn't looking, but he never looked. Like it wasn't like he was late looking back. He just never thought the ball was coming to him, and he never even thought about thinking the ball would come to him. What a bizarre deal that was. Melee says Knob Creek not sexy, but usually good. Absolutely, man. I agree. If I had some, I would drink it too. I'm drinking this Bardstown Single Barrel, though. It's kind of weird. Auburn's up 17-3 in this game. Oh, God. Eugene got absolutely abused on that one. Auburn's up 17-3, and I'm kind of feeling down. Like, just to have a lead is statistically anomalous for this team. And then, they're up 14, and I still kind of feel wobbly about it. There's Keldrick Falk, the pride of Highland Home, Alabama. Steve R says, wow, MSU passing game worse than Auburn's. That is, you're right about that. Doug D is also a fan of not switching quarterbacks. I think we all are, really. 5 in the box for Auburn, light box on 3rd and 3. I'll tell you that. He's going to be a little short, I think. Yeah, Chris P. I was confused by that one, too. He's talking about this last drive when Auburn had the bad read on first down. It was 2nd and 12. Then they switched quarterbacks, brought Robbie in for a I guess you would call that a quarterback power with like an H insert block. And it just kind of got muddled up. I like the design. And I see Trey Donaldson right here. Just sitting by himself. No, there's Dylan. Love Trey Donaldson, man. He's the point guard or one of the point guards at Auburn basketball. And he just has a real joie de vivre, man. He's just happy to be alive and has fun all the time. And I really like kids like that. They kind of understand, that life's fun, basketball is fun, playing with your teammates is fun, winning games is fun. Being coached by BP and Corey and Stephen Pearl and Ira and Burgo and Pruitt, Coach Ian Borders, Maddox. It's fun, man. It's fun. Life's fun. We're lucky to be here. Let's see. Cassidy P asks me, thought on a live Vandy show could be a combo, either bourbon drain or brain blend. Just spitballing here. The problem is that he relinquishes control of the bar at 3, right? So, which is fine for people that are going to the game and as part of your, we're going to have fun at the Vanderbilt game. And maybe Auburn takes over at Commodore Walk. And I mean, it's a dangerous place to go, but I think Auburn people can handle it. But I need somewhere like really reliable and safe, not safe, like, for my safety, but like somewhere that's going to have a really good connection. And oh my goodness, Auburn got a stop on 4th and 1, and now with 1:14 to go, they might be able to get something done here. Maybe. I'm just saying. I'm throwing that out there. Well, so that was a 3rd and 2, right? That turned into a 4th and 1, and then they didn't get that either. Keldrick and McLeod are ready, man. And Marcus Harris was providing back coverage, so once he slowed down, Marcus is going to gobble him up. Well played all around by the Auburn defense. Looks like Elijah McAllister was ready to go too. That's nice. Let's see if Auburn. I agree with. Let's see. Ambitious Engineer said he should have handed that off. Yeah, if you're a Mississippi State fan, you were lamenting that. I hope they don't just run this clock down. Come on now. They could at least try to play for a field goal here. Zach Arnett's pissed at somebody or something. Maybe he's just pissed at the quarterback for not handing that ball off. All it takes is one good throw right here, and they can get in field goal range. I respect that decision right there to throw the ball out of bounds, though. Cleveland Brown, I agree, man. Somebody wipe that lens. Jeez. It only takes a commercial break to do so. You're talking about the one in the south end zone, and it's been like this all day. I agree. I feel like this stuff is just, it's so out there. It's so obvious. I haven't heard back from Kozan or Hunter Adams yet, so. SR71 Blackbird says, JGT, is this the first time we've had more than 100 yards passing this year? I don't know. Oh, look, that's the kind of day it's been, guys. A tipped pass just ends up right in Var's breadbasket, and he turns that bad boy into a 20-yard gain. Stayed in bounds, though, curiously. But Auburn's got timeouts, no big deal. But let's see. Runner24 says, simplest but less fun answer is just get back to the hotel and Marriott will have a good Wi-Fi for your show. Dude, I do not like doing shows on Wi-Fi. That's how I got into trouble, because it's unreliable when you're doing streaming. like this is a hard line, and then the Bourbon Show, which we kind of went on hiatus for the football season, but we'll pick it back up here before too long. We hardwired that because we went Wi-Fi initially and it sucked. So I got to have a hard line, but it can be done. And there are places that have hard lines. Auburn's got a 1st and 10 on the plus 48 now, so they're about, 12 yards short of the field goal distance, although I trust McPherson to go a little deeper than that, honestly. It doesn't matter what I trust. It matters what Hugh Freeze trusts. Peyton patiently waits for Fairweather to get open to work back to him, which is something he didn't do before, and makes the throw. And now they're in field goal range with 33 seconds to go and 2 timeouts. This is going well. Josh C. says, what's your bourbon show? So my wife and I do a show called The Bourbon Blend, and we usually do it on Thursday nights, and we just talk about bourbon, and we just riff, and I'd say probably 75% of the people on the show are bunks, because it's almost like another brain drain, but my wife and I do it together, and we went on hiatus for football season because I just couldn't. First of all, we had Tiger Talk review going on Thursday nights, and then there's just stuff going on all week, and I didn't have time to put the show together. So I think when football season ends, we'll probably bounce back and start doing it again. Courtney really likes doing it. It's always a good time. It's just kind of a low-key. Jesse says, can you tell me what happened between Roberts and McGriff? I think that part of it is a little overblown. I think that McGriff actually – he's had his differences with Roberts, not necessarily in a bad way, though. Like, that's just the way coaches are. Oh, there's another screen. Jarquez! Holy shit! Did you see that? He just went right over that. He just completely hurdled that dude. That's going to be on SportsCenter tonight. Look at this. Whoop. Oh, that dude didn't even touch him. He's lucky he didn't get punched in the sack, though, because that guy had his hand going up like that. Illegal. I'd be giving him the business. 20 seconds. Let's just play this smart and not blow the field goal opportunity. That's just all I'm saying right here. What a run from Jarquez, man, after the catch. Unbelievable. I like that little draw right there. I like him getting out of bounds, too. So we got about 8. 14 seconds to go. Still have 2 timeouts, though, so they're still in decent shape. Gibbs P says the offensive line is playing well. I completely agree. Particularly, well, I mean, on that play with run defense, run blocking, too, but pass pro has been really good today. I feel like Peyton's had plenty of time. And I know it's Mississippi State and blah, 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 but, I mean, we're talking about a team, an Auburn team right now that's on a 4-game conference losing streak just this season. So, you're just trying to get something good going, and this would definitely count as that. Cassidy P says Hunter has a sack of steel from what I've heard. Holy shit.
The more you fuck around,
It's
the more you're
Cobb.
gonna find out.
Well, I'll take credit for that touchdown because I've been trying to will Cobb into existence. And he comes in and catches a great ball thrown over the shoulder. It was a nice throw and a really nice catch. I mean, this synergy, man, honestly. And McPherson belts that bad boy through. So 24-3, and I am really, really impressed with that drive right there. That was just well handled the whole way through. I think Keithner was saying the same thing in the chat. That is an 8 plays, 68 yards in 1 minute and 5 seconds. And a 7-yard toss from Peyton Thorne to Jeremiah Cobb, Montgomery's Jeremiah Cobb, really America's Jeremiah Cobb. Wow. That was amazing. I'm just going to change Cobb to receiving touchdown. Yes, sir. Let's see. Peyton Thorne, guys. 15 of 20, 192, 3 touchdowns. Three touchdowns. What is going on? It's like we're in a bizarro world here. Jarquez is now 10 for 73. I feel like he had more than that. Well, how about that? Payton is now 3 carries for 23 yards. Boy, that's just a kick in the face for Mississippi State right there. I mean, ouch, dude. And I think the coach is freaking. They're 0 for 6 on third down. Auburn's 2 of 5. So Ron Roberts, again, doing some work on third down. I don't remember what the numbers were last week, but Ole Miss obviously was the better team last week, but had a lot of trouble on third down, and Mississippi State's having capital punishment on third down right now. Wow. What a half of football this has been for the Auburn Tigers. I mean, absolutely bringing it. Feel like a stranger with a super chat says, Mother effing Cobb. Montgomery's own. And we're going to go to halftime now with Auburn firmly ahead, 24-3. How about that? TJ says 3 passing touchdowns. I love it. Of course, you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Stauburn says 24-3 at halftime. No way we can blow a lead like that at home to Mississippi State, right? Right? Anyone? Which is exactly what Auburn did 2 years ago. But we'll pretend like that didn't happen. That's ancient history, man. Ancient history. Josh C. also jumps in with another super chat. Says, getting a Weller 107 and an Eagle Rare from a friend. Never had them. What's your thoughts? I'm not a fan of Weller 107 Antique. It's solid. To me, it's just kind of like an average weeded bourbon. I think the Weller hype is kind of fake-y. Eagle Rare is really good, and for me, it's always a price point thing, right? So Eagle Rare at retail is usually 35 to 40. Secondary is probably more like 60 to 70. It's too much at 70. It's perfect at 35. Just my opinion. It's just a solid, nice, sweet bourbon. It's good. And I hope you enjoy, bro. Cassidy Pieces Thorn is oozing machismo. Do we have an oozing machismo? We don't? Why don't we? We should have one. Can we give one of these? I don't think that would count. Although he is chasing the princess. He may be chasing a princess metaphorically right now. I don't know. He's playing like it. Shane H. says, the touch on that pass, the Cobb, it was tasty. It was wonderful. It was that good. I have now heard from Sir Alex Kozan, who is going to be available for a call, so I'm really fired up about that. We love talking to him. And also love seeing the chat so happy and hyped. We even got Alpha Tiger in the house. Sup, Swoogans. What a stud. What a stud. Not Salty says Will Collier is starting his quote I Love Freeze article now. Oh, I love this the Will Collier hate. Well, not hate. I know you're just kind of having fun, but some people are really mad about it. AU Taxman says Weller 107 is a solid bourbon for its retail price. I don't even know what retail is on that, brother. Maybe 60? I just think there's better. Me and Cuz from across the street, we've been drinking this Old Elk weed when we're looking for weeders. Been kind of digging them. He let me have some of his. He had a store pick weeded the other day, and it was delish. So I'm not as big on the antique, but some people are. Josh E. is hopeful. He says this may be the Thorn coming out game. He's playing great today. There's no doubt about that. Kanuman says, I am riding a princess right now. He may be on a cruise. I don't know. Anonymous says, Georgia hit Florida so hard their pancreas disintegrated. That sounds painful. And it also seems like you would need your pancreas. Cassidy Pieces of Razor Ramon soundbite commensurate with Thorne's performance feels appropriate. I am not able to do that just so quickly, but I agree that it would be worthwhile. So let's see if we can probably get Kozan on the horn here. A Taxman says that's interesting. I was talking about the Old Elk Weeded because he's not a fan of the Old Elk Weeded. I don't know. I don't love it. but I prefer it to Weller. That's just me. To me, the Weeders get a little sour for me. I don't know if you process it that way. They taste sour to me, and I'm not as big a fan necessarily. Let's see. Cassidy Pieces Weller Antique is about $50 now. Where? Well, you're out in an area where sometimes you can find some cool shit out in Georgia. Fell in love with it when I was in college is the right proof. Wow, that tells me you're younger than me. Right above bonded and below barrel strength. And when I was in college, you had red makers, gold makers, and like all the shit that your dad would drink. Not your dad, but dads. And all this great stuff that we have now, which Weller existed, but it was like nobody was drinking that. It was your dad's stuff. Stone says, do you think Hugh Freeze is more involved in the offense this week? I do. Yeah, I do. Somebody had to put a foot down and say, hey, we can't keep doing this. We got to pick a guy and just stick with him. And I think it's paid off. I think it has anyway. So let me get this. Let me get the Alex Kozan graphic up. And we will get him on the horn here. I wish I still had my intern to get this stuff put together for me. All right, let's get Alex on the horn. Alex Kozan, of course, former Auburn offensive lineman. And great dude.
Hey.
Hey, Alex, what up, man?
Pretty exciting stuff, Jay.
I know, man.
Season.
They're playing good offensive football and defensive, too. I'm surprised. I'm happy.
Yeah, all around, I think every phase of the game is executing. Yeah, you had maybe a slight misstep here and there, but all in all, pretty great performance for the entire team. So, yeah, that first quarter for the offense, that was pretty special stuff with those 2 75-yard drives.
Yeah, and it was Peyton Thorne, of all people. I mean, a quarterback from Auburn throwing some balls right where they needed to be. It was amazing.
Yeah, I think everybody had been thinking it can't be this bad and thought it was kind of structural and scheme issues and personnel that weren't going to be overcome this year. But to see them put it together was very nice.
What's sticking out to you about this offense specifically, Alex? What are they doing today that they hadn't been doing before, aside from scoring?
Yeah, I don't. I'd have to watch the tape to truly say for sure, but I think Javarius Johnson's impact is definitely being felt. I think him stretching out the defense a little bit, I think it opens up a lot of things. And obviously he had that long touchdown pass. I know I've been talking with you on the side about where he's been the entire year because to me he's the most athletic receiver they have. So to see him finally get involved, I think that alone was important. And then the other thing that I failed to mention last week was obviously Hunter's involvement in the offense. You know, he had not looked like the same back up until last week for this season to date. So to see him get back involved and get back and making plays like we all know he can, I think that's another important piece. You know, the offensive line played well. I think in that first half they only gave up 1 TFL, no sacks. So whenever you're starting from a positive, positive play in the backfield where you're not having defenders back there, I think that's big. And then Thorne looked a little more comfortable. He didn't look as shaky to me. He used his legs. He was mobile, and he looked to throw the ball downfield. He had a couple of nice passes, and then that pass at the end, that drive at the end, that was really, big time. To be able to get a touchdown drive in those circumstances and that ball he put on the touchdown throw at the end, that was great.
I know you've been a fan, as have I, about them tempoing. It seems like when they tempo, they're better, and I feel like they've been tempoing a lot of that half, Alex. And I think you've written about this too.
Yeah, no, getting up to the line of scrimmage, having that play ready to go, that it seems like that lets them operate in a little smoother fashion where the defense isn't having their ears peeled back, ready to go. So they finally were moving the ball a little bit quicker. There were multiple times where they'd get that first down, and offense is ready to go, just waiting for the ball to spot, waiting for the ref to spot the ball. So
yeah.
that was big too.
Connor Lew playing center again, and as a true freshman, man, playing against a stacked defense like that, this is tough. This is a lot to ask for him, and he's coming through right now.
Yeah, it's a big ask for a true freshman to be able to do that. But I think, the thing with Lou is throughout from the day he came in until now, he seems like he's done nothing but hold his own and even a little bit more than that. So for him to get everybody lined up right, I didn't see any missed assignments on the offensive line. That's half the battle of playing center, is getting everybody lined up and directed to the right places. So there weren't any obvious missed assignments. There might have been, a call or two that could have been improved. But all in all, for him to be able to come in and do that, that's really special for a kid his age, 18-year-old freshman, to come in an SEC game and do that.
I mean, a center's the one who's making those calls. Reese was obviously really, really good at that, and others too. When you have someone that young making calls, can you rely on like a guard to do that, or does it have to be Lou?
I think if I'll tell you this, if there was a true freshman that had came in after my first year and he had made a call that I knew was wrong, I would have said, check, here's what we're doing. So I'm sure some of the other players can help him with that a little bit. But all in all, the center is the one driving the ship and steering things.
All right, cool. Alex, I'm glad to call you on a happy day here, up 21 at halftime. I haven't said that very much this year, so we'll see how this goes in the second half.
No, I thought, hey, if they had been they'd gotten those 2 touchdowns and it looked like Mississippi State was getting a little bit of momentum, and then to really close out that second quarter was big, and I think it really puts this second half where they have some breathing room. They can try to do some things that maybe they've circled in practice to do but haven't been able to do in a game situation, just with how tight and the games have been and where they've been in situations, not being able to play a little more freely. So it'll be exciting to see what we see in the second half. Hopefully they can keep it up.
It'll be awesome. All right, Alex, thanks for giving us the time, my G.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. You have a good one.
Bye. There he is, the nicest guy on in the world of football commentary, Alex Kozan. Good dude, by the way. And, of course, we had someone in the chat say, ask Alex if he's committed yet. You guys never forget, do you? While I had Alex on the horn, and thanks, Alex, for being part of the show, Keith T jumped in with a super chat. Said, Jay, thoughts on upcoming basketball season before the drain is over? I will certainly do that. Very, very encouraged by what they showed in the open practice last weekend. Henry was there for us. And really the one little missing piece for me was going to be point guard. I'm a big fan of Trey. I just feel like he took a lot of steps forward last year. You could see him getting better. I thought he played particularly well very late in the season, like the last 4 games of the year for Auburn. And I was very encouraged about, hey, what's he going to look like coming into this year? He's been good. And then you got Aiden, who I think is a special kind of player. He just needs a little bit of time to acclimate. He's a true freshman. But those 2 guys balled out in the open play last weekend. And if those guys are going to be, like, on a scale of 10, like 7 or 8s, if they're going to be pretty good players, this Auburn team has a chance to be really, really good. Like a grade 8 type team, I think. Because you've got some of the commensurate parts. You've got, obviously, Janai is really good at center. You've got good depth at 4 with Chaney and Jay Will, and you never really know which Jay Will is going to show up, but I like those 2 together. I think Chaney gives you something that Jay Will doesn't. If Chad Baker-Mazara is the guy that I think he is, he's going to give you something special at 3. He's going to shoot the ball really well. Not necessarily a driver, but he's going to shoot well. Aiden can attack. Trey can attack. Denver's more of just like a pure shooter, whether it's 3 or 2s. He can hit those mid-ranges, although BP hasn't done a lot of that in the past, but he can do that. With Denver, you just got a lot of shooters. You got 2 really good ones in Chad and Denver. Potentially Chaney could hit some shots too. Janai's a decent 3-point shooter, but, I mean, you talk about volume guys. Aiden can get it too. So, I mean, this team needed shooters last year. Didn't have them. Got at least 2 now, maybe 3. I love the way this team's put together. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, my guy. Christopher B jumps in with over-the-shoulder catch to a true freshman running back, LFG. It was really nice. Really nice throw and a tremendous catch from Jeremiah Cobb, a guy that I have been clamoring to see more of every week. Now, to be fair, I'm not trying to hate on Jarquez. Alex mentioned this in his call. Jarquez played a much better game, really looked like his old self against Ole Miss last week. Today he's been given an opportunity to essentially run the ball with impunity, and he's been terrific so far. 10 carries for 73 yards in the first half, and he's been an important part of the offense. He looks like his old self. So, yeah, really fired up about that. Jeremiah Cobbs. I live in Montgomery, Hampstead, and I'm just glad to see local kids do well. I'm cheering for them all the time, no matter where they're at. Now we're getting to see some highlights from the Kansas OU game, and I'm pretty fired up about it. I do have some friends that are OU fans, so I feel it for them. But I mean, you F-A and then you F-O. I mean, Oklahoma should have put this game away. That was the worst-looking Hail Mary pass I've ever seen. Like, the ball, stayed backward. Wow. That's a big-ass win. For Lance and for Kansas, huge, man. That's absolutely huge. Cassidy P jumps in again. He's going to set a record for most Super Chats in a show. Hear me out, y'all. But what if we're finally putting it all together? What if Razor Thorne is QB1? What if the D is finally healthy? Now, I know you're kind of having fun with this, and you should. Auburn's winning a game and winning it pretty handily so far. Mississippi State has a defense that is ripe for taking advantage of if you can throw the football. And we came into this game kind of like, I don't know if Auburn can throw the football, but they're throwing it well, and this is what happens. Pass rush at Mississippi State is not good. It is not good. Stone says, is Alex related to Andrew Kozan? I do not believe so, no. But I can ask him next time. Kanuman says he's pumped about basketball. You should be. Byron says, are you seriously talking about basketball? Hey, I was asked to, bro. And we love basketball around here. We do basketball shows as well. But obviously today, with Auburn up as big as they are, we'll be talking about football 99% of the time. Let's see. Anonymous says, when do we play a preseason basketball game? I think it's going to be, I think it's the 6th. I think it's the first one. And Stone says, can we talk Auburn football? Yeah, I mean, we're talking Auburn all the time. I'm just saying. Cassidy P jumps in again. We had a split squad scrimmage. Ira versus Burgo. Burgo won, and both guys unprompted said to expect a good year, but if Jay Will turns it on, it would be a special year. Jay Will remains the straw that stirs the Auburn basketball drink. I don't agree with that, but if that's what Burgo and Ira said, then by God, it's true. I still think Jay Will is just he's just kind of ancillary. I think so because of his own choices. He just doesn't assert himself enough. Great question here from AU Taxman, and it's one that I was hoping we would never have to actually answer. But how would the bunker react if Bo Nix were to win the Heisman? I don't think that would go well. The good news is that we've got someone to blame for that, right? And it's someone we could just shit on with impunity because we don't care with Harsin gone. Crocky Poo says Cal is beating USC. Now, how far into that game are we talking, Croc? I was saying early in the show, just kind of offhandedly, that USC is a bad football team right now without knowing that they were losing to Cal. They just looked defeated and down recently, and Caleb Williams is a hell of a football player, but ever since the story came out that he wants equity in whoever drafts him, which is ridiculous, things have not gone well. All right, so it's 21-17 Cal. Early second. Wow, defensive struggle there, huh? Caleb Williams is 12 of 17 for 169 and a touch. So he's playing. He's playing well. Fresh Boy says, I want to go fight Harsin. That's pretty funny. Hey, you would not be alone. If we had open tryouts for that one, Fresh Boy, there'd be a lot of folks coming to help you. Not saying you need it. Josh C says, JD, does Mason give his thoughts on Harsin and the state of the program was left in? He hasn't that I've heard of. And he's the kind of guy that I think just kind of keeps that stuff to himself. I don't think he's an air it out kind of guy. He just moves on, you know? He's a very tough individual. Mang, I saw your message earlier. You said you took a nap or something. You woke up and all of a sudden Auburn's killing him. What's going on? Mang says, hear me out, y'all. Kind of a reference to Cassidy P earlier. That's pretty funny. Cassidy P also says that the bunker should celebrate a Bo Nix Heisman. Harsin ran him off. Plus, Bo wouldn't have had any eligibility at Auburn this year anyway. All good in the hood. Glad he's balling out. That's how I feel about it. Cartel says, say what you want or talk down on Auburn beating MSU. I'm not. I'm not. I've been some other people maybe. But this could be a spring game to increase confidence in the team. I agree. They're playing great. And these next few games are definitely winnable. I mean, Vanderbilt's winnable for sure. Arkansas is winnable. New Mexico State's obviously winnable, but don't take them too lightly, man. They've been playing really well this year. I know it's New Mexico State, and you're like, who gives a shit? But I think they've won 6 or 7 games. So, they're going to have to play the game. That's not going to be like a Samford type situation. Sam H jumping in, one of our pillars, says a little late to the show. I hope you had a chance to take that first half in, though, brother. How is the Masked Singer on television? Hope we can continue this all the way to the Iron Bowl. Masked Singer. My wife and I always say that would be a fun show to watch, and then we never watch it. I don't know. I don't think I've ever watched a full episode of that. Knuman says, wait, why would Bo not have had eligibility at Auburn this year? Yeah, I think he would. This would be his last year, right? He has balled absolutely out. I did not think he would ball out this well, honestly. I knew he was a competitor, and I knew he had unusual fortitude, but I did not think that he could play at this. I don't know. I just didn't think he'd go to Oregon and be great. I didn't. And boy, has he ever been great over there. Really, really good. Crocky Poo says New Mexico State is the 4th most efficient offense in the country. They do. I'm telling you, I'm not like predicting them to Auburn, going to lose, but that ain't just some gimme. It might have been when it was scheduled, 15 years ago, but it ain't now. All right, so we're entering the third quarter now. Mississippi State is going to have the ball to start out. Let's see if Auburn can put this away. One more touchdown is probably going to do it. I don't think Mississippi State's going to be able to score that much. I know they came back 2 years ago and got that done, but they had Will Rogers. They had Will Rogers at that point, and they definitely do not have Will Rogers right now. So, somebody mentioned the UMass game. Sam H says UMass beat the Army today. Yeah, Army was a 2-touchdown favorite in that one. I don't know what's going on. Josh C says, JJ, any chance Robbie will be left on the bench for the remainder of the year? I don't think so. No, I think they'll continue to use him as an off-speed guy. And, I mean, dude, we're 3 quarters removed from him being a platoon quarterback at Auburn. So, I mean, who knows, man? The 6 says NC State up on Clemson 24-17 late. Is Dabo cooked? I mean, he's cooked in the sense that this team stinks. Is he cooked in the sense that he loses his job? No way. I don't think so, no. Steve R says, Dabo now drives a 4x4 LMAO. That's funny. Cass DP jumps in again. We got him by 7 field goals. I had asked you earlier to give us a prediction on how many field goals it was going to take. He's our local field goal enthusiast. He just likes kicking. And he feels like Auburn field goals should be worth 5 and the opponent field goals should be worth 2, which I support, by the way. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a little bit of a foul. On it was against Nehemiah. I guess number 19. This is going to be a hold against number 19. He's looking for a number confirmation. Sorry, number 19. It wasn't on you, Chris. It was actually on number 19 this time. Let's see. Knuman says Dabo is Clemson's Bobby Bowden. Interesting. I really want to see Dabo. I mean, can he have like a second and third act? Because the first act is over, and he's kind of in this doldrums spot, which some coaches have gotten into. Can he build out of it with the way that he has spoken about NIL? I don't know. 1st and 27, not a big deal. I'm going to reload our chat widget here on the front. Looks like it got locked up. Chat is not locked up. If you're on YouTube, you're seeing everything real time. Let's see. Josh C. thinks Dabo may have a rebellion on his hands. Interesting. Steve R says Dabo loses back-to-back first time since 2011 LMAO. I know we're all cheering against him because he's a Bammer, but I kind of like Dabo. At least I don't hate him. Seems all right to me. Wow, DJ getting up on that quarterback. AU Taxman says, didn't Bobby Bowden finish in the top 5 for like 20 consecutive years? I believe so. He was really good for a long time. You're right about that. Clemson ain't there right now. He probably had some down years, though, right? Somewhere along the way. Cassidy P says the Knob Creek single barrel is great. It's hot and hits my cheeks at 120 proof. Please don't elaborate on that. Starts like a red hot and finishes with the right amount of oak. Definitely not smooth. No, it is not smooth. I get peanuts when I drink that stuff. Anything from Beam, really. I get some peanuts, but it's good, man. You just have to be ready for it because it will hit. Looks like our chat widget has failed us again. Bastards. Wow, Auburn's gotten a lot of pressure on this quarterback. It looks like Ron's just going into full attack mode right now. Basically saying, hey, why don't you, we're going to put about 8 guys on you. We're going to come at you like a spider monkey, and then let's see if you can throw the ball well enough to get the ball downfield. I support the idea. Yeah, Gibbs, that was tough. 3rd and 20 and giving up the first down on a penalty is just not good. Not good. But they still got a lot of work to do. Ooh, I like this play. That was a really cool play. So they just pitched that ball. It's technically a pass to a wing slot, really. That's badass. Yeah, SR71 Blackbird's got some questions about the holding call on Marcus Harris. I think we all do. Wizard D says it was holding, though. All right. Cassidy P says FU chat widget. I don't know. It just kind of died, and then I reset it, and it hasn't picked back up yet. We'll just give it a minute. Steve is a big fan of Dabo. He says he'd make a good GA. How about an analyst? Oh, wow, that's a tough one. 6 is Isla Fisher or Kirsten Dunst. Oh, it's a tough one for me. I think it would be about what you're looking for there. If you're looking for just a hottie, I think Isla Fisher. If you're looking for a girl you want to hang out with and go long-term with, then I think you're going Kirsten Dunst. That's just my opinion. Hey, we got our chat going again. Thank you, goodness. Auburn going with, what's that, 5 in the box? Well, 3 in the box, technically. I love it. Okay, so I have a very small complaint about that throw right there. Well, about defending the throw. If Larry Nixon just plays the ball a little bit, I think that's the easiest interception he's ever had in his life. Because the ball's coming right for his helmet. And if he just turns around to play the ball, he just hits an interception. And I know we're asking a money backer to, play defensive back in that situation, and he's not comfortable doing that probably, but I mean, just maybe just try it. I don't know. It's an idea. Ooh, I like that running. I like that play right there. Shit, that guy's fast too. There have been 2 running plays on this drive that I thought were really well constructed, and I really like that one. That had kind of a split zone action at the mesh that was very confusing, and obviously Auburn's linebackers had a hard time reading that. I would like to see what the blocking looked like too. I wasn't paying attention. That was a really cool. I'm gonna probably highlight that one on the camera eye. That was really cool. I can hear administrative assistant, but I don't see her. There you go, Larry Nixon. Nice fill in the run gap there. That's what you do. That's how you play winning football on a defensive. Chip says camera eye worthy. That was a nice play. I like that one. Hey, can you put some water in this bitch?
Yeah, let's see what you needed.
I've been drinking a bunch. Trying to stay hydrated. How are you? What did you end up doing? Yo, Gray. It's better than snot. Oh, I got to go on a mute for a second. Hold on, guys. All right, guys. Sorry, I had to have a wife sidebar there. Mississippi State, their drive stalled here, and they're going to be kicking a field goal. I mean, I guess they're just saying we got to get some points, which I don't blame them. And it's right down the middle, so nice kick there. 24-6. Auburn's been playing pretty good football today, Courtney.
I've seen it. Doesn't have more points than they scored.
Let's see. Russell says, wait, JG, when have our DBs at Auburn turned around on a ball? Dude, that happened was it last week? Or maybe 2 weeks ago? Somebody made an absolutely beautiful play on a ball, turned around, made the catch. It was nasty. I just don't remember. I'm so bad about remembering that stuff. Philip Marshall can pull shit out from like 30 years ago, and I can't remember stuff from last week. Sam H said, is Jay frozen? No, Courtney was telling me something. I haven't seen her in a while, so she needed to give me a little bit of a debrief there, so to speak. Also, Ryan D says, how's it being an empty nester, JGC? I'm telling you, man, it's been amazing. There is a downside in that I actually like my daughter now because she was kind of winchy from like 12 to 18 or 19. She's pretty cool now, but she's at school. I don't see her very much, so we're just kind of here, and we're having a great time. It's we get along real good, and yeah, it's fun. We don't have to go to soccer games anymore or any of that stuff. We just kind of hang out and do fun shit all the time. So it's been great. Let's see. Chip says, got some Zeke Walker. Now we need Zeke the cat. Kitty. Let's talk about my new cat, Zeke. Let me update some of these numbers, yo. Peyton, still 15 of 20, 192. Oh, yeah, they haven't even had the ball yet. Sorry, I was talking to Courtney, and I got all askew. Defensively, they are 1 of 8 on. Thank you, young lady.
Anything else?
Nope. I'm Gooch. E. They did get a third down converted on that, but they're still only 1 of 8. Still only 1 of 8, so. Sam H says, haha, kind of winchy. Yeah, she was kind of winchy. SR71 Blackbird says, women in general. Jay, oh, no. Completely disagree on that. My daughter was when she was a teenager, but she's not anymore, and she's actually pretty cool now. It's funny you say that. I have a lot of women around my life because my wife, well, first of all, Denton's mom, we hang out with Denton mom and dad a lot, and she is like 0% winchy. And then my wife's friends that are around the house and stuff a lot, they're not winchy either. So I think my wife just doesn't want to hang out with winchy chicks. But I thought she was going to produce one, but Maddie's turned around a little bit lately. Let's see. Runner 24 says, trade Zeke in for a dog. Yo, we just acquired Zeke, and I have a dog. As you know, I have Maverick the pug. They get along pretty well. Maverick's good about giving the cat space, and the cat's still a little skeptical. I don't think the cat's been around a dog before. He's like 6 years old. I think he was in a house previously that did not have a dog, so he's still learning it a little bit. Why are they showing highlights from this game 2 years ago? I'm not interested in that shit. I'm not. Stauburn says Denton's mom is hot AF. Okay. If that's your opinion, good for you. The 6 says, JGT, what's the daughter up to these days? Has she graduated yet, or is she doing the USA things? Is she still at USA? She's in nursing. And I think she's showing kind of a particular affinity for cardiovascular stuff. So I think she's kind of hoping to get into a cardiovascular ICU type situation. And then she has the option of going to nurse practitioner if she wants to continue. So she's still kind of feeling her way on that one. But yeah, still down at South, and they have a great like hospital system there at South Alabama. So there's a lot of opportunities for her to get into different things. Just kind of enjoying it. But she's really into school right now. She's locked in, Dean's List. She's doing really good down there so far. Chip says, I want Derek Mason's take on that highlight. Well said. He was the defensive coordinator for that first one. He'd probably have some alibi. All right, so this drive's getting off to a rousing start with an illegal procedure call. Let's see, Josh kind of jumping on this concept that Cal's having their way with USC right now, which is cool to see. The 6 says, cool, bro. Nursing at USA is legit. Good luck to her. We have a lot of folks on the bunker who are nurses and other people in the medical field who graduated from South Alabama. Look at Peyton Thorne, guys. Sheesh. On 1st and 15, he gets 14 or maybe 15. Amazing. Peyton now has 4 carries for 37 yards. It's a really nice run right there. Clutch, man. Auburn says, here we go. Yes, sir. This is the start of another one right here. Get up to 31-6, and I think you've got this game. You may have a game. You may have it already, but 31, I think, would do it. Sean B says, quote, what can they do to slow this Auburn offense down, end quote, is not something I thought we'd hear on a TV crew this season. Yeah, right? What could this SEC defense possibly do to slow down Peyton Thorne? Hey, man, that's nice. A little pump fake and then a dump down throw to Fairweather that's thrown in a place where he can catch that and move forward. I mean, hey, we'll take it. FLAS says, my mom was a cardiac nurse for a long time. Badass. Then she taught nursing. I bet she was a joy. Like, she had so much knowledge. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that's where Maddie wants to end up doing. I wonder if I'd like to know, like, what his level of involvement was in this game plan, because things are a lot different right now. I mean, they seem different. Now, it helps that Mississippi State's defense is not awesome, and they're not pressuring him very much. And we know that making quick, correct decisions can be tough for Peyton. And he's not really under pressure to make quick decisions here, so it's been a nice situation for him. Oh. Boy, he paid the price. Got a hit right in the ribs on that one, but he got another 4 or 5 yards on the end of that reception, and that was the difference to get the first down. So that was a nice play, man. But he paid a price. He got hit right in the ribs. All right, we got Damari in there. Or do we have Cobb, who's playing tailback now? Oh, it's Petit. My bad. Mississippi State just won the numbers game on that run. Let me get an update here on Jarquez. 12 for 74. But, again, he had a really nice catch there that got them the first down. It was his effort that got the first down there. Second and 11. That's 2 runs now that have been just, it's a numbers game. Uh-oh, we got an offensive lineman down. It could be too tall. I think it's too tall. Which would immediately necessitate Jaden Muskrat getting on the field, who came in relief one game and was outstanding. And then the next game, the last game against Ole Miss, was not very good. So just kind of to see how that goes. Doc Goodlett right there, quickly on the scene to see what's going on. And we're going to go to a commercial break while they take a look at Too Tall Miller. Josh C says Battie is not the guy for that play. Probably not, no. That's probably more of a well, I know he can be quick. If he's got some space out there, he can get things done. But when you're having to kind of crunch through numbers like that, no. Not at all. All right, Ed D giving us more updates from the Magic City. He says the Hornets have scored, and they're up 24-14 early third quarter. Outstanding. Good stuff, Ed D. Let's see. Not Salty says $300 for Peyton and $100 for Hunter would be a great statistical day. Hell yeah, that'd be amazing. Peyton is now currently 17 of 22 for 206. I'll go ahead and update that. 17 of 22 for 206. So he's making headway, man. Get a couple big plays and you're there. The 6 just says Carnell is a G. I don't know if that's apropos of nothing, but just as a statement on it in and of itself, I would agree. Galatian says really missing Damari. He's been in the game, right? He played today. Chris M says let's get the real stats from Magic City Classic. Who won halftime? Wow, that's a you better be careful. That's a hotly contested decision. And one with a lot of consequences should you get it wrong. So I don't know. I don't know if Ed D had a chance to see halftime. I am partial to the Honeybees myself, but I'm sure A&M's got something up their sleeve for the special games. Stupup says Cal up 28-17 on the Trojans of USC. All right. Castle DP says, even apropos of nothing, Carnell is very much still a G. Yeah, he is. Carnell's, golly, what do you like most about Carnell as a coach, man? Is it just his sunny demeanor or disposition? Carnell is one of those guys just like he's having a good day every day. You know what I mean? Works hard and doesn't bitch about it. It's another thing I like about him. And I have it on my avatar, my signature on the board, be where your feet are, which is, I had never heard that phrase prior to Carnell saying that in one of the Tiger Talks last year. I had not heard that. I'm sure that's an old saying, but it's something that I honestly like kind of orient my life on now. When I'm talking to my friends or doing something in my own personal life, I really try to put the phone down and have conversations with people and listen to them and talk to them. And I think that's what Carnell was kind of saying when he talked about being where his feet are. Another nice throw to get that ball into a somewhat tight window to Jay Fair. Unfortunately for Jay, he had about 3 guys ready to kill him. And as soon as he caught that ball, he got hit really hard in the back. And I think one of those hits just kind of hurt a little bit more than the other. And that might have been a rib shot or a back shot. I'm not sure. I hate seeing him go down like that. Jay Fair's pretty damn good. Darkside says, JG, take a shot, my guy. Wardam Eagle. Yes, sir. I can do that. I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people. Darkside, I put a little extra something in there for you. Some good stuff right here. They're talking about Connor Liu, I can tell. There's Damari right there. As an opportunity for a carry. Not a great opportunity. Because, again, Mississippi State's really getting numbers on those wide runs. Might be time to reconsider that. Although Auburn may just be trying to chew clock right now. And if so, they're doing a pretty good job with that. Second and 10 is what I've got on my screen. Yeah, there's not much to do there. I think Peyton was thinking that screen to Damari was going to be open like the way it's been for Rivaldo recently, but it wasn't. Looks like that money backer kind of went in phase with him out there, so that wasn't there, and I guess he didn't see what he wanted to on that half of the field. Peyton is definitely reading one half of the field. He's not like a full field reader at this point, which is fine. I didn't think he was a zero field reader before, so now it's better. But I think they're keeping the progressions pretty straightforward. I think it's high-low, and that's it. Wizard D says, is Hunter injured? I think so. He took a lick right in the ribs on that screen pass that he got the first down on. That was maybe 6 or 7 plays ago. And he went to the sideline, and once he got to the sideline, he kind of kneeled down. And so I was thinking he was just not happy with the way that felt. And Auburn was not able to get that done on third down again. So Melee says end zone cam has a yellowwood juice on it. Yeah, Galatians said Hunter took a shot in the back. I thought it was ribs. It could have been back. I don't. He was kind of like really stretching to get that extra yardage and just got popped right on the side. It could have been his back too, but I don't think he was feeling good. McPherson, who's really quietly been super, super good this year, just hit another field goal, 49 yards like it's nothing. Had at least 5 more yards on that, maybe more like 7 or 8 more yards on that. So that's cash money right there. And we do have a soundbite for field goals. Yes, indeed, we do. And that is not it. There it is. 3 points. Josh C says, damn good kick. Yeah, he's been really good this year, man. And he's got real range. And size to range ratio for him is off the chart. He's a little dude. But, man, he can absolutely boom a ball. He looks like Daniel Carlson type player to me. He looks really studly. Justin Caesar hit that sound effect, JG. I forgot that I'd moved it over here to my stream deck. So I can just punch it now. Let's see. What is max stats? Let me update these and make sure we're good. Yeah, because there's still a few I've got to add. Peyton is up to 19 of 24. Can you guys believe this? 19 of 24 for Peyton. Like, no shit. Never saw this coming. 224 yards. Hunter is now 12 for 74, still the same. Thorne rushing is 5 for 38. And that's it. Cobb does not have a rush yet, but that's okay. Third down, Auburn's 4 of 8. They're 1 of 8. So now we are fully up to date on that. Now I'm going to go try to find McPherson's. Try to find McPherson's stats relatively quickly here, because I don't remember him missing a field goal, but he is 6 of 6 this year coming into this game. So he's hit 2 this game, which would be 8 of 8. Coming into this game, he was 2 of 2 from 20 to 29. We'll just call them 20s. 2 of 2 from the 30s, 1 of 1 from the 40s, 1 of 1 from the 50s with a long of 53. So he's been pretty good. I like him. He's pretty good. Wizard D says Cobb does have a TD catch. Yeah, I have it listed right here. Cobb receiving TD, but has not had a carry yet. AU Taxman, so those are Peyton Manning numbers. Well, hold on, bro. I mean, they kind of are, but yeah. Oh, no. Chip says the Huskers are putting it away on Purdue. Sorry, Pipe. What happened? Burner 51 jumping in. Thanks for all you do, JG. Sure has been nice to be relaxed in a second half. Word amigo. I appreciate that, man. It is nice. It is nice. I'm here with you guys all the time. So, yeah. We've had some strenuous second halves this year, haven't we? This one probably not so much. Tanner says McPheer good for 65 with the right wind. I agree. He's got a leg, man. He's good. So Anonymous says he's 8 of 8 or 9 for 9. Came in 6 of 6. I think he's 2 of 2 today, right? So, yeah, he's having a hell of a year, honestly. Let's see. Stephen N. says Peyton's stats could be way better. Does anyone else notice Peyton has some potentially explosive runs? If he makes the right read, left about 4 or 5 big plays on the field from the wrong read. He made a couple stinkers when they were backed up early in the game. I haven't necessarily noticed as many, but I don't know, maybe I'm trying to run the show and stuff rather than being able to focus as much as I should on the actual plays. So here we go, guys. 3 minutes-ish to go. 1st and 10, Bulldogs. They've got a lot of work to do here. to get back in this game, and they're going to start this drive with a nice throw. That's the JUCO guy in coverage there, number 25, Champ. Really not terrible coverage. It's kind of like zipping around prior to the ball being thrown, but locked in pretty quickly and caught up. But that's still a catch. War Eagle 0008 says, who is this team? I like them. Not Salty thinks this that Peyton's starting to look like the quarterback we thought we were getting in the portal. Peyton Thorne is who he thought he was. That's why he took the damn field. Stupep says it's a little dead in Jordan Hare. I can understand it, man. It's like a really pretty day. Auburn's actually killing this team. Like, I could see just kind of being lazy about it as a fan, you know? Just kind of like, man, maybe we go out and let's get a start on our night drinking or whatever. I would probably do that if I was there, if I was doing that. Hey, Robinson says, stop cheating. I've got a game going today that nobody can win. Louisville against Duke. I absolutely hate both of those teams. Oh, wow. Nice jump there. Jarquez had an amazing leap earlier over somebody, and number 25 just did one to Auburn. Nicely done. Not a traditional hurdler's jump, but nonetheless, very effective. And I don't know if that was Jalen McLeod or Champ. Completely whiffed on that one. It happens sometimes. Let's see. Wizard D says we should build off this the next 3 weeks to prepare for the Iron Bowl. Yeah, that'd be awesome to just kind of carry this, forward to keep doing this. Simpsons played this in the box right here. You don't necessarily see that all the time. Just kind of lined up like a weak side backer. Cassidy P says, when do we transition to the Breeders' Cup and or the Eagles? It's interesting you had mentioned the Eagles because I decided yesterday that I hate the Eagles, and I made the statement to our friends, the Denton's mom and dad, because I just decided I hate them. I think they're fraudulent. I think they stole what the Birds and the Flying Burrito Brothers were doing and just totally went into it and said, we're just going to make records that sell and make a lot of money. And they did that. They sure did. They made a lot of money. And there's some good artists in that band. I mean, Joe Walsh is an entertainer, and I love him. He's hilarious. Wesley Steiner making a play. Don Henley's good. I mean, Building the Perfect Beast is a terrific record from the 80s. It's light and sounds good, but I just don't, like, the Eagles don't do much for me, and I think they're fraudulent, and I think they got into it for the wrong reasons, and whatever. It's, oh my gosh. Wow, Auburn's defense got really sucked in on that one. CJMH says, guess this game is not over. Do some history research. We remember, bro, 2 years ago. We were there. And I didn't say this game was over. I said if Auburn got to 31, it would be over. And they ain't there yet. That's going to be the end of the third quarter, guys and gals. With Auburn up 27-6. I feel good about it, but Mississippi State's driving here, and I think they've still got to have another couple good drives. John Davis says, Jay, take it easy on the Eagles. Well said, well said. What did you just say? Wizard D, I don't know what happened. Auburn's second-level defenders absolutely had their eyes on that tailback, and they weren't watching what was going on the backside, and it really hurt them. So I don't know exactly what tricked them there. Cassidy P says, don't disagree with the disparaging of the Eagles, but their music is enjoyable. It's not enjoyable to me. I like the long run. It's okay. Hotel California, Canoeman, I'm not feeling it. Peaceful, easy feeling makes me want to punch somebody. It's just bad. Already gone. I mean, just please make it stop. There's so many bands that are just way better. Just my opinion. Crocky Poo says Mississippi State this is what Crocky Poo does. He's got his eyes for that. Mississippi State is currently at 48 plays at JGT, and we know that the witching hour happens at about 55 plays, doesn't it? We have talked before, mostly on the bunker, but I think we've discussed it here, that Auburn's defense tends to fall off once it hits 55 snaps or so because of the depth and because Auburn's second team guys really are not quite as good. There's kind of a drop-off there. So with Mississippi State being at 46 plays right now, we're going to start heading into the – I've even got a button for it now.
Danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Yeah, so we got to keep an eye out. Solo Tigre says life in the fast lane slaps. It feels like someone's slapping me in the face to listen to it. Yes. Kanuman says, so we all agree the Eagles suck. This pleases me. I'm so glad we're seeing eye to eye on this, sir. And A. Robinson feels the same way. I'm glad we can talk about things like this open and honestly among friends. Stephen N. correctly remembers that the dude abides Lebowski hated the Eagles. I've had a tough night, and I hate the fucking Eagles, man. Get out of my car. He had to listen to a Peaceful, Easy Feeling on that one, and that's too much. Galatians says, Bunny in the pot always kills me. Yes, that guy. What an amazing YouTube video that was when he was talking about the crazy hot matrix. Although I think that the fuck around find out guy ended up being a bigger hit because that really was even more on brand. You know, I mean, the fuck around find out matrix really does work in all cases. The crazy hot matrix, there are such things as outlying people, but there's not really much outlying on the other one. Jay Robertson, who's still with us, we're glad to have you, bro. Highwayman's version of Take It to the Limit, better than the original. Take It to the Limit I could see being decent if somebody competent was playing it. So I'd be curious. I'm going to go ahead and write that down. So I remember to take a listen. I would be intrigued. All right, we're back going at it here in the fourth quarter. Mississippi State still got the ball. They are at the plus 14. Their quarterback thinks he sees something, and he does. Nice throw, nice catch. Wow.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you, jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Wow. That's a nice throw and a really nice catch. I mean, he's well defended. And you trust Keontae in coverage. Hell, he might have been holding him too, but nonetheless, nice play. All right, guys, I'm not trying to go down this road, but I don't really want to see Mississippi State score anymore. Oh my goodness. All right, so 27-13. Auburn Tigers have a 2-touchdown advantage. Anonymous, very subtle with this assessment. He says every Eagles song gargles balls. It's hard to know where he feels and how he feels about the Eagles on that one. Stupup says, how did he catch that? It was a really nice catch. One-handed is how he caught that. That's just really good football, man. You got to give him credit for that. Good golly. Nice job. Oh, not salty. He says, we better not let this one slip away or else we'll have a heartache tonight. Come on, man. That's killing me. Killing me. Let's see. Jay Robertson says, enjoying the show today as a Rebel fan. Great commentary as a compliment to the game. Kudos from one Jay to another. Hey, man, we're glad to have you here. Love having sensible Ole Miss fans. There's a bunch of them. They're good folks. And glad to have you here, too. Not salty's killing me, and I think Justin's enjoying it. Ay. Steven had he's got some criticism there, light criticism for Keontae. Why didn't he play the ball a little bit better there? Pick that up now. But T with a rare misstep, I guess you could say, on that kickoff return. He fumbled the ball. He got it back pretty easily, but yeah, the 6 says Zach Arnett looks like the sidekick of an 80s douchebag bad guy from a teen movie. That's a really good description, and I think that's, Damon says, looks like their head coach doesn't GAS, which is usually what Auburn opponents are saying about Hugh Freeze. Newman says, hearing all these song titles reminded me just how awful the Eagles are. Worse than I even remembered. Yeah, they're bad. Again, the long run is salvageable, and it's possible to take it to the limit if put into the hands of a competent singer. Could be decent. But that's about as far as I'm willing to go with those guys. I'm mad that I spent time in my life listening to that shit, because I did, and I used to like the Eagles before I knew better. And I wish I had a soundbite of Tom Petty talking about how he feels about the Eagles. And I respect Tom Petty a lot more than Glenn Fry or Timothy B. Schmidt. Robert M. says student section. Yikes! Yeah, they have lined out. I think they got some other stuff going on. You guys. Not salty. I've got a strong theory on that. He says, "What's the deal with Hugh and that white Casio he's always sporting?" Inquiring minds want to know. I think he wears that because it's a dumb watch. He just wants it to tell time and maybe the date. He doesn't want to have, the shit that I get on my phone, on my watch, and you probably get on yours, all the notifications and all that stuff. I got to, like when I'm on the show here, I got to go on Do Not Disturb and all that shit. He probably don't want to do that, so he just gets a dumb watch. That gives him the basics, and that's it. Eddie Robinson, why are you speaking that and putting that into the universe? He says we're going to lose. Why would you say that? Don't put that out in the universe, my G. So throw to Rivaldo there, a little bit short. I'm sorry. I said Rivaldo. It's actually Cam Brown. I'm sorry about that. He's got to get to the sticks on that, right? He's got to get to the sticks on that. It's a sticks route. It's a sticks route. Oh, my God. Josh C. was feeling me on that. He says, Brown, go past the sticks. Runner 24 says, what's the Cliff Notes on Petty's take on the Eagles? What the Cliff Notes is, in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, there's a letter from Tom Petty to the guitarist of the Byrds, whose name escapes me, Mike something or other. And he said that every time the Eagles fuel up their private jet, they should be paying you the gas money because you made their career possible. He was both part of the Flying Burrito Brothers and the Byrds. So Tom Petty was not a fan of the Eagles because he felt like they were sellouts from the beginning. Now, I don't know if he just knew that, like we know that because the music sucks, or if he actually knew, like, the guys. I mean, Glenn Fry and Don Henley, and, like, had surmised from conversations with them that they actually sucked. I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm not able to phone him and ask him anymore, but there's probably something written about this somewhere. Because, I mean, like, if you have, like, a row with the Eagles or whatever, if Tom Petty has a row with the Eagles, you think that would be something that people would talk about. Josh C. makes a good point, though. He says, as good as the first half was, the second half has been disappointing. I want to take a look at the numbers from the second half specifically. I can probably get my hands on these. So second half, they've outscored Auburn 10-3. Total yards is 145-258. So that's like 3 times as many almost. Third downs, Auburn's 2 of 4. They're 1 of 2. 18 plays for them, 14 for the Auburn Tigers so far in the second half. So yeah, they've definitely had the upper hand in the second half. Just haven't been able to consummate it really with a lot of points. Wow, first half, Auburn had 301 yards. Second half, 58. So, yeah, it's definitely fallen off. And I think the reference earlier to Tubershell is fair. Mega Tiger mentioned that. D. Lucky says, Sticks wrote, run short, is that coaching? That happened last week, too. They had a Sticks route that was like a yard short last week, too. So, you know what? I'm going to have to probably say coaching goes that's going to be some coaching. And I hate to say it because I like this guy a lot, but at the end of the year, I mean, you're going to have to take a look at Marcus Davis. If he played a role in whiteout assessments in the portal, I mean, I don't know specifically who was behind that, but I mean, there were a lot of misses in the whiteout portal choices this past year, and then I don't necessarily feel like the whiteouts have gotten much better this year. And running sticks routes a yard short is just not good. Dave says, we had awful halftime adjustments with Gus and figured the potato famine. I really hope we don't have that same problem under Hugh. Wow. They thought they were going to really get one over on Auburn there with that delay screen. And Jalen McLeod was like, nah, I got you, bro. I'm fixing to drag your ass out of bounds. I like it. Not salty. This is not funny. He says, we're going to take it to the limit the rest of this game. I wish I had a boo. I wish I could boo you. I don't have a boo. I'll have to get a boo for next time. It's kind of a cool play. Auburn wasn't fooled, but had two guys coming around the horn. I guess that was like a GT quarterback sweep with the tailback going out the back. And that's designed to kind of catch linebackers' eyes, but Auburn read the guards, and that's where the ball went. And they just overpowered him, overnumbered him, really, at the point of attack there. So, 3rd and 8. Josh C. says, it's hard to understand a sticks route, JG. It's not like it's in the name or anything. I know. It's frustrating, dude. Football's hard, though, honestly. Oh, God, that quarterback got hit so hard. Paid a price for that one. Paid a price. Blake R. jumps in. What's up, my guy from the East Coast? He's our East Coast czar. Says, Ward Amigo, JGT just got to my hotel room on the road for work and was working and haven't been able to join. That's a very good reason to not be here. But so far, it looks good finally. Well, that's a little bit misleading, Blake. You're looking at the score and you're thinking, yo, we're up 2 touchdowns. That's good. But Auburn was playing much better than Mississippi State in the first half and probably didn't score enough points or as many as they could have. And now we're in the second half. Mississippi State's been, I would say they've been better in the second half, although that drive that sucked right there. Auburn did a nice job. But yeah, I'd like to see Auburn score another touchdown here. The 6 says, the quarterback is toast. From Die Hard. Yeah, that's the guy from Pulp Fiction who had that line. Sam Jackson. He was also in Jurassic Park. Timothy B says Bo Nix is looking good. Yeah, no, Oregon's having a great day. Let's see what these stats look like, yo. 35-6. Good God, I didn't know they were curb stomping them. Jeez. Bo is 21 of 27, 223, 2 touchdowns. And he also has a rushing touchdown. So that's good. Yeah, he's having a fine day. That's going to be one of those shut some people up with that one. You go to Utah and beat that ass. That's definitely going to calm some people down or shut some people up. I got some Utah friends that went to high school with me. They went to Utah. They go to Utah games now, and they were getting a little vervy, a little chirpy. But I probably won't hear as much from them after this one. Yeah. Anonymous says Butch, a.k.a. Bruce Willis. Yes. Also in both of those movies, right? Also in Pulp Fiction and Die Hard. Interesting. Wizard D says Cal up 11 against USC at the half. LOL. Cal having like their big game, right? This is like one of their big. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. Sam H says, how about we throw a short route or short out route? Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't necessarily think that's Peyton's gig, though. They did run, I don't know if you were here yet, Sam, they did run a slant or two early in the game, which we were all kind of surprised by. One of them went for a first down, so we were like, this is wonderful. And I haven't seen much of that lately. Fat Crack, another one of our legends, jumping in with a super chat, says, here's to turning things around, JGT. Hope all is well, sir. Ward Amigo, appreciate you, bro. We love Fat Crack. Absolute stud. Love having him here on the show and also at the on the bunker, too. Update from Ed D at the Magic City Classic says the Hornets of Alabama State are up 24-14, on the A&M Bulldogs at the end of the third quarter in Birmingham. AU Textman says, so sad that Bruce Willis is nonverbal now. Yeah, that's the thing, right? They were saying he had some kind of a unusual problem where he just can't communicate verbally anymore. But it's more than that. They were saying he can't read either. which apparently is one of his passions. I tell you, some of these, some of these disorders people can develop are really, really mean. Monstrous, some would say. D. Lucky says, oh no, Ed D, we are an Alabama A&M family. I did not know that, D. Lucky. I always categorized you as a South Alabama Jag. Although I certainly understand some love for the Alabama A&M Bulldogs. Anonymous says, Thorne highlight package will be 100% from the first half, LOL. He had a great first half. You're right. It hasn't been quite the same, has it? I feel like they've been playing defensively, if that makes sense. He is currently 20 of 25 for 230. And he just had another nice run. Not quite enough for the first down, but got some yardage. He's now 6 carries for 44. I mean, that's pretty significant. 6 carries. Now, that one's a scramble, but he's had some on-purpose quarterback draws earlier. Sam H. says he's sick of this, man. It's frustrating, dude. I know. Oh, D. Lucky. That's right. Your bro went there. He was trying to step in for you last week, I think. He was like, D. Lucky ain't here, but I'll answer any question you got for D. Lucky. I love it. Damari there with a little tough action run on 3rd and 3. I think Auburn's going to have to punt this, right? You don't want to take that risk on your own side of the 50, even if it's a short one. D. Lucky says the GOAT, and by that he means Madison, Alabama, has a high percentage of Alabama A&M alums as well. Yeah, I would think so, yeah. The 6 says, P-Monty sure loves him some GT counter, but we run it like Alex Van Halen plays drums. Loud and out of time. Wow. I did not expect to see Alex Van Halen be slandered. I'm glad Jeff C. is not still here in the chat to hear this. He would be very disappointed as a drummer who loves Van Halen. Not necessarily that he loves Alex, but he probably does. Spicy Piece is so sad. It was fun while it lasted. Robert M. says, I have neither a peaceful nor an easy feeling right now. I need a boo. I need a boo sound. Boo. These Eagles illusions, ALLUSION, we need to get those out of the chat immediately. This is considered sacrilege by you trying to pump up these Eagles songs, titles, and lyrics. Awful. Terrible. All right, Mississippi State's got the ball again. Now, they are at their own 20, so they got some work to do here. But Auburn Tigers have not had a good second half. It's been kind of lackluster. And I think with Auburn in the state that they're in, they should not take anything for granted. You know what I mean? Especially a play-action throw that starts off the drive with a 16-yard gain. That's really not great. AU Taxman says, speaking of drums, I saw the movie Whiplash recently. Freaking incredible. That is a good one. The guy from Oz. He played Schillinger in Oz. J.D. something or other. Like the teacher. Man, he is tough in that role, isn't he? Tough. Let's see. Cassidy P. says, since we disagree on the Eagles, although I thought we kind of had a concurring opinion on the Eagles where you do like them, but you can also see that they kind of suck. Thoughts on My Morning Jacket, and separately, I don't have much of an opinion on MMJ. I know they're from Louisville. I know a lot of my friends from college love them. I can't name a single song by them. I heard them a few times, and I was like, not my shit. Separately, Breeders' Cup, specifically Classic and Juvenile, I'm thinking General Partner and Arabian Night. I need to take a look, bro. I honestly have not paid attention the way I should have. You know, last year you had Flightline, and you had some other stars coming up. This year it seems a little more muddled, which can be good and bad. But I need to take a look. Well, let me rephrase that. I should have taken a look. It's too late now. That was a really nice hard throw out of bounds. Like, if you're going to throw a ball out of bounds, that's the way to do it right there. AU Taxman, of you of all people, I did not think you would fail me like this. He says, seriously, people, do not worry about Mississippi State. They're already gone. I feel that one personally. I think of you as one of my ride or die bunker friends, man. Why would you do this to me? Why have you forsaken me? Not Salty says in the long run we'll be okay. Okay, I'm done. Please, God, let that be the last one. That's a really nice catch. Oh, my gosh, Donovan. You got to hold on, my G. Almost made a great play. Jesse says Auburn has no pass rush along the front line. It's kind of been this way. Cassidy Pieces Muddled is better for wagering. Not too late. We have 6 days, my G. That's how out of it I've been. It's because of my mom, really. I did see that Christina Blacker was doing like live things from Del Mar, so I figured we were close. I had actually got to go to Del Mar in, I guess, the end of July. Was really underwhelmed, bro. Liked the area it's in, I guess, but the track itself, like where you bet and stuff. Oh, it's terrible. I was really disappointed. I thought Del Mar was going to be a palace, and it was kind of a shithole. So, that's my feelings on Del Mar. SR71 Blackbird is frustrated with the way this defense is playing. I think Jesse is as well. Tanner says no passion on D. I would agree with that. Doesn't look good right now. I just don't see that emotional buy-in. And right when I say that, Zion Puckett gets a pick. I'm telling you, man, when that Mississippi State quarterback rears back and throws one, 15, 20 yards, only God knows where that's going. And in this case, it was just floating, and Zion had his eyes on that. Zion had his head turned. He played the ball like the vet that he is and got himself an Oski, man. Good for him. So that's going to end a Mississippi State drive right there. And it looks like Auburn will take over on the 4-ish. And with 7.5 minutes to go, if you can just chew clock here, I think you turn your 96% win percentage into about 99%. Let's see. Cassidy Pieces at JGT agreed. Like I was talking about the concurring opinion earlier. He likes some Eagles music and recognized some of them and have been cheese dicks about music versus music industry. Yeah, whatever. No, I mean, I know. I don't really know that much about them. I honestly don't pay that much attention. I don't know about their squabbles with the music industry or whatever. Let's see. Around 24, not getting carried away at all. Says Puckett's basically Ed Reed. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Cleveland Browns says, got to love those fly balls for an interception. Those are the best kind, right? Oh, somebody's going to get a boo from me. Oh, no. AU Taxman again? It's AU Taxman again? Guys, get him off the list. We need him gone. The new kid in town is no Will Rogers. I know, guys. Who let him in here? Wait. But he's a channel legend? All right, we'll give him some space. Brandon J says, are you a Jimmy Buffett fan, JG? Not really. The music doesn't really speak to me, but I do like Volcano. It's a great song. And he's got a song out now about the gummy just kicked in or whatever, which is kind of it's relatable. But not really. He seemed like a good dude, though. The music just doesn't speak to me. Eric says, put Robbie in LOL. It could happen. It honestly could happen. The 6 says Raiders-Lions on Monday Night Football is mid as hell. I have to agree. But as a Raiders fan, I'm really pulling for a W. Always. Pulling for a W, expecting an L, but pulling for a W. It's kind of like the life as a Raiders fan. Runner 24 says, fly ball for interceptions. Okay, fine. Zion Puckett is effectively Willie Mays or Ken Griffey Jr. Caduman says gummies are the bestest. I have just started dabbling in edibles somewhat recently when we were in California. And, yeah, they're game changers for me. You can feel better and not have a hangover. It's great. Ruxy says, how we feeling? Ruxy, not great. First half was Wonder Bar. Second half, yeah. I'm just trying to get through this game, honestly. They're not playing great, and I don't really understand what's going on. Timothy B says JGT should eat an edible on the drain for the Vandy game. I don't know. I don't think when I do gummies, I can't concentrate as well, which is good because I'm just not aiming to really, but nah. Although there's different kinds, right? Sam says Jimmy G is back, Jay. Is he? 6 says that Jimmy G is out. At this point, Jimmy G is more frustrating to me than anything because like we're paying him all this money and he's just mid. And we could play our second or third round we could play Aiden O'Connell that we picked up from Purdue. I think he's just almost as good, but we won't play him. We play this 36-year-old dude. I don't care. I'm tired of it. Wizard D says, stop this weak-ass play calling. It seems very conservative, man. It seems very, very conservative. And I mean, they're going to probably win this game, and Hugh's going to be able to say, hey, we got off the schneid, and, we got a 2-touchdown win, and any win in this league's great, especially when you're on a losing streak like we were or whatever. But, guys, I think this is kind of self-inflicted. And we haven't seen hardly any of the 13 personnel, although they have it right there. Now, that's a good throw and a play right there. That's a good read, man. So that's very similar to the play that I drew up on the camera eye last week or just a few days ago. That was the 13 personnel. An eligible receiver downfield. Now, last week, this was a throw to Luke Deal. This week, it's a throw ahead to Brandon Frazier. And last week, Brandon Frazier actually it was Fromm in that spot, but he was blocking, and in this case, he just went out for a pass. But had an offensive tackle that wandered a little too far downfield, and that pulls the play back to a 3rd and 12, and that's a very, very Auburn second half Mississippi State type of fuck-up right there. It's just been like this, man. If he could have just gotten away there. Yeah, Jonathan E. says that's a killer penalty. That one really hurts, dude. And so now, 6:29 to go, and they're going to get this ball. And oh, wow. He is pissed. Wow. Give it to him, bro. Boy, Dylan Wade. Costly penalty there. Matt N says Wade has 3 penalties. He definitely had a false start earlier. He had a hold, right? And then that blocking downfield. Man, that one stings. That's a bad one. 6 says, can't run the draw on 3rd and long, Sonya. Melee says, heartache tonight. Boo. I'm going to take a super, super quick break. I'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, what did I miss? They just ran a Pensacola commercial again. It's a good one. Jesse says Dylan Wade should know better. He's been playing football a while. Yeah, that's just tough, man. That's a tough time for a penalty right there. And you had the play, you had the yardage, you had the first down. And, sometimes it happens like that in football. A. Robinson says, well, at least we knew happiness for a little while. Also hoped you had a good poop break. Wow, that would have been a quick one. Jesse says, anybody want to take a bets that Wade does not get called for being downfield again this year? Wow, he's going to remember it. AU Taxman says that Pensacola chick has nice legs. Yeah, that wasn't really, yes. But I also thought that she looked particularly good in that outfit too. I thought it fit her figure well. Did I say that diplomatically? I hope so. I like that. Josh says, is it me or is that camera still fuzzy AF? They're probably not putting the number one cameras at the Auburn Mississippi State game at this point, right? All right, so they take the fair catch at the tree 50. And let's see what happens here. Kind of trying to get this thing home with one headlight, honestly, guys. It ain't pretty. They're still up 2 touchdowns on a Mississippi State team that I consider to be pretty bad. But, I think other teams in the SEC could look at Auburn and say Auburn's pretty bad. So it's trying to get the W here. By the way, as Neil pointed out earlier, Neil J., the over-under in this game was 41. And we're at 40 right now. So some bettors walking a fine line right now, sweating this bad boy out if you're going over-under. Wow, Keontae was a marauder on that play. Good golly. Michael W., hey, good to see you, bro. I was thinking last possession, Auburn should go for it on 4th and 1, but that's where I'm glad we have Freeze instead of Kiffin. Sometimes you just have to punt it away and play D. Sometimes you just have to live the punt, as Mike Ensminger would say. Steve Ensminger, excuse me. Not Salty says it's still hitting the under, so interesting to some. Yeah, there's some people worrying about this one, I bet. It's a nice throw, man. Again, it's just kind of a gamble to see if he can put the ball on the money or just wildly flail it, but he put that one on the money. Nice throw. Wow. That was a missile. Josh, I agree. Nice play. You might have been talking about Keontae. My bad. Either way. It was a nice throw, and it was also a nice play by Keontae on the play before that, too. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see if Keontae gets drafted. I'd love to see it for him. Second and 10 is what I'm looking at here on my screen. Mississippi State's offense probably almost as disjointed as Auburn's, but a little bit more effective. They are moving the ball a little bit. Kind of an interesting formation here. Somebody's going to have to get in motion. They needed another guy in the line of scrimmage. Oh, they got away with one there. Number 81 was not in the line of scrimmage. Just my opinion. I'm kind of a stickler for that stuff, though, and that may be kind of silly. Steven says, really sorry for criticizing Keontae. He's a tackling machine. He is a high-effort defender. And he misses tackles sometimes. I think he missed 6 last week, which is ridiculous. But he gives you a lot of effort, man. And he's going to make some plays. He's a guy I can ride with. Another solid throw. He's a yard and a half short of the first down, but it's going to be 4th and 2. They're obviously going to have to go. Snobberton says, does this staff think 14 points is an insurmountable lead? They've been playing conservatively this whole half, honestly. Now, they may end up being able to say after the game, we were trying. We just couldn't quite get the same level, that we had in the first half for whatever reason. I think they would be unwise to say they were playing this conservatively. So it's 4th and 2. They ran the ball through the left side A gap, and I'm not sure he got there, but I don't have a great look at this. Yeah, it looks like the tailbacks got like half his body over that line, so that's a first down. Looks like Cam Riley just kind of guessed the wrong gap there. Could have had a stop in the backfield. First down, Mississippi State at the 26, guys. It's getting a little anxious here. 3:48 to go. Pressure coming Camera work is unbecoming. They just got another first down. I don't love this right now. Crocky Poo kind of warned us that they were hitting the danger zone in terms of snaps. Defensively, Auburn's defense falls apart or starts to play at a lower level, and this really is not good if Marcus Harris is out, around the 55 snap mark. And Mississippi State is now at the 63 snap mark. So Auburn is getting gassed on defense and getting gashed. Oh, Jesus. Marcus got hit by Keys. They both kind of met at the quarterback, and it looked like Keys just kind of went helmet first into Marcus. And so he might have gotten his bell rung. I don't know. 63 snaps defended so far. I mean, that's not a really huge number considering that Joshua Bynes played 109 snaps in the game against Northwestern, the bowl game several years ago. But at that point, Auburn had a lot more depth on defense than they have right now. Runner 24 says offense has been ugly this half. It sure has. It's just been uninspiring. It's the only word I would use. It's been conservative. It's been mushy. It's not been handled well. And Mississippi State is in the red zone now. AU Taxman says, great, now we can put another guy in there to not get pressure on the quarterback. Yeah, I think they've got Lawrence in there, and they've got Jason Jones and Elijah, and looks like Keldrick. With Larry Nixon now as a stand-up end. He's going to rush. He's going to get there. No, he's not. Judged to have caught that ball out of bounds. Wow. This game is getting tight as F. Paul King says, how many first downs do we have for the second half? I can get that information for you. Hold on just a sec. Second half, Auburn has 3 first downs, and they have 13. They have 223 yards in the second half. Auburn has 67. So, yeah, this is not going great, to put it lightly. The previous play is under review. Let me get a few numbers updated. 20 of 26 for Thorne. Again, this offense is just absolutely stagnated in the second half. It's been miserable. Jarquez is at 15 for 77, which is approximately what he was at halftime. Thorne is 7 carries for 44. And third down overall, 2 of 11 and 4 of 11. All right, we're fully updated now. Let's see, Jesse says Auburn has a few very good players on defense, just no depth. Harris, Scott, both been playing great this year. Simp's been great this year. Sante's high and lows, but he's pretty good. But I agree, those are the 4 best. But they just get tired, man. They get wore out, and Auburn's defense has to go to second. I mean, you're not looking at second-team guys here, but you either get gassed first-teamers or not very good second-teamers. This ball's out of bounds, right? Yeah. Chip says, is B-Matt in that Lego box? My guess is that he's not. He's probably on the field. Usually around this time of the game, you go down and you hang out in the corner over there by the locker room, which would be in the end zone where they're driving right now. All right, I got a 3rd and 8 here on my screen. Let's see what they can come up with. Oh, my God, I thought that ball was going to tip up to that guy in the end zone. Technically, Cam Riley deflected the pass. He'll get a PBU, but the ball was just thrown right at him. And I thought it was going to tip up and go to the guy behind him. I would have been like, oh, my God. But it didn't. 4th down. We got a super chat coming through from one of our legends, Pocket Watch. Checking in from Jordan Hare. Game getting a little tight. Yeah, you're right about that, Pocket. Thanks for checking in, my G, and it has been way too tight. Golly. I think we're going to end up taking from this game, not feeling great about it, even though some good things happened. I don't see a ruling. I think he was out of bounds, though. He must have been out of bounds. Jeez, dude, he did make that catch, though. Oh, he just had to go up to get the ball. And in doing so, he removed his foot from the playing field. Guys, this is that close. Jeez. Galatians says that was close. Damn right about that. Ron Roberts is like sweating this one out, man. Wait, CJMH says Freeze is a clown. Wait, he's winning. Like, come on, this is not the right time to be calling him a clown. Uh-oh, Southern Cal just scored, narrowing that gap. Spicy P, I think, with a great synopsis. What a miserable ending to such a good start. I don't feel any better now. I think you're right. I think you walk away from this and you go, what do I take from this? Except that Jarquez is having a day. If you give him a chance to run the football. Nice run there from Jarquez. Excuse me, guys. Jarquez is feeling it too, man. I mean, he's been hit a bunch today. He's been hit a bunch. He has paid the price for being Auburn's bell cow today. Another nice run. Oh, shit, he might be gone, y'all. He's still going. He's at the 30s, at the 20s, going to get caught. Right around the 20. Wow, man, that cracks 100 for him. 17 carries for 144 now. Great day for him. I bet you if that happens early in the game, he's gone. I mean, you don't usually see him get caught. He did have to make a feint. It slowed him down a little bit there. Still a hell of a run, though. Yeah, Josh says Hunter is tired AF. I mean, he still only has 17 carries, but I think he's still feeling the effects of that shot to the side earlier. Oh, God, Peyton just got crushed. And now Peyton's rushing numbers are going to go down on that one. 8 for 38 now. Yeah. SR71 Blackbird says, get that boy some oxygen. I know, he's been running hard. He's definitely the part of the game that I've been most impressed with. I mean, Peyton has been better than I expected, and they've actually given him the opportunity to play a lot, and he's been good. I mean, 20 of 26 you're happy with that. But for me, like, finally letting Hunter just kind of go and be the number one guy and just do your thing, like, he's done his thing. Like, it seems like he's got, officially 17 for 144. He's probably had like 13 average runs, and then he's had 4 really good pops. And, I mean, that's enough. I mean, the big play percentage on that is good enough to just keep feeding him, and that's what they've done. So that's been really good. Oh, for fuck's sake. How did that ball get tipped? I think Peyton's wondering the same thing. He doesn't understand what happened. I still don't understand what happened. That replay didn't help me. Can you tell me what happened? Did it like hit Connor Lou's ass when it came out or something? What happened? Nanamouse is confused too. I don't understand. Biologically, I don't understand what could have been in the way there. There's nothing there. What am I missing? Josh says, what in the heck is that snap? Robert says, I can't help but laugh. Anonymous says rookie mistake. Ay, ay, ay. Wizard Dragon says maybe lose third leg. Hey now. Jesse says, okay, never mind. Just kneel it and go to the house. Oh, he's ambitious. That's a pass interference all day long. Wait, Omari, you don't have to celebrate it. I wonder if that throw, even without the PI, I wonder if he could have competed for that ball. It was just kind of. Maybe. I thought Omari was kind of like adjusting to the throw too late to have been able to catch that. But it doesn't matter. Once you get that DPI, okay, so Auburn's just going to go ahead and turtle this bad boy. I don't blame him. Jesse, I know you're happy to see that. As NWA would sing, that's one less thing you got to worry about right there if you just kneel down. All right, so this is going to wind down with Auburn winning this game by 14, and it's just a very I'm not going to say it's dispiriting, but it's just kind of like a meh. On the good side, Auburn wins the game. On the good side, Peyton Thorne has a good day. On the good side, Hunter had a terrific day. They fed him, and he came through. Defensively, Auburn was terrific on third down again. I think Ron Roberts has really got a rhythm going on third down. But offense really stagnated, I think it's fair to say, in the second half. And the defense, again, once they get over 55 plays, man, they get gassed. They ended up defending 67 plays today, which is a lot for the current paradigm. Now, back in the Tuberville days, you would defend 75 and feel like you did all right. These days, particularly with Auburn as thin as it is on defense, anything over 55 to 60, you're asking for trouble. Auburn finishes with 416 yards of offense. They had 345. And let me give you the final numbers on the second half. Auburn finishes with 115 yards. They finished with 223. Auburn had 6 first downs. They had 13. This is, again, just the second half numbers. And time of possession was 14 minutes for Auburn and 16 for them, so really not much of a difference there. Total plays in the second half, 38 for them, 26 for Auburn. So mushy, yeah. I just think that's kind of a mushy finish. It's great to have a W. You got to be happy with that. But my goodness. Runner 24 jumps in. Expect you to buy me a drink in Cashville. Don't let me down. Putting pressure on me. To forsake potentially the brain drain next weekend for a trip to Nashville. Very interesting. Esley says, let's not focus on the negative. That's fair. After being mired in a losing skid, being able to get off the schneid and put together a great first half and get a big lead and then coast to a victory is a great thing. That is a big plus. Let's see. What Not Salty says, JG, it's like this. Sometimes you go to bed with a 2. You go to bed at 2 with a 10, and then you wake up at 10 with a 2. Summary of this game. Interesting. Also, Chip, just randomly after yours, said limp dick second half, which I think those two may be related. Jay Robertson, who's been a voice of reason all day long, says can't take any conference wins for granted in the SEC. I agree with you on that. Sometimes you're just happy to get that W. Leif is checking in, one of our friends from the Rebel Grove site. Another one of our friends from the Rebel Grove site said, congrats, y'all. Leif, I'm sorry about Arkansas's loss last week, though, man. I know your wife took that one hard. His wife's an Arkansas fan, and it's tough to see him lose at home 7-3 to this team. So Auburn's got to go now back-to-back on the road. Got to go to Vanderbilt next week and then at Arkansas the week after that. And it's going to be chilly willy in Arkansas in November. I can promise you that. Maybe that way in Nashville next week. I don't know because we're about to get some really cold weather coming down this way. Blake D., who's usually a very positive person, And looks like he may be this in this case as well. War Eagle needed to win so much. Give it up to the Auburn fans and family for always showing up no matter what. Well played. Maybe we can pick up some momentum. That would be terrific. Some really nice individual performances today, though. VAR would not have been the guy I would have picked, but Peyton and Zarquez Hunter were terrific today, I thought. I mean, to think you could coax a 20 of 26 for 230 and 3 touchdowns out of Peyton, I didn't know he's capable of it against air. SR71 Blackbird, good point here. He says the second half reminded me of the offense all year. Like, just kind of like, yeah, it looked standard operational procedure for this year in the second half for sure. First half, you were like, wow, what's going on? And Ed D succinctly says played half a game today. I thought the defense played more than half, but I think on offense you're 100% correct, Ed. I mean, the good news is I didn't see anybody spit in the bit, and I thought they were fighting, but kind of disappointing. Cleveland Brown says Middle Tennessee is expected to hit low 30s on Monday. Yeah, it's going to be chilly willy. Holy sh...
I want to wrestle you so freaking bad.
Patrick D., the aforementioned several times tonight, drops one. He says, huge win. The guys deserved it and needed it. Need to get to a bowl and win it. Auburn has only won 2 of its last 9 bowl games. Patrick D., of course, he's Why Not AU on the bunker, and he's also going to be hosting the shindig there in Nashville next weekend at the Corner Bar. And he's going to be DJing too. So if there's a more legendary bunk, it's hard to imagine what that person will be doing to earn even more respect than Why Not AU as a thank you. Appreciate you, Patrick D. You know how I feel about you, bro. Yeah, we're seriously talking about me and Courtney trying to get up there and just abandoning the brain drain next week to be part of your shindig because I have never had anything but a 10 out of 10 time at your parties. You're hilarious. You're a great DJ. You always facilitate a rowdy, fun group, and your boys are hilarious. I mean, you got Gust, obviously. He's a legend. But some of the other guys are as well. Love hanging out, so. Abby Travels just says victory. Victory, victory, victory. I heard that song by Kool and the Gang yesterday. I loved it. Forgot about it all these years later. Also on that same record is Stone Love, which is a good one. War Eagle 19 just says, we won, game over. Absolutely. That's a wrap, bro. And Auburn kind of a little bit limping to the finish line in this one, but that is a W. That's a 2-touchdown win in the SEC. And as Patrick D. noted, that's a step toward bowl eligibility, which is going to be a big plus. And ABT notes that's a double-digit win over a team who beat us last year and notably the year before. So ended a losing streak to Mississippi State. And I think when you're a program like Auburn, in the situation that Auburn is right now, you ending losing streaks of any kind is a good thing. So that's the deal. That's the deal. Let's see, Runner 24, encouraging me to be a bad boy. Says it's Vandy. Go and skip the drain. I can't listen as I'll be there, so perhaps I am biased. Wow, an opportunity to hang out with Patrick D and the boys, plus Runner 24 and other notables, including possibly Cleveland Brown. Wow, that would be amazing. We may have to just do that. Yeah, we may have to just do that. Pillar of the community. Thank you, Salty. I couldn't remember the word I used earlier. Pillar. He is a pillar of the community. Patrick D said, take the small wins, folks. We are rebuilding a program. They are. That's absolutely true. And Abby Travels is agreeing with me. That's good. Cleveland Brown says, how about a post train at the Corner Bar? Well, so Patrick D is rolling the Corner Bar until 3, I think. So if we go back after the game, we have to be fighting with all the, the proletariat. But, I mean, it's possible. Kaduman says, drained from the hotel. It worked great in Greenville. Did it work great? If it weren't for the heroics of you and Pocket and some of your associates, I I was like this close to signaling defeat in that one. There he is, Peyton Thorne, the iron-armed quarterback of the Auburn Tigers. 230 passing yards. Trent says Cal College champs. I love that's funny. Right there. AU Taxman says drain at the Tridelt house. What are you doing? First of all, you throw the Eagles at me. And then you come at a guy who's married to a Chi Omega, who helped birth, who co-conspired to birth a girl who is now a Chi O, and you make references about Tridelts? I'm going to tell you nice. I'm going to ask you nice to not do that in the future. Patrick D says, corner bar never opens before 3 until we rented that bitch out. Jabba. That's what I'm talking about. A Chip says South Alabama's getting Cajuned. 17 points down in the third quarter. Oh, my God. You know the worst thing that happened to South Alabama this year was to go to Oklahoma State and beat that ass. And I feel like they just got a big head, and now it's just like they're so on and off. Like Southern Miss is terrible, and South killed them last week. But then, the Cajuns are a credible ball club. They always are, even though their record wasn't great. And now they're getting killed. And this is at home. Jeez. Josh C. says, JG, I'm not on the bunker, but would love to come by for the party at Vandy. What's the address and time? That's going to be at the corner bar. You have to Google that one, my G. And it's going to be, that game's middle of the afternoon. So, we'll probably be there like 11 to 2:30 or whatever. But you also got to be good. You got to be a good boy if you're going to come. I mean, I know you would be, but just making sure. AU Taxman says, Ms. Taxman, also a Chi O. Then why would you do that and bring up Tridelts? We don't like Tridelts unless your daughter's one. I'm just kidding you. I know you if you do have a daughter, she's young. And I'm not against anything about Tridelts. I'm just telling you I'm a Chi O enthusiast. That's all I want to say about that. Chip gives me a little bit of good news saying the Jags scored in that game, so they're only down 10 now. That's good. D. Lucky says, join the bunker for a week, Josh. Yeah, seriously, man. The bunker is amazing. As long as you don't go on the politics board. I had to mitigate a dispute on the politics board today that was just really testing my patience. And it was between a well-known political troll and an otherwise really good bunk who really got caught up and ended up having to ban him, and he got mad, and he had done something that was way wrong, and he knew it. This happens on the Poe reboard all the time. It's always like, well, I screwed up, but this guy also screwed up here, here, and here. And I'm like, guys, I don't want to do this, man. I don't want to litigate this all day. Albie Travel says FIMU, also a very credible sorority, known for their pink and white colors. At my school, those girls wore green and pink and white, but apparently that's unusual. So let us say pink and white. My friend Sonya's a FIMU. Chris H. says he's a proud Tri-Delta dad here. We love Chris H. So, all right. Very good. Tri-Delta is a sorority that's been around a long time. Very well established. And they also, I feel like they are the arch enemy of the Chi Os. But my aunt was a Tri-Delta. I knew a lot of Tri-Deltas at Transy. Very pretty girls at my school. Almost all of them. So I'm sure no doubt you'd be hanging out with and married to and producing pretty girls too. Let's see, Michael W. I bet you this is gonna be a great take right here. If you would have asked me last night if I would take a 27-13 win, I would have done it happily. Proud to get an SEC dub. Lack of second string talent hinders our second half play right now. It's a great take. I don't find any fault with that at all. Blake says, politics, schmolitics. My political stance is they all suck. Screw politics at the end. Yeah, I'm not political at all either. I spend like literally $0 or 0 days, 0 minutes per day on the Poe reboard. The only reason I ever go over there is to mitigate disputes, and it's just a bunch of guys on both sides of the aisle passively, aggressively attacking each other, and it's I just couldn't do it. Jay Robertson is about to bounce. He said, enjoyed hanging out with y'all today. Congrats on the win. Enjoy. Hey, I appreciate you being over here, being a great harmonizer with us. Jay Robertson is an Ole Miss fan, but he was over here cheering for Auburn because he hates Mississippi State, and we were happy to have given him a pleasing result for a change. So Mississippi State down and out again. So sad. Jay Robertson's probably not very upset about it. And good luck to Ole Miss the rest of the season. Love to see them win the West since they've already defeated Auburn, and Auburn ain't challenging for the West anyway. Ole Miss only one game out of the race right now, so it's possible. But somebody's going to have to beat Alabama. And Auburn's still got a chance. So, Ed D with an update says Alabama State is up 31-14 on the Alabama A&M Bulldogs in the Magic City Classic. Not much time left. So it looks like the Hornets are going to win, possibly to the chagrin of D. Lucky, who is not an A&M graduate, but he's an A&M sympathist, we have learned during this show, because his bro went there, and of course we love his bro as well. So anyway, don't you love it when there's fans from other teams that come over and harmonize and hang out and just represent their fan base credibly and friendly and cordially? Isn't it great? That's the SEC fellowship that I know and love. Josh C says, JG, we may not be happy, but we are satisfied. JG, I know you're not satisfied, but are you good? By the way, AU Duck Hunter from the board texted me yesterday, and he said he ran into Jay Jacobs at a hotel there in Auburn and was like, caught him on the elevator. And he's like, hey, brother, let me hold that for you. I was like, I can totally see Jay doing it, Hey, brother. I mean, it's good that Jay's back, and I like Jay, but I don't know. I've just gone around and around with him so many times. It's just, he worked at Florida for a while, and I think he retired there, and so he's back where he really wants to be, and that's good. Kaduman says, of course we love anyone in the legend D. Lucky's family, considering how credible and awesome D. Lucky is. I mean, anyone, well, I should also add Ms. D. Lucky is also legendary. Anyone who either is related to them or hangs out with them has their seal of approval. It is good by me without sight unseen, for sure. Let's see. Bradley says, my kid has an offer to play at ASU on the offensive line. Interesting. Wow. That's pretty kick-ass, man. I would love it if, my kid, yeah. She got a good offer to go to South Alabama and be a student. Is that good? Oh, SR71 Blackbird, amazing. I like this win, but I was not satiated. Excellent. Perfectly produced word there. The diction is amazing. And you used it perfectly. You had an inadvertent or unnecessary capitalization on the word, but nonetheless, you get full credit. Jeff B says, that was the Hugh Freeze offense we have been waiting for, at least in the first half. It was. First half was terrific. And we talked about this before the game started. Let's just find a way to unlock a little bit more potential or performance out of Peyton, and they did. The weird part is that things changed in the second half, and Peyton was not. His numbers didn't suffer, but he wasn't challenging the defense the way that he had in the first half. Now I know that's not necessarily his fault, but that's awesome, man. Be able to have your kid play college football, and essentially get paid to do it. I mean, that's living the dream right there, as every parent. I mean, my daughter wasn't good enough at soccer to play in college, like to get paid to play in college, but she did get a good scholarship at South due to Mr. M, who was on our chat earlier, our outstanding principal at Lamp, who is a drainer and also just a legend. Not Salty said, your best guess on who called the play. So my take on that is, and I'm fairly well informed on this, Hugh played a big role in laying it out. I think that Montgomery called it. I think somebody put their foot down and said, here's some things we're going to be doing. Bang, 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 bang. And then Hugh is so serious about giving Montgomery autonomy. And it's really important to him that he does what he promised Philip Montgomery, which is when he hired him, he said, you guys know the story. I'm giving you the offense. I'm going to focus on recruiting a lot. I'm still going to be the head coach. I'm still going to keep an eye on it. I know a lot about offense. I'm here to help. I'm going to keep an eye out. But I want this to be your baby, and you're going to do that. And I think he is unwilling to go back on his word and cut Philip out at the knees, essentially is what's going on. So he will not do it. I thought that was a mistake, but today I don't think it was. I mean, the first half was terrific. Oh, I didn't know Mr. M was still on the chat. I did not know that. Well, there you go. The guy is an absolute legend. I don't know what else to tell you. He made a huge difference in our lives, all the Tates, and he's done this for other people too. So he probably doesn't get to feel that as often, maybe, as he's actually doing. You know what I mean? Because when you're an administrator, really in any role, you end up dealing with a lot of BS all the time instead of seeing the positive effects you're having in your organization. But I'm here to tell you he's doing a hell of a job. Patrick D drops another massive super chat. I don't know how this guy's just unbelievable. We need to stay engaged and support this program. Hugh pisses me off in game. I understand that. But we must build on every little positive outcome. Let's roll. Galatians says Crime Dog should really help with recruiting. Yeah, he pretty much does, right? He's pretty good. I'm going to turn that phone line on. I forgot to, or did I have it on? Yeah. Spicy P says, will Montgomery be here next year? My guess, Spicy P, would be no. I think they're going to have to make some changes on both sides of the ball. I don't mean to say Ron, just various coaches. I think the overall landscape of all the coaches is not quite working. And if I had to guess, I would think Montgomery would probably not be here next year, but I don't know. What if they're able to take that first half today, spend the next 2 or 3 days kind of reflecting on, okay, here's the things that went right, here's the things that went wrong in the second half, and they're able to come out in the Vanderbilt game and put together 2 halves of like competent, really strong offensive play. Well, all of a sudden you're like, I want to see where this goes, and then you go to Arkansas. Let's say they do it again. Let's say they put up 35 points against New Mexico State, win that game, and you go into the Iron Bowl on a 4-game winning streak and an offense that's been averaging 27, 28 points a game. I mean, all of a sudden you're kind of like, well, I don't know. Let's see. Would this work for another quarterback? Leif says, I just saw a tweet that Tennessee fans were singing over my old Kentucky home at the football game tonight. I tell you what, that would get my piss hot. Well, now you guys know how I feel about Tennessee fans. Georgia fans are public enemy number 1. Tennessee fans are public enemy number 2. And we work our way down after that. I don't like that. My Old Kentucky Home is one of those songs that you just, if you're at their stadium, you let them sing it. That's an important song to Kentuckians. I am myself a native Kentuckian, and when I watch the Kentucky Derby, I sing My Old Kentucky Home. SR71 Blackbird, this is a fair question, but I've got an answer for you. Can we get a way, way too early hot board for offensive coordinator? No. It is extremely poor form for me as a site operator, owner, whatever, to do a hot board on a position that's not open. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't hate it, but I can't do that. Now we've got the legend himself, Why Not AU, on the phone. What's up, my G?
Yeah, man. What's up? I'm reporting live from the Tavern in Austin, Texas.
Damn.
Where I watched the Auburn Tigers do what we needed to do, brother, and we needed that so bad. We needed it, man. Needed it.
Yeah, and they great first half, though. Great first half.
Great first half. Took a step back in the second half, but we hung on for victory, and victory is all that matters right now. Because what matters to this team, bowl eligible, and the most important thing this team can do to cement itself as the foundation for us to begin to rebuild this program, win a bowl game. 2 of 7 2 of 7 in the last 9 bowl games.
Got to do better than that.
Change the narrative. Change the narrative, man. Win a bowl game. I don't give a shit who it's against. Let's go to a bowl and let's win a game. Let's recruit our asses off, and let's make this thing happen. That's what we need to do.
I'm on board, man. Totally.
And, it doesn't look pretty. Hughes still bothers me a little bit in game with some of his antics and things. But look, this is about the players, about the team, and most importantly, it's about Auburn that's bigger than any one of us. Always has been, always will be.
What did you like? What did you like most today, man?
Well, the first half offense. I like Peyton Thorne being a game manager and playing like he was A.J. McCarron, not making mistakes. Had like a 70% completion percentage, if I recall.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was 20 to 26, something like that.
It's terrific.
Didn't look great, but it sure as hell was. The results were great. Leave the guy in, run that offense. He ran it pretty damn good.
Yeah, he did.
Defense, they were okay. Everybody can say, well, if Will Rogers was there, we'd have had a problem. Who gives a shit? Will Rogers was hurt. I don't care. We won the game. I thought Peyton Thorne played well. I thought Jarquez looked better than he's looked all year.
Yeah.
And Eugene Asante's the man on defense, no doubt. He's the best player we got on defense. As far as bringing it every week, there may be players with more talent than him, but the guy brings the energy and he's always around the ball. So I would say that Marcus is my man always on the D line, but I'm just Eugene Asante he's probably the guy that nobody thought would be doing what he's doing and making an impact as he's making on the defense. So that's why I say that.
Yeah, he plays his ass off every day. High defensive work rate. Yeah, Eugene's got a lot of heart. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So I'm here in enemy territory. As an Auburn undergrad and an Aggie graduate student, I'm here in enemy territory, but it's been good. I've had some great people today. I was able to watch the game and enjoy myself, and Texas got a win, so the people here are happy, and all's good in the world right now, JG.
Yeah, and you're going to be bringing it in Nashville next week, right?
Yeah, we're going to bring the heat, man. We're going to the Corner Bar is a special little place. I've always loved it. It's a 15-minute walk from the stadium. We're going to start up at 10 a.m. and cut out of there about probably 2, but it'll stay open to 3 for any of those lingerers. But then they actually open at 3 p.m. They usually, I think they stay open till 3 a.m. But they never open earlier than 3 p.m. So
until now.
But they were nice enough. Good people, nice enough. I'm going to DJ. We're just going to have fun. We're going to do what we do. We're going to get prepared for another win, hopefully in the SEC. And we invited the bunk. Come on over. Let's have a good time. Let's show them what Auburn's about. None of these Commodores in there. Just going to be it's an Auburn bar from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
That's what I love to see. That's my favorite kind of bar right there.
Yeah. Well, when you take over, you got to really take over. You can't just screw around with it.
I got you. Well, you're generous as always, bro. Thank you for the super chats, and also thank you for this bar situation, dude. You're going to make a lot of bunks happy with that one, man.
Yeah, well, we try, man. We just like inviting people in, and I just appreciate what you guys do. I appreciate the bunker. I appreciate that kind of outlet for everybody to have to enjoy themselves, enjoy sports, enjoy banter. And it's a lot of fun, man. And you guys do a great job of keeping us up to date on what's going on. So thank you. Thanks to all the bunker members. And, hey, let's roll. War Damn Eagle.
All right, bro. We'll see you, man.
Later.
Bye.
See you, homie.
There he is. How would I rate the quality of this call? 5 stars. Thank you for Why Not AU for calling in. Yo. Fresh Boy from Birmingham says Matt Luke was at the Auburn game today. Eyes open. Matt Luke, of course, a truly elite offensive line coach, former head coach at Ole Miss, and was the offensive line coach at Georgia until, I guess, their first national championship year, and then he kind of like retired, or he's not coaching right now. And the word I've heard is that he's been pretty happy with life in retirement, so to speak. He's not super old, though. I mean, he's like maybe a little older than me, but the thought is he may, if he gets back into coaching offensive line, he's got a good relationship with Hugh. He coached for Hugh, and they get along great. And that's a possibility. But, I mean, Josh has done a really good job at Auburn, too. It's not like Auburn's, needing a new offensive line coach or whatever. But it's interesting when Matt Luke shows up because he carries a lot of weight in college football, both as a recruiter and as a terrific offensive line coach. So, just, that's the situation there. SR71 Blackbird mentions about Jay Head. Let me check with Jay Head to see if he is available. He's a kind of obviously he's a father, and he functions kind of on his own at this point. So I'm going to check with him and see what's going on there. If he's available or not. We also had a super chat coming through from one of our favorite, I don't have anywhere to put this. Put it right here. Favorite bunks from the greater Madison area, Brad E. As a unofficial, well, I am an official Madison enthusiast. I'm not a resident. Jumps in and says he'll take a win any day. Thank you, Brad E., for your support always. And trauma dumped on Brad and D. Lucky earlier in the week, and I appreciate you guys for listening to me on that. Just totally seagulled them, but they were cool about it, and I appreciate that. Indeed. We also are going to talk to BMAT before this bad boy's over, and we'll talk to Stoltze before this bad boy is over. I generally can't get to Caleb because when you're chasing recruits after a football game, it is a harried situation. You got kids darting in and out, and people, you got parents you want to talk to, coaches sometimes you want to talk to, and it's just nonstop for like an hour and a half, and literally to take 5 minutes to talk to us could get them completely off kilter. So we'll just kind of see how that goes. Probably won't get Caleb tonight, but I would love to talk to BMAT, and I'm going to go ahead and turn this TV off. It's very distracting to me. To see what's going on in the press conference, which is probably has ended by now with Hugh, but there's still talk to players. Players kind of trickle in after the game, and you want to talk to Peyton, you want to talk to Jarquez, you want to talk to Keontae, probably want to talk to Simp, want to talk to Marcus Harris, whoever, and see what happens. SR71 says family smamly. Come on, Brad. Some of my good friends I've met through the bunker. Good folks, man. We got a lot of really good folks at the bunker. Brad being one of them. Why not AU being one of them? Hell, I mean, SR71, here I am talking to you, and you're one of them. So, just for folks that are watching or whatever, the bunker is our message board at auburnsports.com. It is very, very populated. A lot going on. A lot of chatting. And one of the great things about the bunker is the really, really good stuff that goes on off the board that you guys never hear about. You never know about. Like me trauma dumping on Brad and D. Lucky the other day. It happens. I haven't heard back from Jay Head yet. Of course, again, I mentioned he is a dad, and this is like the middle of the day, so it's actually dinner time, and so he might have to be administrating that. I'm going to send send a text. I can't talk and do this at the same time. I can't type and talk at the same time. I need to learn how to do that. Let's see. We're talking about the Swoogan glasses, I guess. Yeah. I think Alpha Tiger will be number one, right? Which Chip says yes. Chip does have a 000 prototype, which he should. I have the only Commodore glass. I am not actually a Swoogan. I wish that I could be, but I may not be cool enough to get that done. Again, the Auburn Tigers, a 2-touchdown victory over the hated Mississippi State Bulldogs. a win that I think a lot of other fan bases will look at with certain derision and say, haha, you beat a team that scored 7 points at Arkansas a week ago. Congratulations. And I think that's a fair criticism. At the same time, Auburn's was on a 4-game conference losing skid, 4-game losing skid overall, and really in some of those games had not looked good at all. The LSU game was a mess. I thought the Ole Miss game was largely a mess. It ended up being 1 touchdown short, but Ole Miss was better than that one. That's for sure. Sam H does not have a Swoogan glass. Sam. We need to get that one. We need to get that rectified. Sam H is a pillar. I mean, he's had some great performances through the years. Let's see what else stuck out in this game. We've talked about a lot of this stuff. Obviously, Peyton Thorne's an obvious plus. Hunter's an obvious plus. Offensive game plan in the first half was an obvious plus. Obvious negatives. Second half offensive strategy I thought was way too conservative. Didn't see much out of Simp today, which may be a good thing or a bad thing. It's hard to know. Impressed generally with Connor Lew. Right, he had the weird snap, which you still can't figure out how he would have deflected a snap that went between his legs. But, I mean, weird things happen sometimes. Receivers were generally not very good, but VAR had a really good play. Hooks made one really good play. I thought Jay Fair had a good day. But they don't really stand out or stick out, do they? Caleb had a good catch. Run game, again, Jarquez was great. Didn't really see much else. Damari had a couple carries. Cobb did not have a carry, but had an amazing catch over the shoulder. But T had a few opportunities, I should say, and he was okay. Offensive line, I thought, in general, it was pretty strong. Had a really painful penalty on Dylan Wade on an eligible receiver downfield on a play that they had it. They completed the pass and got the first down, and turns into what is 3rd and 17 because of that mistake, and Josh was absolutely crawling his ass afterward, which as he should have been. So just kind of uneven. Why not AU would be mad at me for saying that, because he is of the attitude, and many of you are, that, hey, considering the state of Auburn's program, that it's early in the ascendancy, that they had been on a losing streak, just get the win and worry about the rest later, and I think that's a fair way to look at it. I am here, of course, to needle and pick and look at little things. That's kind of what I do. Now then. Yeah, my guys are still working right now. It's kind of crazy after games. Just a lot going on. I can talk about anything that you guys want to talk about, though. Knuman and SR71 Blackbird getting a little bit two legends. You guys are Gucci. Everybody was good there. Let's see. Runner 24 said the wide receivers were not ass. Maybe this team will be okay if the wide receivers suddenly become SEC average versus the rest of the schedule. I agree. Jay was good. VAR had a good play. Hooks was mostly not good, but had one good catch. They just don't do anything electric. Considering there were 20 passes completed today, and I can actually remember about 3 or 4 of them. That tells you there was a lot of just mid going on in the passing game. But I'll take 20 of 26 for 230 and 3 touchdowns any day over what was going on normally, right? Spicy P says, hopefully Hugh does more developing after this year. Yeah, you would think so. Can't develop Perry if you're still recruiting. He's talking about Perry, the wide receiver, Perry Thompson from Foley High School. Bryce Kane, also an absolute stud wide receiver. Malcolm Simmons, from Alex City. Who's kind of a surprisingly just a great athlete and has the attitude. And I think they're going to probably add another receiver. And it may be somebody really good. So the class to me still looks very good. I wouldn't call it like jaw-dropping. And I think if they stay on this track, the class will probably be in like a top 10, like 9, 10, 11, 12 in that range, which is really good considering where they had been. I don't think you're going to see the effects of this uptick in recruiting until next year, probably because they were so far behind on the 24 class when they got here, made up some ground. I would say that they're on par or up to speed fully for the 25 class, and I think they're going to be able to pull kids in that class against some really big teams. I'm not going to say they can go head-to-head with Georgia just yet, but they are going head-to-head with Alabama, and I think Alabama's legitimately concerned that Auburn's going to snag Ryan Williams from Saraland, who is probably the best player Auburn's recruiting at any position in any class right now. I think Ryan Williams is he's like a Julio Jones type, like absolute badass. Best player to come out of the state of Alabama since ... I mean, there's a lot of good players that come out of the state of Alabama. Julio Jones was certainly one of the, absolute studs. Fresh Boy says 2025 are going to be top 5. They really have their tentacles out in the 25 class and have all along. So, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. They've already got, 5 commits in the 25 class. And let's see what's going on here. I got a couple coming through here. Let's see. Stoltzy says he's working on something right now. I was hoping to catch BMAT. I wonder if I can get BMAT. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to coordinate. My guys are working, and I want to talk to them. I'll text BMAT directly. Blake C. in the house says, let's go, War Eagle JGT. Blake is fired up about Auburn getting that W, I think. Sam H. says USC is a joke on defense. Is that game still USC up? I'm sorry, Cal up? I would love to hear that. I hope that's true. Bradley B. says Ryan Williams, talking about the wide receiver at Saraland. He's a legacy player as well. Not that it matters because he's just so big. I mean, he's like top 10 player in that class nationally. Chip says Ryan Williams is one you throw the NIL bank at. Make him an offer he cannot refuse. Everybody says that. I think it takes more than that. Ryan Williams is the kind of kid that no matter where he goes, he's going to make a lot of money and he's going to play right away. So you can't really tease him like that. You're just going to have to do the work. And Auburn has been doing the work on Ryan Williams from the damn near the minute they got on the ground here in February. So that is the situation. CJMH brings up Nate Craig Myers again. Have you said anything positive today? I am starting to think that you may be Brian Harsin. Runner 24 says Nate Craig Myers broke a leg in 75 places or something. He had a hellacious injury, yes, that I don't think he ever fully recovered from, unfortunately. He was a good kid. He had a great body, a great receiver body, had a huge catch radius. Just never quite got that done. Chip says, do the work and make the NIL deal. That's a very cavalier way of looking at it. They're working. Auburn has some really intelligent and enterprising people handling shit in the NIL world right now. And I love it. Joko says, is Stoltzy working on getting Taylor Davis's digits? Interesting. That is an interesting piece of information there. Could it be? Damon says, calling someone Harsin is just me. No place for it. LOL. I'll give you a laugh at that. Hey, at least she didn't make an Eagles illusion. That would be even worse. Jeez. All right, Jacob G says Cal is up 43-29. How late are we talking here, bro? This would be amazing. If Southern Cal lost again? Jeez Louise. 35-6 was the final in the Oregon game. Tennessee's up early on Kentucky, like real early. South Alabama's going to lose this game, aren't they? They're down 19 with late in the third quarter. Fuck. South Alabama is so frustrating. Good golly, Miss Molly. We do have Colorado playing tonight, which ought to be interesting. We've got Ole Miss playing tonight against Vanderbilt. Of course, they're hosting, so they're going to probably kill them. This late night of games is not awesome. Oregon State at Arizona could be interesting later, maybe. UNLV Fresno State is a good game, but I mean, it's still kind of a niche product, right? And then, as mentioned earlier, Cal just scored to go up 43-29 with 14 to go. Well, that would make Auburn look a little better if they beat USC. Let's see. Fresh Boy says USC is trash. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Yeah, I'm not crying about Lincoln Riley getting his ass beat. Bradley, you asked about USC. They're down, I think, a couple touchdowns with 14 minutes to go. Fresh Boy says, Jay, do that Colorado game. What do you mean by do it? You mean like do like turn into a Colorado stream or whatever? I do like Colorado. I love how people galvanize against Prime. Like, they're so willing to do it. And I don't think it's some people think it's a black-white thing, and I don't think it is. I think it's more of a trash-talking thing, and he's so brash. And so, I love me some me kind of guy, and I think it turns some people off, just anybody who does that. But he is just so out there about it. Any guy that wears a gold coach's whistle, I mean, I'm on board. Like, I don't know. I just like it, man. It's funny. Some people don't get it, though. Whatever. And Bradley also said South Alabama can't handle success. It does seem that way. I hate it. I feel like they have a pretty good ball club, but they're so up and down, I'm going to have to reload this chat widget on the main screen here. AU Taxman says Arizona, Texas is the matchup of the night. Wait, they're not. Texas already won. Yeah, J-Head just texted me. He said he was feeding his kid. I told you guys. He's got to do dad stuff. Colorado at UCLA kicks off at 6:30. I will be watching that at least partially, for sure. North Carolina at Georgia Tech could be interesting, maybe, if you care about that kind of thing. Washington State is there. Arizona State, I'm not real worried about that, although Kenny Dillingham's a guy I know and like. By the way, did you see Rhett Lashley had another huge win today? I don't know what the final score was, but they were absolutely curb-stomping Tulsa earlier. I think it was 38-6 when I was watching it last. They ended up winning the game 69-10. SMU is now 6-2 with their losses against Oklahoma and TCU. They have been balling out. Look at this. Farm data jumping in. I got to put these graphics away. Farm data jumping in. Where did you go? NIL Williams and his whole family. I'll give an applause on that. Ryan Williams is such an intriguing player. First of all, he's an amazing football player. And second of all, he will floor you with his personality and his awareness. Like, he's that kind of guy. Like, you don't know if you were just talking to him, like if you didn't know him, Farm, like if you walked up to him and you didn't know him, you would never guess that he's like some 5-star generational football talent. He's just a dude. He's like just a nice kid. 30 years ago, he might have been the guy delivering your paper, the kid rolling around your neighborhood on a mongoose throwing the newspaper in your yard. I mean, he's just a regular guy, not a hint of pretension, and just the guy you want. He is that guy. So I'm hopeful that they get him just so that I get to watch him play on Saturdays until he goes and plays in the NFL and makes $100 billion. Thank you, Farm Data, for your support both here and on the bunker. You're a terrific bunkerer, and we love having you chatting it up over here. No doubt. Oh, yes, before I get going, let's put this over here because we don't want to forget about that. Thank you, Farm Data. I do have some good news from J-Head. He is available, so let's get J-Head set up and going here, ASAFP. Let me get our call thing over here. I'm just going to kind of work from this page today. We haven't ever done this before. We usually go back over to our post-game show, but I just kind of like it over here. We got the stats, got a cool little score widget, all that kind of stuff. We're good. So let me go ahead and get J-Head on the horn, and we will do our thing. Talking to J-Head, of course. One of our favorite callers. D-Lucky, also an amazing caller. Also, Why Not AU? We love it. Joko says Bounce House going to struggle to go bowling. Oh, boy. That would be tough, man. All right, so we didn't get J-Head on the first thing, but he's kind of chasing a toddler around right now. We will get him. So hold on just a sec. Because he just texted me and said he was good to go, and then, you know how it is when you're chasing a kid around. Yeah, all right. We'll get him here in just a second. Kanuman says, is Nolan Ryan throwing out the first pitch? I hope Robin Ventura is the one who's catching it. That's all I'm saying on that. James Taylor Studios says USC's got a 2nd and goal from the 4. This is bad news. I hate you being the bearer of bad news, sir. But I'll do what I got to do. BF said it would be nice if we went out the rest of the season 5-0. That would be terrific. I think that would count as best case scenario. Yeah, I think so. Not sure that's possible. I'd like to believe that it is. Guess who's calling? What's up, J-Head?
JGT, what's up, brother?
My man. Hey, I correctly surmised what you were up to.
You did.
I had a feeling that you were in charge of getting a certain youngster fed.
110%. You know, this time of the night, there's only 2 things that are going to keep my attention away from a brain drain. And it's either A, my commanding officer called and said, Alan, get your ass down here right now, or 2, my kiddo is hungry and demanding food. So it was the latter of the 2, but I'm glad to be here with you guys now.
Hell yeah. We're not sure how to feel about this win, J-Head. It's awesome to win an SEC game by 2 touchdowns, but the way that it happened with that kind of a wet fart there in the second half, I don't know, man. How do you feel about it?
Look, at this stage in the game, Jay, for me, a win is a win. And I know that you've coined this term. We classically tubber-shelled that one and tried to protect the lead and protect the defense. And took the air out of it. And so it was kind of anticlimactic. It would have felt a lot better if we'd have continued what we were doing in the first half with the efficiency that we had through the air. But, look, you did what you had to do. It starts with 1 victory, and hopefully it can turn into 2 next week against Vanderbilt. You get 2 against Vanderbilt, maybe that turns into 3 against Arkansas, and all of a sudden 7-5 is truly on the table for you. So everything has to have a starting point. And, yes, I don't like the fact that, you know, you kind of had to hang on there at the end. But in this first season, you take what you can when you can. Whether it's always pretty or not, a win is a win. And that definitely helps you in recruiting, and that helps you as far as how the kids feel in the locker room, which is ultimately, at the end of the day, you're trying to create good chemistry in year one. You're trying to create good culture, and a win absolutely helps with that.
Yeah, for sure. And the first half, I mean, I felt like they kind of unlocked a little something in Peyton Thorne, man. He looked really good.
He did. He got in rhythm. He's a rhythm quarterback. They utilized tempo. I think you saw it take its toll on the defense in the second half. They got upwards in their snaps, and just like you said multiple times over, once they start to get north of 50, those first-team guys, it's just not the same defense. And you could kind of see them break a little bit there in the second half. But I think that's a delicate balance that Hugh Freeze is just going to have to play. For so much of this season, the offense has just kind of played scared, right? You know, they've made these multiple substitutions where you're trying to get every play perfect. You're doing the Gus thing, where you want every intricate detail to be in place, and you're trying to call the perfect play all the time. Well, this is not rocket surgery, okay? You can't call the perfect game. And even if you do call the perfect game, execution is going to get in the way at times. So you have to play loose. You have to play free. They did that in the first half. You saw what the kids are capable of doing when they're having fun. I hope you see more of that next week against Vanderbilt because, look, they got 2 safeties in the back end. I swear to God, brother, if me and you were running 7 routes, Peyton could lay it up to us and we could score touchdowns. So there's a chance for them to go downtown next week as well.
Yeah, that'd be great, man, to kind of get, some conference synergy going. 2 wins in a row, that'd be a good start.
Two wins in a row. You more or less probably lock up bowl eligibility at that point because New Mexico State is pretty much a given. I mean, I also once thought Jacksonville State was pretty much a given, so I guess anything could be a stretch these days. But, that's a big one next week, and hopefully Freeze will not play tight. He'll play loose in the first half like they did this time, and maybe they can kind of complete everything. And that's a little bit of a different battle next week because Vanderbilt is more talented offensively than Mississippi State, but they are worse defensively, significantly worse defensively. So there's some trade-offs there in that game. But I know everybody's probably a little tight. They wanted that blowout. They wanted us to look good all the way around. I get it. But you got to start someplace, right? And this ends a 4-game skid. So anytime you can get off the schneid, everybody's got to have a slump buster every now and again, right?
No.
This was a slump buster game. Yeah, this was a slump buster game for Auburn. They got out of the funk. Jarquez Hunter goes over 100 yards. Peyton Thorne throws for over 2. You think you had over 400 yards of total offense in this game or close to it. In an SEC game, I didn't even know that we were capable of that this year. So let's call that a win.
Yeah. And the teams, I mean, you can say they showed improvement. I mean, they played fairly okay against Ole Miss. Ole Miss was the better team, but the LSU game was just rock bottom. And I thought they showed improvement against Ole Miss, and then today I think it was another step forward. I'm a little more disappointed in the second half maybe than you are, maybe some other folks are, but overall, I mean, a 2-touchdown win, fuck it. Yeah, that's good.
No, I mean, I think you see it for what it is, right? Like you started off hot and then you just kind of faded, and you would like to see a complete effort there, right? Specifically against a team that offensively has struggled the way that Mississippi State has, and without their starting quarterback. But I think in this situation, given where Auburn is from a mental standpoint and how they have to play at an emotional high to get a win, because the talent level just is what it is. And I'm not trying to bag on the kids. Look, they did a fantastic job tonight. They won. They played somebody that was probably equal to them in talent level tonight. And I think that you saw coaching take over and Freeze not play things as tightly as he has. When you're playing teams like we went on that 4-game streak where every team – just look at the recruiting rankings. Okay, and I know stars aren't everything, right? But if you look at the aggregate of stars on the last 4 set of teams that we just played, they outnumber us in blue-chip players almost twofold. So when you're doing that, you're trying to gain an advantage in every little thing that you do, and I felt like Freeze got way too into his bag, and or Philip Montgomery, whoever was calling the offense, and just kind of call game scared and call game safe, trying to keep things close. Well, today they opened things up because they played an opponent that they were much better suited to play and perform and play to their game plan, right? Like the first half is the way Hugh Freeze wants to play offensive football, right? I think me and you both would agree they want to play with pace. They want to spread things out. They want to create one-on-ones. They want to have that vertical shot offense with post-snap adjustment by the receivers where you have the ability to game break, game in, game out. You saw some of that. And as they continue to recruit and acquire talent, you're going to continue to see more of that. But they'll probably pick their spots with it down the back half because I think Hugh Freeze is trying to get not just to 6-6. I think 7-5 would mean something to them. You're flipping that 5-7 number you had last year. You're showing a 2-game improvement if you can get to that point. And again, who knows? Arkansas may come out there and play like gangbusters, but my guess is they're going to get their teeth kicked in next week against Florida and Gainesville. And they're going to be in a real wounded state. So if you can get a big one against Vanderbilt, everything's on the table.
I guess, hey, I've been watching Auburn so long, man. I get so scared about Fayetteville, dude, because we've seen some eggs get laid up there, you know.
Brother, listen, we've seen eggs get laid in Fayetteville, and we've also seen eggs get laid in Nashville when you're having weird years, right?
That's true.
Auburn has gone to Nashville and played some ugly, ugly games. So next week, we can't afford to overlook Vanderbilt. Look, they're terrible. The stadium is bad. But all that being the case, Auburn has to treat this like it's a Super Bowl, and they have to get up. And in a situation like this where there's not a lot of a crowd, I mean, I think you're sitting south of 30,000 people, you got to bring your own energy. So Freeze is going to have these guys ready to play. And sometimes when you're in Auburn and you're going to play Vanderbilt, you have this thing where you think, like, we're automatically better than these guys, right? That's just kind of a mindset. We were recruited to Auburn. This is Vanderbilt. We should automatically go out here and beat these guys. You can't have that mindset next week because you do that, Vanderbilt's going to put up points on you, and then you're going to find yourself in a real precarious situation where you're in a shootout with Vanderbilt. That's not where you want to be. No,
you don't want to be there at all. Do you like the idea of giving Jarquez pretty much full carte blanche to run the ball today and be the guy? Do you like that? Because they've been collaborating more in the recent past.
They have, and they've been trying. They picked their spots with him. I felt like he was still south of 20 carries. As much as he was the guy today, he was still south of 20 carries. So they did utilize the platoon. But I am in favor. I think they've preserved him enough throughout the year that you can start to use him and grind on him in games like Gus used to grind on backs. And he gets better. The more touches he gets, the better he gets. Like a lot of running backs, specifically the strong ones. So
Kenny Irons.
yeah, I think. Yeah, exactly. I think it's time to start riding Jarquez a little bit. Make sure that you're utilizing him in both the pass and the run game. Be creative with him. He can do a lot of different things for you. And like I said, you kind of got to go for broke in these next 3 games. These are what more or less make or break your season. Because if you can go from we didn't even have an SEC win to having 3 SEC wins all of a sudden. You beat a Cal team in their place who now just upset USC, I believe. Those are some things to build on, Jay. Like in a year one when you didn't – me and you both knew that this roster was fucked. Forgive me for my language there, but it was.
Yeah.
To be able to put up 7 wins, get to bowl eligibility, potentially get 8, and stack a top 10 recruiting class on top of that, that's what Hugh Freeze needed to do this year. As ugly as it's been at times, it will still at the end of the day be what he needed to do.
Yeah. I would agree with you on that. I like the way it's trending. I do.
I do too.
Yeah.
You feel a little bit better. Look, you got one you had to have. Now, hopefully they won't play so tight moving forward. You'll go to Vanderbilt. You get another one that you got to have. Even more pressure on that off, and they'll go to Fayetteville, and hopefully they'll play well.
That's what I'm talking about. J-Head, thanks for giving us some time on a Saturday, kind of earlier, round feeding time. I know you got stuff
round
going
feeding time. Yeah, but that's still look. Anytime I get a chance, the opportunity to talk to you, brother, or speak on this platform or in the drain or on the bunker, I obviously want to take that opportunity each and every time. And I hope each of you guys have a great night tonight. Okay.
All right, J-Head, be good, brother.
Sounds good, buddy.
See you, man. Bye.
Bye.
There he is, J-Head. How would I rate the quality of this call? 5 stars. Love having J-Head on the horn. And I'd love just he's so level-headed, and that's what I think is so good. You guys know him. You love him. You love him here. You love him anywhere else, like with Jay Lee's show that he does. He's just a good dude, and he's always super, super fair and level-headed. That's what I love about him. While I was talking to J-Head, Mr. Brian Matthews texted to say he was Gucci. So let's see if I can get Sir Brian Matthews on the horn. Brian, of course, you guys may know him as Brian Matthews, but I know him as our Ace Team beat reporter and a guy that has been covering Auburn since 2001 faithfully and competently. He knows his stuff.
What's up, buddy?
What up, B-Matt?
How you doing?
Average. Where are you at? Are you in the press box, I guess?
I'm chilling in the press box, yeah. I did walk up some stairs really quick, and I was out of breath for a little while, but I'm good now, so I apologize to everybody out there.
Yeah, they're hoping you're huffing and puffing. They like you best when you're huffing and puffing.
I know it happens.
What was post-game like down there, bro?
Really good. You could tell that the players were just thrilled to get that monkey off their back, so to speak, and, Hugh Freeze was feeling much better about his team, and I think it helped a lot the way the offense worked in the first half. Them able to throw the ball after struggling so much with that passing game. I think I wrote my story that Peyton was averaging 82 yards per game passing in the first 4 SEC games, and he threw for 120 yards in the first quarter. So, it was just night and day. It really was, and they needed that. They needed that for themselves, and they needed that for their upcoming opponents to give them, something to look at, right? You can't just line up and try to stop Auburn's run and not pay any attention to the pass. I'm not saying Mississippi State had a great secondary, a great defense, but still, any success in this conference throwing the ball is a step forward for Auburn.
For sure. Do they look at this as like a wholesale good thing, or do they talk about, second half not being as good? Because we've been talking about the second half not being as good.
Yeah, I don't think we should focus I went in there thinking, okay, I've got to ask him about being so conservative in the second half, and he addressed it. He said one of the biggest problems was in the third quarter they only had one possession, so of course that makes it tough, right? If you don't do well in that one possession, things are going well. And then he said most of the fourth quarter they were just backed up, and he just didn't want to take a risky gamble or make a mistake down there and change the course of the game, on an interception or something. So in that way, you can understand why he did that, and it did work, right? I'm not a proponent of being, super conservative when you got the lead. We've seen Auburn really blow with some bad leads when they've got conservative, but you can understand his reasoning, and it certainly worked for this week at least.
What was Hughes sounding like after the game? Did he seem okay?
He has a similar demeanor after wins and losses. Always calm, always reasoned, always answering the questions, never defensive. I mean, he's really a joy to cover on my end, right? I guess in some ways, sometimes you kind of like poking the coach a little bit for whatever reason to try to get that, quote out or whatever. But Hughes not like that at all. He's very level-headed. He thinks through questions before he answers them sometimes, and he gives great answers. So I would say that his interview was much like his other interviews in those 4 consecutive losses in a lot of ways, other than he was very thankful for the win. I heard some things before the game. I heard last Sunday he went over into the RV area and just thanked all the folks for being there and supporting them. I mean, that's
great.
That's things that Harsin or even Gus would never do, right?
Wait.
Or never did that. That I know
Harsin
of.
went and gave biscuits to kids and took off.
Yeah, he threw them and then got out of there as quick as possible after they got video and pictures of him, of course. And Gus was a good guy, but that just wasn't him. That's something Bruce Pearl would do, right? That's a Bruce Pearl move.
Yeah, for sure.
But I just think Auburn needed this badly. They needed the win. They needed to look good in the passing game. They needed to build some confidence, and they've got an opportunity to go on the road and win a second SEC game. And then they build some more confidence with that, and then they got an opportunity, I think, now to go to Arkansas and win that game. I'm not saying they're going to, but there's going to certainly be an opportunity to do that the way they're playing.
Yeah. At this point, do you think they're going to win in Nashville?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the Vanderbilt game is one of the few that you can say Auburn has more talent than at almost every position, right?
Well, they have an okay offense.
Yeah.
Defensively, no, probably not.
Yeah. Yeah. So, in Arkansas, it's probably close to even. Auburn may be an edge in certain areas. I haven't really looked at that closely, but they're struggling mightily. Sure. And then you're back home to Mexico State. So, I mean, there's a chance to reel 4 straight wins and go into the Iron Bowl with a whole lot of momentum, even if it's just 3 out of 4 wins. Still, you're bowl eligible, and you've got some momentum going to the Iron Bowl.
My word. I mean, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I've always just kind of wanted a competitive Iron Bowl,
Yes, and who knows? I don't know what position Alabama will be in, but, they're a team that's used to playing for certain things, and if they're not, maybe they're not up for the Iron Bowl as much as they usually are.
Mm.
And I think Auburn will definitely be up for it in every way, shape, and the form, on and off the field, in the stands. They'll be up for it. We'll be up for it, I should say, in a lot of ways.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, was there some electricity in the stadium early in this game? I know kind of late, everybody was bouncing, but
I thought it was a really good turnout. It was a great turnout especially for 4 straight losses. There were some spots in the upper decks that weren't full, but I thought the crowd was there. They were into it. The students, again, did a great job. It's so hard to judge the loudness and the atmosphere when you're sealed in the double wide, right? You just can't hear shit. But it seemed like watching them and hearing a little bit, they were into it, and they helped make a difference there in the first half for sure.
All right, word. Well, going to Vanderbilt, hoping to get a win streak started. So that's a good thing.
I'll be there.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be there.
Of course.
Yeah. Yep.
All
should
right,
be
brother.
a big crowd. Should be a great atmosphere. It should be terrific SEC football.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, man.
All right, good, bro.
Peace.
See you, man. Bye. There he goes, B-Matt, the legend himself. Yeah, we love having B-Matt on the team. And he sound being kind of satisfied with how things went tonight. Maybe I'm being too hard on Auburn here. Maybe I'm being too willing to get into the little criticalities of the second half and not see the forest for the trees or whatever. Don Properdickin, our favorite super chatter or chatter brain drainer from Holland, the whole country. He happens to live in the very southern tip near Maastricht, but sent in another super chat, said, love it. Thank you, Don Properdickin, and to the entire Properdickin family for being great supporters of the show. Thank you, sir. And also, Farm Dad, I did call him out earlier, but I wanted to give him full credit for his super chat as well. Also, Why Not AU had a couple big ones and also a terrific call earlier. So, Administrative assistant now in the chat saying, guess what? Time to wrap it up. What? What? We got things to do tonight, yo. Like this show. That's what I'm talking about. This is Rich says, this is what the bunker... First of all, hello, administrative assistant. Thank you for the water earlier. Also, I haven't drank enough water lately. I'm doing okay, though. Drinking... I haven't had that much, really. For those of you who are kind of jumping on the show here late, I was drinking this Bardstown. Ooh, too bright there. Bardstown single barrel. It's the Origin Series single barrel. I don't know what the proof is on this. 115 maybe? Oh, shit. 124. That might have been a little much for the show. That's the second highest proof I've ever had on this show. Second only to the Ole Miss Drunk Night when I was drinking Stag Junior 136. Rich says, this is what the bunker does. Takes the smallest bit of positivity and makes a grandiose future and then whines when it doesn't come true. 4-0, 5-0. Let's beat Vandy. Let's see. Damon says, JG, you were able to kick people. Just saying. Who do I need to kick, bro? I'll kick somebody's ass. Who wants some? I didn't see anybody posting that was bad or whatever. But I had to kick some people out last week. Uh-oh. Administrative assistant says, yes, you have things to do. Sorry? Bradley says, orgy series? Sam H says, Courtney, come on now. What? Yes. Spicy Pea says, just getting warm. What does that mean? Canoeman says, AA a buzzkill. What? Oh, Damon. I'm sorry, Damon. I didn't put two and two together. You were saying I could kick Courtney. Yes. Now, that sounds like a terrible idea from a marital perspective. I would never kick Courtney. Never, never, never. Sam H says we're trying to watch Prime and the Buffs. They're taking on the UCLA Bruins, which is tough because I feel a certain kinship with UCLA. I kind of wanted to go there when I was a kid, just because when I was in San Diego, like it was either San Diego State or UCLA for me. I never liked USC, and I've been to UCLA a bunch, but man, I'm taking Prime tonight for sure. Whale Driver says, yeah, waste time with us. I'm here, bro. Neil deGrasse. What up, bro? Says JG, an absolute legend. Thank you, sir. We've been on 4.5 hours. I mean, it's not like we did a short show or anything like that. But yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing you got to focus on. I do like the positivity, though. Generally, J-Head seemed like he was pretty satisfied. Did talk about the tempo, which is good. We were all kind of wondering, the geniuses on this channel, including myself, we have a lot of very smart and shrewd observers, Auburn observers, here in the chat. And that's one of the reasons I love doing these shows, is because I feel like the IQ level in our chat is extremely high. Not to rag on other people, I'm just saying I really like this chat. We were talking about tempo, and when Auburn has been running at tempo in the last 5 games, like they've been good. They just don't run tempo very much. And Hugh explains it as we got to protect the defense, and we know that once they get over 55 snaps or so, I don't want to put an arbitrary number on it, but when they get over 55 snaps, production starts to wane, mostly due to depth, that the second team and third team guys are not very good. When you're talking about a team like Alabama, LSU, Georgia, I mean, their second team guys are fucking good. You know, they're like the best second team guys around. And Auburn's got dudes that aren't very good, and they're just going to have to kind of stack up recruiting classes to change that, and they will. They're in the process of doing that. Matt N says Shannon Spake got her hair cut short, and holy Lord! Now this is important to me because I am a fan of Shannon Spake. I think she's gorgeous, and I also have dealt with her at Talladega a few times, and she's cool. So she's a double threat at least. She could be a triple threat, although that's not really for me to decide. I don't know if this is a plus or a minus. Is this good or bad, Matt? I need to know. This is important for me. Neil deGrasse says, I'm a Prime fan, but my bro works for UCLA, so I have to pull for the Bruins. Hey, that's cool. We were at UCLA this summer and enjoyed it again. It's a really nice campus. And I've got a UCLA sticker on my computer, too, so on my laptop. I don't care if people get upset. Why you have a UCLA sticker? I don't care. Don't care, man. I mean, don't care. Do not care. So the games tonight, man. I guess the Arizona game is decent. We can watch some Prime. Matt says JG, it's spectacular. Oh my God. This is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. I think we're entering the danger zone where we get a bunny in the pot. Let's see. Sam says Prime shave the beard. That affects me too, maybe to a lesser degree. Matt says the fact that she can pull it off is the most glorious thing. So what game is she doing, bro? So I know which one to look for later. Because I'm sure you're not going to be able to provide a picture because you haven't already. I don't even think you can do it in the chat anyway. YouTube probably prevents that because YouTube. Sam H says I got to look her up. Yeah, I would do that. She's a cutie, man. And she's fit, like super fit. If you're into like girls that run a lot, she's a runner for sure. Neil deGrasse says, yeah, it's pretty nice, but it's also L.A. No, well, kind of. I mean, it is L.A., but it's Westwood, which is a very different kind of hamlet within Los Angeles. I mean, Westwood is like super cosmopolitan, high dollar type. I mean, you would not be surprised to see like a Lamborghini or a Bugatti parked somewhere in that general area. At least I wouldn't be. Runner 24, who's an outstanding brain drainer. Sorry, this is smaller than I would like. That's what she said. Not going to call as game pass. He's not going to call. Game/passing good, then crap second half would devolve into go to the corner in Nashville next week. Yeah, we're going to seriously look into that. I love hanging out with Why Not. Obviously, first of all, he's an incredible supporter of the channel, and second of all, he's just cool to hang out with. And his boys party. They're my kind of guys. Like, I would have partied with those guys when we were all young. So it's nice to hang out with dudes like that. We just got to see what's going on with us. It's kind of a quick turnaround. Runner 24 says, girl who is a runner. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Shannon Spake, the sideline reporter for blank. I don't know where she's at right now. She used to be with ESPN. And she's an Ironman type runner girl. Like if you get on her X or Twitter page, you'll see pictures of her like running, and she does a lot of running. She's just kind of like a fit girl, you know. If you're into that kind of thing. Let's see. Bradley says, I got to watch USC practice. Did not make it to UCLA. USC's facilities were not good. Interesting. Knuman says, talk about an awesome campus. I guess he's talking about UCLA. I love UCLA. Kevin O says, Auburn versus Colorado in the Las Vegas Bowl. Holy shit. If that actually happened, first of all, I would go. Second of all, oh my God. That would be the greatest thing ever. Like Prime and the whole Colorado thing going to Las Vegas. Oh my God. I would just go because I just want to ride the waves. You know what I mean? It'd be amazing. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. Please speak that into existence, Kevin. I would be a fan of that. I'll give you an applause on that. Bradley B says, Spake the monkey. You know, I heard today, I was listening to 80s on 8, and Mark Goodman, who I trust, said that Peter Gabriel wrote the song, his song about the monkey, Shock the Monkey, was actually about his wife cutting him off. Like, seriously. I thought this was like some grandiose statement on social control by the government, and it's actually about his wife not giving him head anymore. Like, I had no idea. Burner says, hey, JG, you think Hunter returns next year? I think he should, but wanted your thoughts. Interesting question. I think he's got more to prove. It's up to him. You know how sometimes like kids will come out and you don't think they should, and then maybe sometimes kids stay and you don't think they should. I mean, to me, Jarquez needs another year, but if I don't know. He's one of those guys that's kind of tailbacks are just devalued in the NFL, and so I think jumping into the NFL draft prematurely as a tailback is a particularly bad idea. Or I should say, the chances of you hitting gold, so to speak, are lower than they would be if you were a similar player at wideout, cornerback, a linebacker, offensive tackle. You know what I mean? I feel like tailbacks are supremely undervalued in the NFL. So Bradley B says, Peter Gabriel, freaking legend, absolutely twice inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, once as Genesis and also as a solo artist. So not a lot of people have been able to do that. There are others, but he is he's an absolute stud. Whale Driver says it's going to be Auburn, UCF, and Memphis party at my house. Not about the party at your house, but having to face Gus again would be like thumbs down. SR71 says, I'm back. The Crystal's cheese chili pups from earlier did a number on me. That is, by the way, I have asked Gus what his favorite road meal is, and he has answered me and said cheese pups from Crystal is the go-to for him. I could not believe it when he said it. There's got to be better choices out there than cheese pups from Crystal. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying I am a White Castle. I am a child of White Castle, and I am a White Castle apologist. The end. Not a Mouse thinks it's going to be Auburn and UAB in the Birmingham Bowl. I really don't like you saying that. I don't like the Birmingham Bowl at all. Let's see. Chip says the Colorado kicker just completely faked out a guy who had the block on the field goal, hesitated, and then booted it through. I don't think I've ever seen that. Not on purpose. I'll have to check that out. Well, I guess in lieu... Oh, no, wait. Stoltze wanted to jump on. I forgot about Stoltze. He said he was up, and he was Gucci. So let's see if we can get him on here. Wait, before we get that, we feel like a stranger. What's up, brother?
Commodore, how's it going?
What up, brother? How you been?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Enjoyed getting a W for once, you know.
Yeah, you
nice.
did.
Yeah.
I felt good.
Second half could have been better, as you've been saying. Got a little tight there. Felt like we were holding on for dear life for a few minutes, but we made it.
It did feel that way.
And, we do what we're supposed to do next week, like Jay Head and other folks have said. Then, we're back on track for an okay season, for close to what we expect.
Yeah, well, dumbass JG said that I thought they were going to win 8 or 9, so, whatever. Shows you what I know.
I was definitely – I had talked myself into 8, for sure. I was like, yeah. We're going to do this and that. But like we've been talking about for – pretty much the whole season. I mean, the roster that Freeze walked into was really bad.
It was really thin. It was really thin.
And he hit on some, right? He hit on some transfers, and some that we thought would hit didn't necessarily, or they haven't hit yet, or whatever. We beat the teams that we're definitely better than, and we've lost to the teams whose rosters are better than ours.
I love that you said they haven't gotten better yet. Like, it's like she's going to get hotter 10 years from now. I love the optimism, though. I do.
It happens, right? Sometimes.
I've seen it happen. Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, shit, I should have been nicer to her.
I do. I've been there, man.
Right. Like,
yeah. I was actually talking about my wife, but
anyway. So how are you hanging in there, man? Sounds
Fuck
like
yeah,
you've
of course,
had
man.
a tough few days.
Yeah, it's been kind of bumpy, and you've been so good about. Always remember my mom when you're talking about stuff, and I appreciate you doing that because it's been kind of bumpy, man. So it happens sometimes.
Yeah, man, I know, and just try to think about what folks are going through. Where everybody usually is going through something, and we've got somebody in our family circle who deals with some tough stuff. So I think somewhat similar, and it's not good, man.
No, it can be. It can be kind of
tough.
But one good thing is, though, when Auburn beats the shit out of Vanderbilt next week, that's going to feel good, right?
That's going to feel good, too. It's going to feel even better?
Yeah.
When Bruce and the boys are back on the court. We're almost there.
I know. We're very close, and this team's pretty fucking good.
So that's really what I want to talk about, if that's all right, right? I know we're happy we won, right? Football was great. But I really kind of want to talk some hoops, if that's all right.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. So, reading when you guys were finally able to give us a little info, right? Because there was a pro day,
and
then there was the open practice, and so y'all were able to tell us what happened there, and maybe work in some more general thoughts. I guess my question is, right, and that I want to ask you, and obviously we can't really know, but so. Do you, because Bruce is concerned the defense isn't where it needs to be yet, right? But I have confidence that Bruce is going to get the team to play better defense as the year goes on, right? That's what he does.
Well, yeah.
So I guess the question is.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jay.
No, because you're a smart and learned basketball observer. So last year their defense was pretty good. Their shooting was ass. Now he's got a team
Right.
where the shooting is pretty fucking good, and the defense isn't ass, but it's kind of like below average in my opinion. Now, like you said, they're going to have to coax them up to SEC average maybe defensively, and that might be enough. Yeah, I think that would be enough.
So that's the other side of my question. So we feel like shooting is definitely improved, and I mean, good Lord, it would, if it wasn't improved from what we, that would be really bad. But
that would be bad.
So do you feel like that there's a reasonable chance that the shooting is improved enough, coupled with the fact that we do expect the defense will get better as we go? Can we be that kind of Bruce Pearl team at the end of the year where people don't want to play us because we're going to be able to go on those runs where we're going to get some steals, we're going to push the pace, and we're going to hit threes right in your face, even when there's a man open for a dunk, right? Like,
yeah,
can we get back to like that swagger? Like, yeah, we might give up some baskets, right? We're not going to be a lockdown defense team, but can we create the turnovers, and can we hit the open shots that we didn't hit last year, that we had trouble hitting outside of Jabari the year before that, and look more like that Bruce Pearl style team that we're used to?
I think the word you're looking for, and I like to use this in columns about basketball, is swashbuckling, where they just fucking out there taking no prisoners, balls out, like up and down the court, just running you to death. And I think this team is better equipped to do that. Chaney is like that. Aiden is like that. Chad Baker-Mazar is like that. So I think they're going to be better in transition this year. My concern, honestly, is Chad Baker-Mazar. He's going to get a lot of minutes at 3. I feel like there's a lot of people out there like projecting things onto him. The knock on him when he was at San Diego State was that he was just too inconsistent. He would have these amazing games, and then he would have 3 or 4 absolute stinkers. He hasn't really done that at Auburn yet, but I'm worried he's going to slide back into that mode. And they really need Chad to be good. And I don't know if I can trust him to be good yet. So to me, that's the biggest problem. Because if he's not playing well at 3, I don't know what they do. Do they go to Semo? Do they play Chaney at 3? Because I think he's more of a 4. I don't know the answer. And we'll get it worked out. They've got a lot of games to get it worked out. But I wonder about Chad a little bit.
That definitely seems to be a
but like
a question.
Denver's such a nuanced shooter. You're gonna love Denver. He's just so smooth. He's what Auburn needed last year.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. And from you, the other folks on the site, a couple of other folks in the Auburn sphere that I trust their takes on basketball as well. It sounds like Denver's got a chance to be to be a dude.
Yeah, he's really smooth.
I love Semo, right? Semo is kind of the heart in a lot of ways, but I mean, we don't want him starting at the 3, I don't think.
Dude, Southern Cal, by the way, has moved ahead 50-49. It's a defensive struggle out there.
Wow, they're playing some tough D in the soon-to-be defunct Pac-12, huh?
Yeah, the Pac-2 or whatever's left. Yeah, I agree with you on Semo. Semo he's a very important person off the court. You want him playing like 10 minutes a game, right?
And there's going to be a couple of games, especially earlier in the year, where he's just going to all of a sudden pop up, get some tough boards, couple of steals, and just kind of be a spark in kind of a weird time in the game or whatever, But for the most part, he's just he's like I want to say, I heard somebody describe him as the spiritual leader.
See that?
Recently, and I can see that, right?
Yeah, he's very popular. He's a great guy. He's just an average basketball player, in my opinion. But that's okay. You got to have people like that. You got to have guys who are your 9th or 10th guy in the rotation who are respectable people, So
I mean, you're not going to have, you're not going to have Janai Broome backing up Walker Kessler. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to have you don't have rosters that look like that. Like even the old school Blue Buds, don't have rosters that look like that these days.
No,
kids that good aren't gonna sit there. I mean, that's why Walker left UNC, thank God.
Exactly.
So with CBM, to go back, obviously you don't really know him yet or whatever, and you may not know, but was it like the inconsistency? Was it a focus thing?
Yes. That's my take from it, yeah. He has kind of a weird shot too. He has a shot that doesn't really rotate much. So when he shoots I watched him shoot mid-rangers the other day, and it's one rotation. When he shoots the ball, there's only one rotation before he hits the rim. And you watch Denver, and it's like four rotations before it hits the rim.
Yeah.
So Chad kind of
one
shoots
rotation.
a weird.
That's pretty.
I know. It's weird, and when he misses, it seems like the ball kind of hangs there. It's weird. I don't. There's no scientific way to describe it. I'm just telling you what it looks like when I watch him play. When he misses, it just kind of hangs there, and he tends to go after the ball. So I'm just curious to see how this replicates in games, and if he's the kind of guy that can give you 10 points a game. I don't know. He's so thin you can fax him if he misses the team plane. I mean, he's like Kerry Kittle's thin. So we'll just have to see how he holds up. But he can shoot the fucking rock. He's not as good as Denver, but he's still pretty damn good. So if he can shoot it and hit 38% from three and play 25 minutes a game and have credible defensive, he's going to be good. Yeah, that'll be enough.
Yeah. And it's just mostly a focus thing, I guess, why I was asking that is we've got a lot of experience on this team. Some of it's not necessarily at Auburn, but there's some experienced guys on this roster.
Oh, hell yeah.
Who I feel like could help some. And I mean, obviously he's been around too, and you would hope just on a personal level, like his journey would lead him to work through those kind of things, right? Like we definitely see that story play out, but also he's going to have some pretty seemingly solid people around him who are third, fourth, fifth year, college players who,
Yeah, they got.
So I guess the other question mark is Aiden, right? Like, how good is the kid going to be in his first year?
Let's just give him 5 games to kind of get acclimated, and then we'll assess him. I think he's going to be really good. He's smooth. He's very popular on the team. He's confident. My issue is that he's got a weird shot. He replicates it well, but he shoots it like from his chest. And so for him, it's going to be a matter of getting open to shoot. He's going to have to work his way open because he can't just pull up in traffic like that. They're going to stuff his shit. So he's going to have to be like a spot-up shooter. Jared did that. That was kind of Jared's thing, and it worked. We'll just have to see if he can get open, if like Denver is such a problem that defenses shift over to Denver and maybe just kick it out to Aiden. Because if he has open shots, I think he can drain them, but he can't shoot contested shots with his shot as low as it is. He literally shoots it from his chin, It's kind of a weird thing. But
right.
In an open gym, he hits a lot of shots.
Do you think personnel-wise it would make more sense to have him paired with KD, kind of like coming off the bench, and let Trey and Denver be paired up?
That's an interesting idea. I hadn't really thought about it like that far. They tend to just rotate in and out. I'd have to talk to Burgo about that one.
I mean, obviously it wouldn't be universal. That's not how the rotations work at all. But I just mean like in the sense of like if Trey's your starter and then Aiden's naturally going to be out there a little bit more with KD that as opposed to him being the starter.
I guess it's a matter
because
of
KD can kind of facilitate a little bit to Aiden as a shooter. You know what I mean?
Maybe. But
like KD can drive in, like not at facilitating like as you would in a traditional, like running it, but like driving in, creating some havoc and dishing out. Like KD got better at that last year.
You're undersized if you're going to go Aiden. Aiden's probably 6'1", 6 feet tall, and then KD's probably 5'10", 5'11". You're going to be very undersized. Now, there's a lot of dog in that fight. A lot of fighting that dog with KD for sure. So he causes his own problems even if he's short.
That's a good point. I forgot about KD being that short. He doesn't play that short.
Yeah, when you're sitting on the court with him, he's like my height, and he's a little bit taller than me, but I'm 5'9" and 3/4, and he's about my height. So Trey gives you a lot more length. He's probably 6'1", 6'2" with long arms. So I don't know. We'd have to see. And Denver's pretty long too. I think Henry thinks that Denver can be a plus defender. He thinks he can.
So is Denver, 6'3", 6'4"?
He's 6'2", 6'3", but he's long. He looks like a spider. So defensively, to me, he's average right now, but I think they could get a little bit more out of him. I don't think he's been pushed defensively to this point, and I think he will be this year.
And Henry thinks he can be a plus defender.
He does, yeah. And I know Henry's 12 years old, but he really has a passion for basketball, and I trust his
he's got an eye for it.
No,
he's got an eye for it.
He cares.
Yeah.
Hey,
right on. Well, cool.
I'm about to bounce. Feel like a stranger. You're a swoogan. You got one coming.
I am.
So
number 30.
That's going to be a big deal.
We got it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Much love. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening.
See you, bro. Bye, man.
All right, my man.
Bye. Skype wants to know the quality of this call. 5 stars. Appreciate the opportunity to talk some basketball. Feel like a stranger. I love it. That's a passion for me. SR71 Blackbird said, all right, I'm going to head out for the night, have some dishes I have to hand wash. Oh. he's got to get some stuff ready for church tomorrow. Good for you. That's a great place to go. Also, Keithner says, don't be surprised if you see Chaney at the 3 spot sooner than later. Now, that's an interesting idea. Chaney, to me, he's talked about playing some 2, but he's a 3-4 to me. He's super bouncy, and I think he's going to be a huge plus in transition. So I'm excited to see him play this year. I do think he can play 3 or 4. There was a point there in the preseason, like in the fall, like I'm talking like 2 months ago, where he was shooting the rock really, really well from 3-point range, and they were like, oh, shit, this guy might be a real benefit from 3-point range. And then he kind of tailed off a little bit just from the 3-point shooting, not from the effort, not from the transition, not from the rebounding, and not from the shooting inside of 15 feet. But 3-point shooting kind of tailed off a little bit. So I'm not sure exactly what he's going to end up being, but I think he's going to be terrific. He's going to be a big plus. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here. I feel like a stranger had a great call there, and I'm really kind of bummed about Cal spitting the bit on this shit and not locking this game down against Cal. Against Southern Cal, I should say. I can't tell where this game is. I can see that Southern Cal's leading. I can't tell where the ball's at. Looks like Southern Cal's going to have to punt this ball probably. Joko did say, JG, have you ever hooped it up on the NBA Jam game behind me? Hell yeah. I play as the Golden State Warriors. I got Timmy Hardaway Sr. and Chris Mullin. So that is my team. I did not like them back in the day, but they're great on this game because I like shooting threes. Courtney has sent me a super chat. That's kind of funny. She says, wrap it up. All right, I'll do it. Courtney, that's like our third call. So, guys, anyway, we'll wrap it up there. I can't tell you, I can't guarantee what we're going to do next week. We might go up there. I'm leaning toward doing the show because that's kind of what we do, but we'll kind of see how that goes. I hate the idea of missing out on absolutely loathe the idea of missing out on my guy, Why Not AU, and You Got Gust out in my geographic zone. I hate the idea of missing them, but it might have to happen. Anyway, guys, our callers, biggest shout out, Why Not AU and Farm Data, amazing. Casa DP, thank you for the super chats, bro. I know a lot of you guys did. I know Dawn had a few. Fat Crack had several. Sam H, appreciate you, bro. I can't shout all you guys out. J-Head for calling in. BMAT for calling in. Feel like a stranger. Great call there late. And all our awesome chatters in the chat. Smartest chat in college football, in my opinion. Love it. You guys are hilarious, and you have good insight, too. That's why I love hanging out with you guys on Saturdays. Let's go out there and make great decisions tonight. If you guys are going to do a gummy, it's probably about time because you want to get that stuff going by about 9 or 10 o'clock. So, yeah, if you guys are going to do that. Peace out. Love you guys. Let's make great decisions. I will see you guys during the course of the week at auburnsports.com. Of course, that's where on the Commodore. The bunker is our message board. And if you're not a member at auburnsports.com, you really, really need to be. I know a lot of the people in the chat are legends at auburnsports.com, but if you're not, please jump in. It's a wonderful place to be hanging out. AU Taxman, I'm going to punch you in the fucking face. Take it easy, JG. I'm going to get a boo sound for the show next week. Absolutely huge boo for you in that. All right, guys. Love you guys. Peace and love. Peace. See you guys.